Good afternoon and welcome to our live exclusive ball-by-ball coverage of England's 3 Test match tour of the Caribbean. It's day 3 of the first test between England and the West Indies from the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Stadium in North Sound, Antigua. And the home side will resume their reply to England's 311 on 202 for 4, with former captain Jason Holder leading a fight back from 127 for 4 with 43 not out in the company of Nkrumah Bonner, who is 34 not out. It's been 2 attritional days. The first highlighted, well indeed the second morning, highlighted by Jonny Bairstow's 8th Test century, a quite brilliant 140, which gave England a total of 311, which just happens to be the exact average first innings score in all of the Test matches that have been played at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. So an average score, but it felt a bit better than that, given that England were 48 for 4 when Bairstow came to the crease. And, the West Indies themselves were in deep trouble at 127 for 4 before that fight back. If you missed any of the action yesterday, and it was an attritional final session, I can tell you, with an old ball and England seamers struggling, well, let's remind you exactly what happened yesterday. There was in the last hour, I felt yesterday, but that was just more physical tiredness, and he's got the edge. Jayden Seales has got the edge. Chris Woakes has gone. It was back of a length.
Yeah, great bit of bowling this from Seales.
So here is Overton. He's got to do the batting job first, though, and that one is tucked away to short leg and caught. And Jayden Seales has got 2 wickets in the over.
Here we go then, Seales ball number 4. Bairstow is opening the face, guides it past second slip, and England have 300 on the board.
You would think in the first innings, that's short and a pull shot, top edge, flying away down towards third man, and it's a super catch from Jason Holder, and England have been bowled out for 311.
Overton delivers. It's a straight drive from Brathwaite, back past the stumps. In goes Overton, that's to leg side-ish, clipped away by Brathwaite.
Chill your beans. You're not quite Jimmy Anderson yet. You're not quite Stuart Broad.
Woakes in and he's short, wide of off stump. Brathwaite just props back onto the back foot and glides it backward a point for 4. Beautifully timed. England just cannot stop the flow of runs at the moment.
He's been quite so erratic today. Leach is in again. Oh, Craig Brathwaite, what's going on? The West Indian captain has just launched him straight over long on for 6. I don't think either of us can explain that. We might have to get Jared Kimber. Not even Jared's going to answer to that.
Is this where we say, oh, imagine if England had an experienced head stood at mid-off?
Yeah, just trying to bowl too many wicket-taking. Ball's down the leg side, he's got an edge, a pull shot from Campbell. Straightforward catch to Ben Foakes.
Final ball of the 26th over from Mark Wood. It's outside of off stump. It's guided to gully, and England have got a breakthrough. Brathwaite goes for 55. It's 101 for 2. Club have just announced a signing. You have
Give over. They're not.
They have
Give over.
a nice little piece of
Who is
information.
it? Who is it? I don't know. Who is it?
Sunil Narine is going to come and
We've
play
not
in the
signed
Blast.
Sunil Ryan. Give over. Sunil Ryan.
Stokes. Edge gone! Straight into the hands of Joe Root at first slip. Stokes strikes, as he so often does. Shamar Brooks on his way for 18. West Indies suddenly 111 for 3.
Bonner pushing into the offside. They're going to try a single that isn't there. It's picked up, shied at the stumps. Umpire Brathwaite makes the signal.
And out! He's out! I beg your pardon. Oh my goodness gracious
got it
me.
wrong.
Hang on, that can't be. He's pressed the wrong button.
Woakes will start the new over. Takes Blackwood on the punt. No, it's looped out to Gully. Is there bat in there as well? Joel Wilson says not out. England are going to review this.
The spike as the ball passes the bat.
So Overton takes the catch. Blackwood is out for 11 from 24 balls. And it's 127 for 4.
Fine pick-up on drive, but it's a lovely clean strike from Jason Holder. He's decided that the hard work has been done.
So the West Indies trailed by 109 runs at the close of the second day of this first Test match.
Well, we made it sound very exciting. That's the problem with highlights packages. Whether they're on television or on the radio, you think, "Whoa, that sounded like an absolutely cracking day." But I'm reminded of a line that used to appear on my school reports quite often, Matt Pryor, which was "must do better," and I think that probably applies to England after yesterday. They didn't actually have the best day, did they? Really?
You've summed it up brilliantly there, I must say. Yes, must do better for sure. This New England opening attack were found wanting. Chris Woakes, we know Chris Woakes is a quality player, absolutely. And I think I saw another journalist saying you almost feel bad saying Chris Woakes because he's such a good bloke. I mean, he's just such a nice guy. You feel awful saying he had a bad day, but the reality is he did. And this isn't a popularity contest. This is about playing Test cricket and being able to perform and execute your skill. And yes, England. I mean, at one stage it was who wanted to lose more. It felt like it was just the bowling wasn't great. The West Indies gave England a whole load of wickets, and then England bowled terribly again, and the West Indies were able to capitalise on that. It was pretty poor. But new day, and I'm actually very excited to see how this new look England bowling lineup come back. It's anyone can have a bad day. That's everyone. We're human. Chris Woakes he's allowed a bad day, absolutely. But how you bounce back from that, the lessons you learn to take into your next day is as crucial. And so, excited to see how they go about it.
The first hour, it's one of the old cliches and broadcasting cliches. Oh, the first hour is going to be so important. The point about this first hour today is that it is the first hour with the old ball, because the new ball is due pretty much exactly an hour late. 13.5 overs we've got with the old ball. And England just didn't seem to, they didn't seem to be able to execute a plan with the old ball yesterday. And they need to be very clear with exactly what they're going to do before they get to that new ball.
Yeah, and this wicket is one of you do get surfaces that the new ball and the older ball doesn't really. Of course, the new ball's harder and it swings a bit more, etc., etc. But the plans don't really change. But certainly in England, a lot of the time when you're bowling up Trent Bridge, for instance, the ball swings and it swings consistently. And yes, it swings a bit more when it's new, but even when it's older, you still keep your slips in place. The channel that you want to bowl remains. Whereas a surface like this, the difference in plan between your new ball attack and when it gets a bit older can change quite significantly, and England have to be good enough to be able to make that. So what I mean by that is with the new ball, it has swung, so you might bring your slips back in, bowl channel, attack the channel a little bit fuller, see if you can get the outside edge. The minute the ball gets old, you have to then go, right, slips out, one slip, one gully, a few catches up in front, bring mid on and mid off really tight, really straight, and just bowl wicket to wicket, really, really straight, and try and dry the runs up and wait for the West Indian batsman to make a mistake. So you can see there the two very contrasting plans, and that is the skill of the bowlers and the bowling unit as a partnership to be able to adjust their plan. I think first up, as you say, 13 overs before the new ball. I think we'll probably see England come hard with maybe a Wood, for instance, see if they can just get that early breakthrough. If nothing happens, they'll go double spin pretty quickly to get to the new ball as quickly as possible. So I'm hoping it's not going to take England an hour to bowl 13 overs. That would be well, Macca will be going mad, wouldn't he?
Indeed. Well, at one point, Craig Overton and Chris Woakes were both operating with two catching short mid wickets. And you need to be comfortable as a bowler to bowl that line. You need to have practiced it, and they just both, reverted back to sort of top of off stump, fourth or fifth stump. Anyway, you mentioned the West Indian batsman. Craig Brathwaite, the West Indian captain, is the slowest scoring Test cricketer amongst current players. His career strike rate is under 40, and yet, and this isn't entirely indicative of how poorly England bowled, because I think he definitely had a clear change of approach and was far more positive than we've ever seen him before. He made 55 off 70 balls. This was him talking a little earlier this morning.
Craig, at the end of day one, England were 268 for 6. You guys finished off the innings for only a further 43 runs. Would you take that 311 or at 48 for 4, you think they got too much?
Yeah, for sure I think they got 35 runs too much. Obviously they got 40 boundaries in the first day. So as a group we know that was too much. But I think we did a fantastic job yesterday to get those 4, for 40 odd runs. And obviously we did a good job so far, with the bat.
You're talking about with the bat, such a positive start from yourself and John, you in particular, not known for your aggressive play. It was your fastest test half century of your 23. Was that the plan to be positive, or was that helped with some indifferent English bowling?
Well, you know, for me, we got presented with some half volleys at times, and I got in some good positions and capitalized. I won't say I changed my game per se, but I do think it's a good batting pitch thus far, and you know that really helped me to score some runs.
And your dismissal, chasing after a wide-ish delivery, not really your style. Was it the length that tempted you?
Well, yeah, it was wide. Obviously, should have left it. It was a bit full. Thought, I could have squeezed it through, but at the end of the day, it was wide, and I should have left it, to be honest.
Excellent application and resilience from Jason Holden and Nkrumah Bonner. More of the same today?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, at tea time, we spoke about it. Obviously, the England bowlers were in some good spells. The ball was swinging, and I think it's important today. We start well again. Obviously, they're going to come hard, and the first always very, very crucial, and the first session, for us to put ourselves in a good position.
Thanks for your time, Craig. Go well.
Yeah, thanks.
Craig Brathwaite speaking to our very own Samuel Badgery. Matt Pryor, two things stood out to me there. The first is what he did say, which was that he thinks it's a good batting pitch. The one thing that he tried not to say, but came through very clearly, was that England bowled very poorly to him.
Yeah, he did well there, didn't he? He did well. Look, I think, Manners, I'll take your point that he went about it slightly differently, but you don't go from a batsman that bats in a way that owns the slowest strike rate in world cricket to suddenly going at 80, striking at 80. He is a batsman that it's very obvious he waits for not just the half bad ball, but an absolute rank bad ball before he tries to attack it and hit it for a boundary. He's a nudger. He likes to score in ones and twos, and that's why his strike rate is so low. But, again, not wanting to force his point home too much, but it's the amount of bad balls that he got allowed him to score at that rate.
England had their trouble yesterday bowling with the brand spanking new ball. It seemed to come onto the bat rather nicely. One of the men who had that new ball is with me right now. That's Craig Overton. Craig, great to see you. A real chance for you with the brand spanking new ball here in this new look England side. How did you think it went for you yesterday?
I obviously started that end and felt like I went okay. Obviously there wasn't much swing really. Obviously we saw that they swung it quite a lot yesterday morning with their new ball, and obviously we came to it didn't really swing as much, so once we got to that we realised after the break we probably had to hit the wicket a bit harder rather than trying to look for the swing because it wasn't swinging, so hit the wicket a bit harder and try and find a bit of uneven bounce from there. Now
the big man standing next to you made his name bowling on pitches out here in the Caribbean, Steve Harmison. Was that your impression watching yesterday that England kind of they looked for the swing early on, which I suppose is fair enough, but then worked out pretty quickly that they had to get a little bit short to hit the pitch a bit harder?
Yeah, that was something that obviously was evident in them first 10 overs. Was it a conscious effort when you went back in at lunch? Your short session, you're thinking, right, I'm trying a little bit too hard. Did you get a little bit caught in and putting it there rather than come out and hit the pitch? And it was a lot different second, your second session and then to the third session, and you got a lot more reward by even bowling similar lengths, but you hit the pitch a bit better.
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, always with the new ball, you try and, especially coming from England, you try and want to make it swing. So you obviously go a little bit fuller just to try and make sure it can swing and you catch edge from there. But it didn't quite swing as much for us yesterday, so we obviously had to reevaluate at that lunch break and then sort of hit the wicket a bit harder and hopefully get a bit of uneven bounce from the wicket because there obviously wasn't much swing for us.
Just briefly then, a little bit of reverse swing. You had that going for you at times yesterday. Is that ball now dead? Are you waiting for the new one?
Yeah, I think there's still a little bit there. It's just very soft. Obviously on a slow wicket and a slow ball, there's not going to be many edges. We had a few yesterday which looked like nowhere near carrying, so it's only really the stumps that are in the game. So you've got to try and play around with the fields and get wickets that way rather than sort of trying to get.
Got to have a go at Holder early before he gets himself in, right?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. So.
Okay, great stuff. Well, the surface hasn't changed a massive amount here on day 3. The main body of it looks absolutely fine. Bowlers are going to have to hit the pitch hard, use reverse swing. Jack Leach is going to be key, I think, for England in trying to block and end up. You've got to be very, very, very smart in the way that you use him with the wind and the dimensions of the ground. Other than that, all looks pretty good. Fingers crossed the rain stays away.
That was Craig Overton speaking to Mark Butcher and Steve Harmison. We're a couple of minutes away now from the start of play on day 3 of the first Test match between England and the West Indies from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in North Sound, Antigua. And if you were listening to us 20 minutes ago, you would have heard Matt Pryor and I say that it's a must-do better day for England and England's bowlers. Steve Harmison is with us. He'll be doing the first session of commentary. Harmy, I'm going to ask you about the weather in a moment, because I know that it was raining a little bit earlier and there are more showers forecast. But England can't worry about that. They've got to concentrate on this first hour and make sure that they don't allow the West Indies batsmen to get in again against an old ball before the new ball is available.
Yeah, definitely, Manners. Good morning to everyone. I think it was so disappointing, that new ball spell, because you feel as though that was the key time to make inroads, to make early inroads, something there. It's with the new ball, and England fluffed their lines a little bit. Mentioned to Craig Overton, they just feel as though Chris Woakes was a little bit rushed. He looked as though he was walking faster back than he actually was running into the crease. Whether it was a little bit of pressure on his shoulders and possibly the occasion of obviously the great two, Broad and Anderson, not being there and everything that was on it. It just seemed as though everything that could go wrong in that first session with the ball, 10 overs, did go wrong. They didn't put the ball in the right area. They didn't have anything on it. There wasn't a great deal of swing. And then when they came back out after tea, though obviously they were a lot better. We've got to remember as well, this pitch, again, been out there and had a look at it, the pitch is not broken up at all. The pitch is not broken up, which is a total surprise, not just to me, Mark Butcher, but also to the England and the West Indies coaching staff as well, because they're expecting the pitch to break up. So with that, you're looking softball, pitch being a bit flat. It's going to take some effort to make early inroads in here. Wouldn't surprise me. You see Mark Wood straight up trying to remove. I think Jason Holder's the one that England were desperate to get removed. Both batsmen here have had hundreds on this ground in Test match cricket, so they know what it's like to bat here. So just wonder if that 15 overs at the end of the play, when the rain did come, has it cost England a little bit? Because if you think 15 overs further on would be that closer to the new ball, the energy of having a good night's sleep, the things aren't going for England at the minute.
Harmy, when to quote Blackadder, the captain comes up with a cunning plan, and you say, well, okay, the ball's not carrying to slip, so we're going to have to try something different. Let's go full and straight and have two catching short mid wickets. It's not the kind of line and length that bowlers grow up learning and being taught and practicing, and it just seemed to me that Overton and Woakes weren't able to come close to implementing the new alternative plan. I mean, do you practice bowling a completely different line and length that you grow up practicing and that you bowl 8 or 9 times out of 10?
It's not so much the practice, man. If you're playing international cricket, you should be able to, I would imagine you should be able to do it, or as a captain, you should be able to have bowlers that can do it. You asked me, wasn't sure if it was yourself or Macca, asked me last night who was the best bowler you bowl with when things were flat and things weren't going right and hiding the ball. And Hoggard was brilliant at that, having catches either side of the wicket, bowling that little bit fuller. But even the likes of myself and Freddie and Simon Jones, in subcontinent conditions and Asia conditions, when you did play on these surfaces, you had to be good enough, and you were good enough to bowl that little bit fuller, that little bit straighter, but have something on it and make sure that if the batsman isn't quite in tune with his shot, ball just sits in the pitch because you've hit the pitch quite hard, then your catches are in place and you're bowling to your field. Last night and yesterday, passages yesterday in different in nearly every over that Overton and Woakes bowled, there was a little bit of lapse in concentration. There was a full ball there and it went to the boundary. So that's something that they must have discussed, and hopefully that they'll put it right. But like I said, this game is finally in the balance. It is, and it's waiting for that fast forward moment. You know yourself, man, as you've been, you've covered cricket since we played in black and white TV. So you've seen it many times. That that a game like this is just going to meander on, and myself, Butch, Bats,
Matty P, we've all played in them, and then all of a sudden it goes bang, fast forward, 3 or 4 wickets, pitch goes up and down, ball goes along the deck, ball goes in the air, and it becomes a contest for an afternoon. And I think England have either got to be in the game or around the game to make sure that, bearing in mind West Indies have got a bat last on it, to make sure they capitalise on them moments.
Right, I'm off to find my walking stick. And it's not going to be Mark Wood. He might bowl the second over. Actually, sorry, Jack Leach has got to complete this over. So yeah, he's actually finishing this over. He's bowled 1 ball of it. And to describe the first 20 minutes of the day, Andrew McKenna.
Thank you very much, Manus. Come on, everybody. New day, fresh start. Professor Positivity to make an appearance. This is the day for England. Jack Leach is indeed going to finish off the 67th over. There's 1 ball left of it. He will be bowling to Jason Holder. Holder is 43 not out. And just looking, Ben Stokes is at mid-off, doing an awful lot of bouncing up and down and stretching. So maybe Ben Stokes is going to get a spell, but we'll keep an eye on that one. Very good afternoon to TalkSport listeners, joining us as we're about to get the first ball of day 3 underway. West Indies 202 for 4. We've got 1 ball of Jack Leach's over from last night to finish off. It is a bright, breezy day. We are expecting some more showers like yesterday during the course of the day, but hopefully they won't interfere too much. Leach will be around the wicket to Jason Holder, and he goes in and bowls, and it's a lowish full toss that Holder has turned straight into the onside, and Ollie Pope is on the field as 12th man. He fields at short mid-wicket, and it's the end of, well, a very brief over. 1 delivery only. So Harmy, now the question is, who's going to get the ball at the other end? Because this is the first indication of what Joe Root's thinking today.
Well, it's not Mark Wood, because Ollie Pope looks as though he's on the field for Mark Wood. I can't see Mark Wood on the field, so I'm assuming that Ollie Pope's on for Mark Wood. I'm not sure what's happening there. He was bowling in warm-up, so I'm not sure whether he's maybe just getting an extra layer of strapping, or something's happened from a kit point of view that he needs an extra 5 minutes. But he's not on the field, I don't think. Ollie Pope is on. Ben Stokes, you're right, is doing some warm-ups, but Chris Woakes is going to take the ball from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Wind is howling across, and I mean it's stronger than yesterday. And talked about this morning, showers, a lot of showers, heavy showers this morning, and the wind is stronger than it was yesterday. Barmy Army is in full flow. Jerusalem is going. Hopefully you can hear that through the stump microphone. There's quite a few English fans in already, and that will get obviously better as the day goes on, and hopefully Chris Woakes can get better as the innings goes on, because I would imagine by his own admission yesterday he wasn't as good as what his standards would set himself. But today is a new day. Folks are standing up to the crease.
Yeah, absolutely, folks. Here's up to the stumps. Woakes will start his 13th over of the innings, 1 for 54. Bowling to Bonner, 34 not out. And Woakes will come in, right arm over, and Bonner's playing outside half of the bat, pushing into the offside. Dan Lawrence fields, and Joe Root applauds not only the bowlers but the Barmy Army for the rendition of Jerusalem, just to traditionally get the day up and running. So West Indies trail by 109.
Good start from Chris Woakes, on the money first ball.
He's on his way for the second then. Folks, up to the stumps. Bonner is playing at this one, not moving from the crease, just sort of shuffling across, playing quietly back down the pitch, no run.
282, he's in and around the top of off stump. Ben Folks standing up to the crease, not letting Bonner get a good stride forward, any sort of indifferent bounce. That's what the England players will be hoping for, and also he's got 2 men catching on the leg side for anything falling over from the West Indian batsman.
Woakes goes in, that's a little bit leg side-ish, taken on the front pad by Bonner as he's trying to turn it down the leg side, doesn't get anything on it, and there's no run. Right, the question, Harmy, then has to be, this is the 68th over. Once we get to 80, England get a new ball. Chris Woakes is one of the opening bowlers, therefore realistically What kind of spell can we expect from him before we get to the new ball? Because they surely don't want to burn him out.
No, they don't want to burn him out, but I think this is a good move from Joe Root to get him in the game after having an indifferent day yesterday.
Bringing the man forward, Bonner pushing into the offside, no run.
So with that, having an indifferent day yesterday, getting back in the action, getting back in the game, hopefully get his confidence built up, because no matter who you are, you still need a bit of love and a little bit of feel-good factor. So hopefully, I would imagine 3 overs, 4 overs max, a little bit of a break, and then come back with the second new ball. But concerning that, I've not seen Mark Wood yet.
Yep, we are on the case on that one, trying to find out if there is anything to be told. Wokes is in. That's a little bit of an inducker to Bonner. Bonner just plays quietly out in front of him on the onside. No run. Yeah, we've got in touch with the dressing room, and we're awaiting a response on that one, Harmy, for the official line.
Yeah, he was bowling before the game, so whether something's happened in between time, I'm not exactly sure, but Wokes has started very, very well, and it's a little victories when you've had a day like yesterday. I know that for a fact because I had many.
Wokes goes in and brings his man forward once again. Now that is a maiden over, and he had to play at every single ball there, did Bonner. So that's nice and tidy from Chris Wokes. At the end of the first full over of this third day, West Indies 202 for 4.
Great start from Chris Wokes. Wicketkeeper standing up to the crease, bowling at the top of the stumps, catches on either side in the batsman's eye line. No real swing, nothing off the surface, dead surface, soft ball. So a good over for England, good over for Wokes especially. Ben Stokes is going to take the ball from the Sir Andy Roberts end. You do worry. You do have a slight concern about Ben Stokes, because it was talked before the game that he was going to be used sparingly, but unfortunately when the test match starts, needs must, and if Ben Stokes needs the ball because somebody's off the field, then obviously Ben Stokes is going to have to do it, because he did make a difference yesterday. Along with Mark Wood, he made a huge difference yesterday.
Well, he's bowling from the far end from the commentary boxes, so to a right-hander the breeze will aid any away swing that he can possibly get. He's got a slip in place as he goes into Jason Holder. Holder plays no shot. It barely reaches wicketkeeper Ben Foakes on that occasion. That will be somewhat of a concern, although in fairness it is Stokes' first ball of the day, first one of the spell. He's averaged 132 kilometres an hour in the innings so far. His best at 139, his quickest. He's on his way once again. Right armour over the wicket, in past the umpire, bringing Holder forward, but he plays no shot.
Yeah, and he's just bowled 2 balls just outside off stump, and you talked about a bit earlier, Macca, about bowling to fields. His field is obviously Foakes, and he's got Joe Root's at probably 2.5 second slip, but a good yard forward. Bairstow's at backward point. He's got extra cover mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, but he's got a third man in deep mid-wicket as well.
Okay. On his way is Stokes. Bat raised by Jason Holder. Holder outside edge of the bat, well fielded by Joe Root. As Harmy's mentioned, he's in sort of second, virtually third slip, but he takes it diving away to his right-hand side, flicks it at the stumps in the process, so Holder remains where he is, and the West Indies are still 202 for 4, as they were overnight.
Good start from Ben Stokes. 2 balls just outside off stump, but full. He's bowling to the field that he's set, bowled full, and that one just a little bit further back in length. Holder just dropped his hands on it.
So far so good from an England point of view. Stokes in. That is one for Holder to play. Brings him forward, pushes out towards mid-on, and there is no run. And England are joining the dots. We've had a maiden from Wokes. We've now had 4 deliveries from Stokes and concerted pressure from both ends. This is what they didn't have yesterday. So whether it's as a result of a team talk, whether it's just a result of them bowling better today, whatever it is, this is more like it. Stokes on his way. Comes in. That's Another ball that's died on its way through to Folkes, bounced a second time. He goes down on one knee and tries to take it, ricochets off of his leg, but is able to pick up the ricochet, so there remains still no run taken this morning.
Yeah, just no bounce whatsoever, and at least he's getting it full, so it's hard. And I just see a glimpse out the sort of far end behind Ben Stokes. Mark Wood with Wykes on, he's ready to come on the field.
Thank goodness for that. Final ball then of Stokes is over. A little bit of a grimace as he turns, makes his way in, and his leg side-ish, and the West Indies are going to pick up a run. Holder will flick it to long leg. Lees will do the fielding down there. So it's a single off of that Ben Stokes over. 203 for 4 here on TalkSport 2. Jason Holder has 44 and will keep the bowling, and the just gentle applause you might be able to hear in the background is Mark Wood coming onto the pitch. He will high-five Ollie Pope as they pass. So Mark Wood is now onto the playing surface. Gruner Bonner, by the way, is still with Jason Holder. He's 34 not out. These are the thoughts of Steve Harness.
Yeah, that last ball, it was a lot straighter. It wasn't quite down leg side, man. As Ben Stokes was a grimace, a shout. He doesn't want to miss that. Does Jason Holder? It looked a fairly straight ball, which Jason Holder got an inside edge. Mark Wood, is good to see him on the field. He must have just getting caught short a little bit. Maybe he's near the toilet, a bit like the umpires yesterday, Maccas, when the rope was going round the field, when they said it was going to be another 10 minutes, when it was cracking the flags. Wasn't a cloud in the sky, but hey, yeah, we're human. We all need the toilet every now and again.
Right then, come on England. We need a breakthrough from this. West Indies are making progress. They trail by 108, and here's Wokes again with the keeper up. Just played into the offside by Jason Holder. Joe Root will go around from slip to point to do the fielding. Single taken, 204 for 4. Are we at the stage yet, Harmy? That we're not seeing them quite grub yet, but there's sufficiently enough of the deliveries that are keeping low and certainly bouncing for a second time through to the keeper that it's everything has to be wicket to wicket from a seam bowler's point of view, just to, on the off chance that if it does genuinely keep low, you've got a wicket taking ball. Yeah,
it has been, I think, for 2 days. You've got to bowl straight on this. It's a slow deck. I think you have got to bowl straight on it, or if anything, fourth stump.
Wokes is in, and Bonner's just waiting, plays it down at his feet, bounces up into the gloves of Ben Folkes, who whips off the bails in no time at all. Bonner, though, had never left his ground.
Yeah, good work from Ben Folkes, standing up to the crease. You know, Joe Root's gone from a sort of fifth slip gully back to first slip. Now he started right behind Chris Wokes. Very defensive field, but the pitch is not giving you too much, so England don't want to give too much away from a runs point of view to get to that second new ball. This is good from England.
Wokes is on his way for the third ball of the over. Oh, that's down the leg side. That is a brilliant take from Ben Folkes. Stood up to the stumps. It was waist high at the batsman, going down the leg side, and it was clean as a whistle into the left palm. And that is a brilliant take.
Yeah, absolutely. You're spot on, Manners. That is a fan. Manners, sorry, Manners. I've aged you a couple of years there, Macca. That was a fantastic take. Yeah, one-handed. And it just puts pressure on the batsman because Ben Folkes is standing right behind him.
Well, that would have been 4 byes if he doesn't get that. Wokes goes in, outside of off stump. Bonner is pushing into the offside. Backward of point. He will take a single, so he's underway for the day. He goes to 35. Holders on 45. West Indies 205 for 4.
This has been a good start. Good start from Chris Wokes. Here, Ben Folkes just encouraging him. All his teammates will be encouraging him. He's a very popular member of this team. Great lad is Chris Folkes. Knows that things didn't go well for him yesterday. Wanting to put it right, and when you get like that, you just go back to basics, and that's what he's done this morning. Just bowl a fuller length and bowl straight.
Wokes goes in, brings Holder forward again, around off stump or just outside. It sounds really obvious, and it's the basics that everyone is taught as a kid at 5, 6, 7, 8 years of age, but it's just as true as the international level. You've got to do it, and that's what England have done this morning that they weren't doing yesterday.
Absolutely, 100%, and it becomes a patience game. You know, if you're a bowler and you stay patient, up to the batsman to sort of do something that he doesn't want to do, chase the ball that he doesn't want to chase, and hopefully entice him to make a mistake.
Woakes goes in, Holder again just playing forward into the onside and the end of the over. So 70 overs gone now of the West Indian innings. It means that England are 10 overs away from the new ball. West Indies haven't got a flyer today. 205 for 4 is the score. They resumed, 13-14 minutes ago, 202 for 4. So they're only put on 3 runs this morning. England will be delighted with that. Don't forget, of course, TalkSport Breakfast back tomorrow morning, 6 o'clock. Alan Brazil, joined by the Arsenal legend Ray Parlour and the former England winger Trevor Sinclair. If that doesn't make you want to listen, then this bit will. Also joining the boys, the Stereophonics lead singer Kelly Jones will be on. Alan Brazil and music are normally a very comical combination, so that is definitely a reason to be up and with them from 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. And I speak from experience of having been at the Sydney Olympics with Mr. Brazil, who managed to find Fossil FM on the radio station in Australia, I think we referred to it as. New over, Ben Stokes, just a little bit short. Bonner will help it around the corner and take a single, 206 for 4.
Macca, it'll be worth getting up and listening to try and get Alan Brazil to say his name.
Well, yes.
Oh, that'll be great. What a fantastic band they are. God, I could miss, see that. Fantastic band, You talk about music, they are right up there.
Oh, yes. Absolutely. I may give you a call at 3 o'clock in the morning to give you a wake-up call so you can hear that live, Harmy. It will be worth it. Stokes in, Holder playing defensively from the crease. There is no run.
Butch might want it. Well, you'll not need the wake-up call. Butch is having a bit of a struggle with the old jet lag. He keeps waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm sure if you tell him that Kelly Jones is on, he'll tune in and listen. But it's I'm quite happy with my sleep pattern at this moment in time, Macca, so I'll decline that phone call at 3 o'clock in the morning. I will be in bed. It's been quite a sharp trip on this one so far.
Come on, Harmy, tell the truth. The only reason Butch is awake at 3 o'clock in the morning is he's not gone to bed yet. Here comes Stokes.
He's not. It's been good.
Stokes is in, and Holder is pushing quietly out on the onside to Lees, and there is no run.
Now, we've been good, to be fair. We've been good on this trip. We've enjoyed a glass of wine, a couple of beers, but nothing more than that. It's early starts, early to bed. If you believe that, you'll believe anything.
And moving swiftly on, yes. It is TalkSport 2. It is this test match. First of 3, of course. Stokes goes in, outside of off stump. Holder leaves alone, and there is no run. First of 3. It's Barbados and Grenada. Still to come. A 3-match series, so the first one so vitally important. We are expecting a few more, maybe little rain showers as we had yesterday. I think it was 4 slight showers we had in the end yesterday, Harmy. The word is that we might get a few more today. Is that correct?
Yeah, 1 or 2, but the wind's that strong. I think they'll just blow them straight through like they did yesterday.
That would be very good news. Stokes in once again. Holder again playing defensively once again. There's an elegance about Jason Holder when he plays just that forward push defensive. There's something quite aesthetically pleasing about it.
Yeah, he's a good player, Jason Holder. Fantastic player, both with bat and ball. Just been knocked off #1 all-rounder in the world from Ravindra Jadeja in this last week, 175. Oh.
Yeah, and he also took 9 for in the game. Bizarrely, he was taken out of the bowling attack at one stage as well. Stokes goes in, and there's an edge. Holder's out. England have got the breakthrough, and they've got the breakthrough with the old ball as well. They've got Holder out for 45. It's 206 for 5. The West Indies are still trailing by 105 runs, and England are 9 overs away from a new ball as well. The door is open for them.
Well, every time Joe Root needs something to happen, he throws the ball to the very man he can trust, Ben Stokes. A lot of question marks about his fitness. Had to bowl yesterday because things weren't going well for England. And he's come out first thing this morning. He's bowled beautifully. He's bowled straight. He's bowled full. And that one, he's just dragged his length back a little bit. Jason Holder doesn't know whether to play it or leave it. And he really he did neither. He just dangled his bat out there trying to leave it, and it's just run off the edge of the bat. An easy catch for Ben Foulkes. And you're right, yeah, the door could be open, and it's opened by, well, that man again. Captain Fantastic, Ben Stokes. How many times has he done this for England? When the team's needed him, when nothing's happening, he gets the crowd going, and he comes to the party for his captain. It was a fantastic spell of bowling by Chris Woakes and Ben Stokes since the resumption this morning, and England have getting their just rewards by being patient.
Jared Kimber is our analyst. What you got, Jared?
Just before that delivery, I contacted CricViz and I said, is Jason Holder leaving more than he usually does? Turns out he was leaving 21% of his deliveries in this innings. He usually leaves around 20%. He is a levy batter. I don't know if that's a thing now, but let's put it out there. So it's about his normal rate, but I think he just got into a mode. It'd be interesting to see what Harmy says about this. I think he just got into a mode where he was leaving everything automatically. That last one, he left it, but then suddenly realised he was too close to it and got a little feather on it. But I think Harmy, he might have just got a little bit too sucked in by thinking he was going to leave every ball.
100%, Jared, yeah. And that's just credit to the way England have bowled. They've bowled nicely, they've bowled straight, they've bowled disciplined, and they've been patient.
Woakes will be into Bonner. Bonner just playing from the crease out into the offside. Josh Da Silva, by the way, is the new man. Josh Da Silva in his 12th Test match, a best of 92. That made in the subcontinent in Bangladesh, in Mirpur, back in last year. Averages just over 24.7 in Test match cricket. So there you go. Well, England have been strong as oaks this morning, haven't they? Oakes, Woakes, Foulkes, Stokes, they're all at it. Short ball attempted by Woakes. Oh, that's called a wide. It's not been taken by Foulkes. Round about shoulder height, standing up. It's been called a wide.
Yeah, the Barmy Army aren't happy, but yeah, it was a wide. It was high, very, very high. You've got to remember, Bonner's not the tallest.
Well, it might not be much of a clue, but in the replay they've just showed on the screen, the ball never actually appeared in the batsman's stance. So I think we'll say that one was probably fair game. Woakes in, right arm over. Bonner playing defensively again, quietly out on the offside. Well, look, we've got to say it. We were critical of England's bowling yesterday. It didn't feel like they were bowling in partnerships at times. The first 20 minutes today have been far more joined up. They've put pressure on, and that wicket feels like it's as a result of doing the basics, ball after ball after ball. I mentioned it earlier. I don't know what the catalyst was it for. Was it a team meeting? Was it just they knew they needed to do it better? Well, they have done it better today. Woakes in once again. Again, Bonner's getting a little bit squared up to that one. Ben Foulkes likes it behind the stumps. It's pushed back down the pitch, no run.
Yeah, and that it comes sometimes, Macca, it's very difficult to change something or to slow down the sort of momentum of what the mindset is when you're actually on the field and understand and get it going. Emotions are there and everything that goes with what happened yesterday. It'll have felt as though everything was going in fast forward.
Woakes is in, right arm over. That is a little bit leg-sided. That's the first time today that we've said that about Chris Woakes. It's turned away for a single to backward square. Johnny Bairstow will do the fielding. 1 to the total, 208 for 5. Woakes has 2 balls left of the over, and Josh Da Silva will take guard for the first time, the wicket-keeper, and he'll wander down the pitch and have a bit of a prod. He's seen what he needs to, so he'll make his way back. Now Joe Root will keep essentially the same field. It's a slip, 2 men sort of catching mid-wickets. One is a straight short mid-wicket. In fact, actually no, he's not. They're going to put the short leg in, no?
Yeah, helmet's coming out. So
yeah, short leg will go in.
Helmet's coming out.
Right, so they are. It looks like they might keep the 2 mid-wickets and go a short leg as well.
Yeah, that's what they're looking to do. I think they're trying to keep Josh Da Silva pinned on the crease, looking to bowl a lot straighter to them. Joe Root's at first slip. There's a wide third man, extra cover mid-on, mid-off. catching mid-wicket, short leg, square leg just behind, and a fine leg. So it's going to be a lot straighter from Chris Woakes and make De Silva have to play early in his innings.
Well, he's waiting. Woakes is on his way. Right arm over. Perfect. Exactly where you want to be for the new batsman. Off stump, make him play, bring him forward, no run.
And England will sense that they've got a little bit of a door open, like you mentioned. De Silva, he only averages 24 in Test match cricket, 11 Test matches. He hasn't got a Test match 100. He's only scored 250s in all cricket in the last 12 months, so he's not exactly in form. We've seen him, he's a very, very good gloveman, but from a batting point of view, he's not in great form, and England will hope to seize that.
Final ball then of the 72nd over. Woakes is on his way. De Silva is in behind that, plays it to Zach Crawley, who is the straighter of the two mid-wickets. End of the over, 72 gone here on TalkSport 2. West Indies 208 for 5. Neil Manthorpe is going to come in for the first time onto commentary this morning.
Thank you very much indeed, Andrew McKenna. Well, I must say it's early days. Chris Woakes has only bowled 3 overs, but there's, dare I say, been more quality in those 3 overs than there were in the 12 that he bowled yesterday. I mean, he's just again looking like Chris Woakes and not an impersonator as he was yesterday. And he's been bang on the money. And not only has he bowled tight, but he's been asking questions. I mean, he's been threatening. Ben Stokes up to the crease once again, and forward comes Nkrumah Bonner, playing it defensively out on the offside, and there's no run. Some context that those who aren't familiar with Nkrumah Bonner might like to know. If he looks like he's batting for his life or batting for his career, there's a very good chance that he is. I mean, he made his West Indies debut over 10 years ago as a 23-year-old, and he's now 33. And Stokes in once again, and that one is pushed out towards cover where it's fielded by Zach Crawley. But he just faded away, the Trinidadian. Sorry, he's a Jamaican. And he didn't make the impact that he obviously hoped for, and the selectors felt that he was capable of making. And he fought his way back. He got it back into the West Indies team for the 2020 tour of England a couple of years ago, the COVID tour. That's pushed square of the wicket on the leg side, and they trot through for an easy single as Alex Lees does the tidying up. And so he got his chance, and
That's middle.
He couldn't get into the team immediately, but then there were a whole raft of withdrawals from the West Indies squad who toured Bangladesh last year, and there he got his chance and he got back into the team. And so, you know, I may not be strictly accurate to say last chance saloon, but it's basically taken him 10 years to get back into the Test team, and he looks like a man who's not going to give his wicket away cheaply. 38 from 120 balls. So he is playing the match situation in this Test match, but it ideally overlaps and is suited to his career situation. Like he needs runs, and he's made 38 very valuable ones so far. 209 for 5. Here is Stokes once again to De Silva. Pushes that one out towards the gully where it's fielded by Alex Lees. My goodness, you rarely see the close fielders standing as close as they are now. I mean, it's just Lees looks like he's no more than 10 yards away.
No, right. He's not. He's exactly 2 pitches away, 2 pitches widths away. He's standing right on the edge of not the next strip, but the strip after that. That's been used as obviously as a net pitch. Very, very close. Not sure if he's there for the one off the face of the bat going forward, or potentially the one that just sort of inside edge off the pad and pops up.
Look how close the slips are, Harmy.
It's like a picture from 1936, isn't it?
That's outside the off stump and it's left alone. I mean, really, they are, I would say, dangerously close. I wouldn't be surprised if they decided to wear a helmet.
Well, Lees, especially from where he's at, because a big booming drive off the face could go in that direction, but obviously he's not there for that.
Stokes, last ball of the 73rd over. He's banged it in short, just outside off stump, and it's played away defensively by Joshua Da Silva, the keeper. 5 balls, he's yet to score. West Indies 209 for 5. That's a massive, massive wicket, Harmy. I know you've just described it. And you know how often Ben Stokes makes things happen, but to open up to it, well, they haven't quite exposed the bowlers yet, because obviously, as you said, Joshua Da Silva can bat, and although he's spent a year short of runs, but it just changes the whole complexion of the game, doesn't it, with the new ball now 7 overs away?
It does, yeah, and we've got to hope and hold hope from an England fan perspective. If they can get another one now, between now and the new ball, you've got Alzari Joseph, who can bat. Don't get me wrong, he's not the worst, probably number 9, number 10, but he's not Chris Woakes at number 8. So England will feel that if they can get one of these out before the new ball, use the new ball a lot better than, well, to be fair, I don't think they could use the new ball any worse than they did in the first innings, and they'll not mind me being critical for that, because I think that's a correct assumption of the way England bowled in that first inning, the first up with the first new ball. I think if they can use the second new ball a lot better, then England will hope to get a decent lead. But I think it's got to come from getting a wicket before one of these two out before the second new ball. And Joe Root is going to his other trump card, and that is Mark Wood.
Do you know why he wasn't on the field at the start of play?
I'm not sure. I don't know concrete.
Obviously, it wasn't serious, obviously, because he's back now, and that one is flicked away behind square on the leg side, and they go through for a fairly easy single.
He has been struggling, obviously, from an upset stomach. Missed a large proportion of the warm-up game because of that. But interesting to see, from a visual perspective, that he's got a big tubey grip on his right arm, and I know he's struggling with his right elbows, had a little bit of pain, so maybe he's just getting a little bit more treatment on that before he came out.
Here is Mark Wood then, bowls an in-swinger to Josh Da Silva, pushes it out towards mid-wicket, straight to the fielder, and there's no run. That's just in no way in any universe can that be regarded as trivial. A fast bowler, a right-arm fast bowler with a painful right elbow.
No, it's not, and I think he has had a problem with it. But he says the more he bowls, obviously it goes away. So maybe he just needed a little bit of treatment on it before he came out to bowl and get fire. But he definitely has got it strapped.
Another full in-swinger, but it's pushed away defensively, but for a single into a gap in the covers by Josh Da Silva, and he's off the mark. That sounds like a runner's injury, Harmy. Like you can run it off, and that's amazing. So fast bowler with a painful elbow, he can bowl the pain away.
Yeah, a little bit. Probably a little bit of sort of scar tissue around the sort of elbow joint. Just needs to get going before it really feels sort of loose, just to break some, get some blood into the system. And I've had it a few times. It's quite painful, but once you bowl half a dozen balls, it tends to go away.
Back of a length now, and punched away by Nkrumah Bonner, square of the wicket on the offside. Does that affect the way the captain uses you in spells? So, like, sort of 2 or 3 longer spells rather than shorter spells?
Quite possibly, but I also would say, from my own experience, I'd rather bowl longer spells than not bowling little short spells, because when you do start bowling again, it smarts a bit. So I'd rather keep bowling than not bowl. But everybody's different, and Joe Root has to use Mark Wood sparingly because he's so important to them.
Short, pulled, nice looking shot from Nkrumah Bonner. out towards deep square leg where Johnny Bairstow does the fielding. Just before we let you go, Harmy, we didn't mention a couple of or actually beginning of the over, Johnny Bairstow was tying Nkrumah Bonner's shoelaces for him. That's the kind of thing that really divides opinion amongst professionals. You know, you've got the one group that says you take your gloves off and do it yourself, and others saying like, oh, it's harmless, it just keeps the game flowing. I'm going to ask you which camp you're in after this ball before we let you go. Last ball of the over, Wood in, bowls, and forward comes Josh Da Silva, pushes it straight back to the bowler. 74 overs gone, West Indies 212 for 5.
Yeah, I don't mind it, to be honest. You say it keeps the game going. I'm not really that bothered if somebody ties the opposition's shoelaces. I think if I was tying somebody's shoelace, somebody asked me to tie it, I'd probably have to learn how to like do the loop swoop and the double knot and things like that, because I tend to get Velcro shoes. I'm not the brightest when it comes to tying laces, but I would tie them in double knots and make sure the circulation on the in the foot is well, he might be going blue after about 2 or 3 balls. Then he might have to tie it himself. So it doesn't bother me either way, I must admit.
Well, there you go. Cricketers divided into 2 camps, but Harmy's in the middle. Thanks, Harmy. Just going to come back to Alzarri Joseph in a moment. Here is Ben Stokes bowling to Nkrumah Bonner, pushes defensively, resolutely up towards extra cover. You mentioned Alzarri Joseph in next, and the fact that he can bat, and he's probably more a natural number 9 than a number 8, so he's probably one place too high than ideal. His average of 14 would suggest that's true, but in 18 test matches a highest score of 86 confirms that he certainly knows a little bit about batting. That's short and pulled, and it just falls short of the diving Ollie Pope at mid-wicket. I'm assuming that did come off the gloves or the splice or the bat handle. Matt Pryor's joining me now. That was a short ball from Stokes, and gee, if he'd opened up the bowlers for England with the new ball, that would have really made a massive difference.
Yeah, effort ball here from Ben Stokes. Rushed Bonner immensely, hits him high up on the bat on the splice. He's tried to pull it, he's tried to hook it, got high, got onto him far too quickly. This ball it's almost like the ball hit the bat rather than the bat hit the ball, and it pops up. It was Ollie Pope, wasn't it? Sprawling forward, couldn't quite get there.
Stokes again, and a leave here from Nkrumah Bonner allows it to go through to the gloves of Ben Foakes. I'm just trying to work out who Ollie Pope's on for now. I think Mark Wood is still on the field, but Pope's 12th man, and he almost got there. Funny how Craig Overton said before the start of play that the ball was very, very soft, but England haven't given up on it. They're still beavering away, applying a bit of sweat, perspiration to shining it, trying to get some movement. They've got 5 overs left, of course, before the new ball is available, and the next one is left alone. 212 for 5. Jared.
Josh Da Silva, for those who don't know that much about him, is a very, very promising young West Indian batter. His wicket keeping is a bit more agricultural, I think, at the moment, although I think he has improved a lot from when he first came in. But he's a very, very good young batter. He's also one of the few West Indian players of recent times to come in with Portuguese descent.
Here is Stokes once again, opens the face of the bat, does Bonner, steers it down towards backward point, deepish backward point. They go through for a single. 213 for 5.
There used to be more West Indian cricketers with that kind of background, but they sort of faded out of modern West Indies cricket. The main one I remember it was Jerry Gomez. Was he a wicketkeeper as well? I'm trying to remember. I know he was a captain, wasn't he? In the 50s. Might have been. I can't remember, but he was a very good cricketer for the West Indies. But they haven't had a lot of players of Portuguese descent in a very, very long time. And Da Silva's talked about that a lot in representing West Indies and how proud he is to play for them.
Here's Stokes once again, and that is pushed square of the wicket on the offside, and there's no run, straight to the fielder. 75 overs gone, West Indies are 213 for 5. The one man out today, and we all felt that it was a very, very important wicket. Jason Holder caught behind by Ben Folkes off the bowling of Ben Stokes for 45, having resumed on 43. Well, we're sort of in we did talk about, Matt Prior, England sort of going into a damage limitation holding pattern before the new ball was available, but actually they've been a lot more proactive than that.
They have. They've been brilliant this morning for me. England, complete opposite contrast to yesterday. And we spoke about it at the top of the show. You know, how are they going to come back? How is Woakes going to come back?
Here's Mark Wood. Banged in short, nudged away by Kumar Bonner, no run.
And it's very pleasing to see that they have indeed dusted themselves down, had a good chat, probably a few honest conversations last night in the dressing room and this morning. Again, starving the opposition of runs doesn't have to be a negative plan. It doesn't have to be a negative ploy. The fact that you're being able to put pressure on the batsmen makes them potentially make the error, an unforced error, like we saw from Holder.
Exactly, when you're still in the region of 100 runs ahead or 100 runs behind, this one is again pushed out square of the wicket on the offside, and there's no run. And the batters out there are entirely aware of the looming new ball, and that they're still 100 behind, and that it's only the bowlers to come. So yeah, they can't just go nowhere. I mean, they can't just defend. So they do have. Joshua De Silva's just come to the crease, and as Steve Harmison was reminding us, he's only got 2 50s in the last year. So you wouldn't expect him to take the attack to the bowlers. Wood in once again, and is punched out towards cover. Ollie Pope was on the field for Dan Lawrence, by the way, but Lawrence wasn't off for very long. He just perhaps not sure that he was wearing that tubey grip bandage on his left arm before he went off, so might even just be a grass burn. But it's not serious, and he doesn't look in any way inconvenienced or uncomfortable. 213 for 5. Kumar Bonner 41, Joshua De Silva on 1, and it's been a very, very much better first hour for England than it was for most of the day yesterday. That's a quick in-swinger from Mark Wood, very fine delivery, and Bonner was hurried and also challenged by the movement through the air.
Yeah, I know this ball's, England players were saying the ball's soft, but it's certainly reversing. They've got it going sideways. It's a crucial element, whether it's orthodox swing, spin or reverse swing. Getting the ball to move in the air or move sideways makes life so much more difficult for the batsman. And again, good lines, good lengths.
Joe Root's enjoying it and appreciating it and making it obvious. There's applause, clapping his hands above his head, make absolutely certain that Mark Wood is aware that his efforts are being appreciated. He's been in fine spirits during this test match. I'm sure most of you will be aware now, even if you missed it live yesterday. Various media outlets from that moment before tea yesterday. That's pushed away defensively out towards extra cover by Kumar Bonner, and there's no run. Joe Root called for a team huddle at the start of the final session, and Mark Wood has already taken his place down on the boundary at the other side of the ground, and decided against the 150-yard jog to join the team huddle, so engaged in a one-man huddle himself, put both arms around imaginary teammates. I think everybody appreciated that. The Barmy Army are right behind him at the moment. They really are getting into this now. That's full and clipped away. In swinger once again, nicely fielded by Zach Crawley, and there is no run. That's a good over from Mark Wood. Very good over. We've not had a bad over. Actually, we've had very few bad balls. Really has been an entirely different England than the one we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, under 2 and over, isn't it? How many runs have they scored so far today? I mean, 10? 11 runs this morning. That's exactly right. It's been brilliant from England.
11 runs in 10 overs, yeah.
11 runs in 10 overs. And that is just purely The areas that the England bowlers have, their wicket hasn't changed. The ball has the same ball. The ball's still soft, but they've just been able to hit a good area, time in, time out, and put pressure on the West Indian batsmen because they haven't been able to score.
Ben Stokes runs in once again up to the crease and bowls back of a length, and Josh De Silva goes up onto his toes and again steers it out towards extra cover, and there's no run. So Woakes and Overton are being saved for the second new ball, which pretty certain will be taken straight away unless something bizarre happens, unless it suddenly starts reverse swinging sideways and Stokes picks up a couple of wickets in the next couple of overs. He might say, give me one more with the old ball. Here is Stokes once again running up to the crease now, bowls, and forward comes Josh De Silva, pushes that one out towards extra cover. We were talking about Josh De Silva with Jared Kimber a moment ago, Portuguese heritage. Do you remember, Jared, what Larry Gomes' heritage was?
I don't think it's Portuguese. I'd have to look that up, but I was just having a look. I couldn't find any other major Test players. I know a lot of Portuguese played in West Indies, but I don't think, other than Gomez, who was an all-rounder, you were correct, not our wicket-keeper. I don't think there was that many other Portuguese players, but there's probably been Portuguese players for Sri Lanka and South Africa, I would assume.
Oh yeah, Sri Lanka, most definitely, yeah. That's a bouncer from Ben Stokes, goes over the batsman's head harmlessly into the gloves of Ben Folkes.
Because the Portuguese used to get around. I don't know if people know that. They were kind of everywhere.
Well, they first colonised Sri Lanka. They were followed by the Dutch, and then it was the Spanish, then the English, and I think there was a French invasion at some point. They all fancied a bit of Sri Lanka.
They gave South Africa Nando's.
The world has Nando's now.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's edged, and controlled edge. That's actually very well played by Josh De Silva. Just pouncing up towards up the line of off stump and steered away by De Silva. Jack Leach chases it down to third man. They go through for two.
It's why many of especially the 80s and 90s Sri Lankans had the more Spanish or Portuguese sounding surnames. Because so many of them were burghers, weren't they, and had Portuguese heritage or came from Portuguese families. But any South Africans? Because there's a lot of Portuguese influence in South Africa. I know I was making a joke about Nando's. Nando's is great. I'd write a book on Nando's. But
well, in the 14th and 15th centuries, the Portuguese were streets ahead, well, centuries ahead of the rest of the world in their pioneering exploratory journeys around the world. Incredible maritime navigators. That one is pushed away defensively again towards extra cover,
but nothing in
there's no run.
No South Africans, because there is a good Portuguese community in parts of South Africa at times. So I thought they must have had slipped a cricketer in there, but no one you can think of.
There are two, Jared. Names are on the tip of my tongue. I'll have to tell you in my next commentary stint.
Because there's a few South African cricketers who are also Italian, aren't they? Is it Carlos Sandri? He might have played at Sussex.
That's nudged away behind square on the leg side, and they go through for another easy single.
Carlos Sandri, and obviously Jay Dernbach's played for Italy recently. I'm not sure if he's retired or not retired from Italy as it currently stands.
Nick Pothis. Where was he?
Greek.
He was Greek.
He was Greek. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Very, very much proud Greek. 77 overs gone, 216 for 5. Andrew McKenna for the next 20 minutes.
Obrigado, Manners. Thank you very much. Right, 216 for 5 then. So 10 overs and 1 ball today. 14 runs only from England. 1 wicket. And the run rate is next to non-existent from a West Indies point of view. So this has been the perfect morning for England so far. There are 3 more overs till we get to the new ball. And Josh De Silva will be facing. He's got 4 not out from 15 balls. Mark Wood is on his way. Once again, bowling genuinely quick. Up to the stumps, that is a short ball. But in fairness, De Silva's got quite a bit of time to actually play that one because the surface and the ball are both pretty tired at this stage. So De Silva's able to get in behind that one and just drop it down at his feet. So much better this, Matt, isn't it? There's just such a better feel about the whole thing.
It's chalk and cheese, isn't it? Quite frankly, and It's what you come to expect from an England Test team, England Test bowling lineup. But it's also great to see. You know, you can talk about the bad days, and they had a bad day yesterday. But to come back, dust themselves down, and perform far better today.
Mark Wood goes in, and that is a short ball, and it might be an old raggedy piece of leather at the moment, but when Mark Wood's sending it down and it digs it in, De Silva had a bit of a problem. It's through to the keeper, no run.
Yeah, it's certainly more the level of execution and skill that you would expect from an England cricket team. Pleased for Woakes as well to come in. I think we were all a bit shocked that he took the first over. Well, obviously Leach finished his over, but then Woakes was the first seam bowler to be picked by the captain Joe Root. I thought Mark Wood might have a go, but might be some canny captaincy there from Root to get Woakes straight back in.
Wood in. De Silva's head just seems to be falling across a little bit there. He's playing quite a straight one towards mid-wicket. England might look to exploit that. Were you surprised that Leach didn't maybe consider? I wondered if England might even go sort of that Australian thing, you know, that McGrath-Warne thing, you know, speed at one end, spin at the other.
Yeah, I was expecting them to. I thought Wood would take the first over. I thought they would come in hard for the first maybe 4 or 5 with seam from both ends and see if they can get any reverse swing and pick up a wicket, and then very quickly, if nothing was happening, go to spin. But they bowled well, and getting the wicket of Holder.
Wood is short. It bounces a second time before it gets through to Folkes. No run though. 216 for 5 it remains.
Getting the wicket of Holder is certainly a bonus. Big wicket that for England. Big loss that for the West Indies. They would love one more, wouldn't they, before getting the new ball?
That would be real bonus stuff, wouldn't it? Great start so far.
Mind you, with West Indies going nowhere, I mean, it wouldn't be a bit daft, I don't think, to not take the new ball straight away. You've got Leach as an option to come on. The ball's reversing, it is doing something sideways. West Indies are going nowhere. You feel like there is a wicket just around the corner.
Yeah, they are 14 for 1 in 50 minutes so far today. Wood goes in, bowls a little cutter actually. A little hand came down the side of the ball. It's shaped back in towards De Silva, but wide of the off stump through to the keeper, no run.
I'm sure people at home will be thinking Matt Pryor's gone mad. But sometimes, particularly on a slow wicket like this, it's easier to bat against the new ball because it's harder. It comes onto the bat much quicker, and actually that makes it easier to bat. You can time it better. And what England don't want is to undo all this good work by taking the new ball, getting a bit excited about it, bowling that wider line, slightly shorter length, and being smashed through the covers a few times. So keeping control. They've got control at the moment. They won't want to relinquish that.
Final ball of the Mark Wood over. He leaps wide on this one. Josh De Silva he's playing it off the back foot with a thick outside edge down to third man. They will take a single. If you picked up something through the stump mic that maybe you wouldn't want to hear at 10 to 3 in the afternoon normally, do apologise for that. But end of the over, single taken. 217 for 5. De Silva 5 not out. He'll be on strike for the first ball of the 79th over. Bonner 41 not out, and so they trail by 94. Obviously, while the cricket's going on, a big day of news. All that's going on with Chelsea and Roman Abramovich and the sanctions from the UK government. If you want more of that, head to our colleagues on Talk Radio. They'll keep you updated for that. Since we've come on, by the way, both Chelsea and the Premier League have confirmed that their game this evening against Norwich will definitely go ahead, despite all of the problems. I suppose as soon as you've got situations like this, then you start to wonder about the games, but that game does definitely happen this evening. Talk Radio will keep you up to date. Well, we did wonder about seeing Jack Leach, and we're going to get Jack Leach for the 79th over. It could be 1 over, or, as Matt Pryor says, if it goes well, England might just keep it going, try and dry things up. So he's bowled 16 overs for 29 so far. Slip in place, short leg, man on the drive at short extra, catching mid-wicket, straight mid-wicket for the clip off the toes. The rest slightly more spread. And Leach just trying to warm the fingers up, get them loose. And he's on his way, past the umpire, around the wicket, deep in his creases, De Silva. It looks like that was leg side-ish. It takes him on the pad, and they'll take a leg by through very fine leg. Umpire Brathwaite signals leg by, and I do hope there's no conversation about a review from an England point of view there.
No, it's going down the leg side. Good bit of drift there from Leach. There's quite a wind blowing across this ground, which will be aiding Leach's drift into the right-hander.
Yeah, that's the noise you can hear on the stump mic. That is the breeze blowing. Leach around, bowls to Bonner. Bonner pushing back towards Leach in his follow-through. Quite a hard push at the ball. Jack Leach from the Andy Roberts end, coming towards the media centre. Goes in. Oh, that one hurried on a bit. Bonner was backing away, just trying to dab it through the offside. Can't beat the man at backward point. No run. They put the technology on that LBW shout, by the way. It didn't have a great deal going for it, as we suspected. It actually pitched outside of leg stump. Did straighten. Bonner is forward on this occasion. Plays to Overton in the cover circle. No run. So just the leg by from the over so far. Leach pauses and now makes his way in. Now again, Bonner is very deep in his crease, almost playing French cricket there, looking down the pitch, plays it back down the surface, and there's no run. One more ball of the over to come. As the breeze picks up again. Leach around the wicket. Bonner coming forward, keeps the left leg outside the line of the ball so he can get forward and access it fully with the bat. Just plays it defensively, and it's an over that has just a leg by in it. So one run, 79 gone, so one more over to go till we get to the new ball. 218 for 5. Matt Pryor, did you see enough there to keep it going with the new ball available or not?
Not. I think with the spinner, the one thing you do want is the seam to remain hard. So if there is anything out of the pitch, you can get purchase, get spin. If the batsman can play it too easily off the pitch, even when you've done them in the air or through the air or off the pitch, then it sort of negates the opportunity of the spinner. But another good over, and he's kept it tight.
Mark Wood on his way in once again. That is De Silva. Jumping in behind that one, plays it out on the offside. He was prepared to come for a single if Bonner wanted it, but with Mark Wood bowling 140 kilometres an hour, who would want it? So they stay where they are, no run.
The only thing I would say is to bring Leach on for one over seems a little bit odd. I would have expected Root to maybe have given him 2 or 3 just to get into a spell and just see if there's anything there. So maybe they'll give Leach another one.
Just seen Chris Woakes starting to loosen the shoulders. The new ball would be available after the end of this over. Mark Wood turns, goes herring in, running away from the commentary box end. That's a nice straight delivery to De Silva. That one's 142 kilometres an hour. Josh De Silva in behind it, pushing to mid-on, no run.
I mean, I have been in positions where you stood out in the middle, and whether it's Strauss or Cook as captain at first slip, and you're having the discussion of whether to take the new ball right until the very last ball. Sometimes the plan isn't made, straight away, and it's absolutely clear cut. And every ball that's bowled, you kind of go, no. If he bowls one and the batsman absolutely dead bats it out the middle, you go, no, take the new ball. And then the next one does a little bit, and think, oh, maybe we should just hold on to this one.
Well, we're nearly at an hour's play. We've had 58 minutes today, and the West Indies haven't gone anywhere. They've managed to put 16 runs on the board for the loss of 1 wicket. Now Mark Wood's going to come around the wicket to De Silva, so there's a leg gully gone in place. I think everyone knows this is going to be short and into the body. In goes Mark Wood. De Silva clips it into the onside, and short leg for a moment was diving to his left-hand side. De Silva gets himself up to the other end, which I think was always his intention there. It's 219 for 5. De Silva goes to 6.
Said earlier, Macca, if it takes England an hour to bowl 13 overs, you'd be upset.
I'm all right with this, actually.
You all right with this?
I'm all right because they bowled so much better. If they bowled averagely and slowly, then I would have been in a bit of a state, I'll be honest. But I just feel so much more positive about what we've seen today. Joe the Trumpets getting involved. The Barmy Army fans are enjoying it. And Mark Wood is tearing in and bowling quickly. He's going to stay around the wicket to Bonner. The leg gully has gone and the slip has gone to a sort of wide gully backward point, but third man is in place, I think, as a catching option. Mark Wood's going to go in and play short. Bonner pulls it away. I tell you what, fair play. There are two men on the leg side that might have been interested, and he's pinged that through wide long on, straightish mid-wicket, and it goes away for 4.
It's a crunching shot, this. Unbelievable. It's pretty much set up. Wood knows, Bonner knows what's happening. Around the wicket. Fast, short. Wood trying to bowl the bouncer. Doesn't quite get up, but Bonner stands up tall. Hands out in front of him, and that was all middle.
That's 20% of the morning's runs in one shot. Right. Mark Wood's back at the end of his mark. He just wants a slight adjustment with one of the closer infielders on the leg side. And it's where square leg's going to stand, and the square leg umpire needs to know, because he wants to know where he can stand. So where does Mark Wood want the fielder? There's a big discussion. Mid-wicket is now back in a normal position, and square leg is about 10 metres deeper than the umpire. Wood around the wicket. It's short and wide of off stump. On this occasion, Bonner plays off of the back foot and will guide it through points. I'm not sure about that one. That's 4 runs. That's 227 for 5.
I don't get this. I mean, England have done so well keeping it simple plans, wicket to wicket. Woods looked effective the overs before this, and suddenly he's now going round the wicket, short ball theory, and 2 boundaries gone. One on the leg side, one on the offside. That just shows you the lack of control England now have.
I think it might have even bowled that one cross seam.
Yeah, it was it was cross seam.
Well, he's going to go around the wicket to finish the over. Bonner swings and misses. Through to keeper Folkes. No run. Well, that is drinks, so we're going to have to wait a few more minutes to find out whether England are going to take the new ball. We've got to 80 overs. It's 227 for 5 here on TalkSport 2. Bonner, 49 not out. He's was not out overnight. He was 34 not out, so he's taking his score to 49. 5 boundaries for him. Josh De Silva 6 not out from 25 deliveries. So they resumed 202 for 4 after an hour, 227 for 5. But 8 of those runs have just come in the last 2 deliveries that have been sent down. So Antigua can just pause for a moment, but everyone's waiting. And of course, in a normal situation, the fourth umpire would bring out the ball, which would give us a clue whether England had indicated they were going to take it. But of course, the fourth umpire will come out anyway now and bring the umpires drinks to them, so we don't get much of a clue until we actually get the signal. You can hear the man with the leaf blower on the pitch just blowing away the bits of loose debris. But we'll keep saying it. So far, so good from an England point of view today. They've taken a wicket. They got rid of Jason Holder. Ben Stokes got him caught behind. Folkes with the catch. Straightforward outside edge. 45 from 119 deliveries. That was 206 for 5. Final ball of the 71st over. Worth remembering, of course, that a week ago, Ben Stokes wasn't going to bowl. And then a few days before the test, it was, well, he might bowl if we absolutely need him to. And earlier on today, he was bending his back and producing one of those Ben Stokes kind of spells of bowling where he leaves it all out on the park. He's got 2 for 27 from 14 overs, Ben Stokes. And Well, he's doing it once again when England need him. Right, all eyes on the umpires, because they've finished their drink and they're about to take their place back. Well, one at square leg, one behind the stumps, and we're all waiting to see the signal. Are they going to take it or not?
Yeah, I think the that last over from Mark Wood suggested that they would take the new ball.
So we're going Overton and Wokes. I mean, interesting. I mean, Leach only bowled one ball and then had a couple of overs, but the only bowler we haven't seen so far today is Overton. Everyone else has had a go, so you have to assume that he's going to get one end with the new ball. Do we also assume, therefore, Wokes gets the other one as the two that opened the proceedings?
I'll be shocked if it's not Wokes and Overton. They're the new ball bowlers been selected. So, yeah, I'd expect Wokes to take the first over with the new ball. And here it is now. Umpire holding it up.
There we go. Umpire Brathwaite waves it, and it looks a pristine new Dukes cricket ball. Slightly better condition than the old raggedy thing that we've been using for the last 40 overs or so. That dark maroon colour. You can see the lacquer on the ball. It's shining as Chris Wokes bowls to Jack Leach just to loosen his arms up. There's something about a brand new cricket ball.
Come on, Chris Wokes.
Let's go, Josh.
Let's have a better day today with the new ball. He's the kind of player you want him to do well. You just want him to have success. You want him to do well. It's horrible watching him yesterday.
Right, gentlemen, let's play.
Oh, the umpire Brathwaite is now getting a bit twitchy. He told Josh De Silva, let's get on with it, because he was just poking and prodding around. And now he said, let's play. Well done, umpire Brathwaite. You'll do for me. Right then, Chris Wokes, first ball with the new nuts. And there's a little bit of movement away from the right-hander De Silva. Just a little bit too wide to make him play, but it's through to the keeper, no run. Obviously with the new ball, Folks is standing back. 2 slips have been posted and a gully. Backward point as well. Extra cover mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket.
Yep, like this field. Not over-attacking. Giving Wokes a bit of cover at extra cover rather than going for the 3 slips.
Speaking of extra, first ball with the new ball, a no ball.
Not ideal, is it? Yeah, I mean, Root could have been tempted to go, right, new ball's going to swing, let's get 3 slips in, but they've actually gone, right, take a slip out, let's put him in at cover and allow Wokes to get the ball up there and swing it.
In he goes then. And that is a straighter ball, but not still yet making De Silva play through to the keeper, no run. It's only the second no ball of the innings. Wokes has bowled both of them now. So he'll be looking to get the batsman playing shortly. Looks like Neil Manthorpe's loosening up for a spell as well. Just looking at the back of the comms box. I think he might have seized up after his first spell. Here comes Wokes. That's straighter. Again, a little bit of shape on that one. That does bring the batsman forward, playing back to the bowler, no run.
Quite interesting there. We're just seeing on the TV here with the graphic with the new Wokes' new ball spell yesterday. 42% were short. That's a big percentage of deliveries being too short, and I think that's probably one of the reasons why Root has opted for the cover instead of the 3rd slip, trying to get his fast bowler to get the ball up, get it fuller and try and swing it.
Wokes goes in, takes the edge, and it's just wide of Crawley at 2nd slip. Might have been just short as well, but he was going away to his right-hand side. It's through the gap and it's away for 4. De Silva goes into double figures. He's 10, West Indies 232 for 5.
And that right there is the great irony. You take the 3rd slip out, put him in cover to get the bowler to bowl in exactly that area, which then gets the edge and goes straight through the vacant 3rd slip position. It's a much better area though from Chris Wokes. Bit fuller, challenging the defence of the batsman. This time the batsman has a bit of luck.
Wokes is on his way De Silva waits, doesn't play at this one. It's through to Folkes, and there is no run. That's the better line. Matt, I'm sure there's going to be people thinking, new ball, relatively new batsman at the crease in De Silva, 5 wickets down, you're still, 80 in front. Why not have a third slip? The thing I would straight away think is, does the pace of the pitch mean that third slip's probably not really going to be in play? In the fact that if it does get an edge, it's unlikely to carry that far. Woakes is in, no shot played. Folkes takes the ball behind the stumps.
Yeah, the pace of the pitch will come into play. Of course, you put the fielders where you believe, more often than not, where you believe the ball's going to go. But there's also psyche. There's also the mental side of the game, which, Woakes had a tough day yesterday. The captain, Joe Root, will be, blissfully aware of that. And sometimes as a captain, you have to say, okay, hold on, mate, let me just give you that extra bit of cover. If they do drive you, it doesn't go for 4, and actually there's a fielder there waiting.
Josh De Silva's walking at Chris Woakes there. He only defends into the offside for no run, but that is the end of the 81st over. So new ball taken, 2:32 for 5 of the West Indies. Bonner 49 not out. He'll be on strike for the first ball of the new over. Josh De Silva's got 10 from 32. Ben Stokes, the wicket taker for England today, the lead 79 still. So the West Indies have not got out of the traps with a fast one, and it will indeed be Craig Overton to take the other end for the new ball. 1 for 58 for him yesterday in 16 overs. He got the first wicket of the day as John Campbell got in a bit of a tangle down the leg side, taken by Folkes. 35 from 63 was Campbell, 83 for 1 the score when the first wicket fell. He spoke with Harmy and Butch earlier today, and now he's ready to go. He's on his way in. That's down the leg side. It comes off the hip of Bonner, and that's really good take down the leg side by Folkes. Away, taking it clean. He's taken 2 really good balls down the leg side today, folks. One standing up to Woakes, and then that one from Overton. Matt Pryor's just making a signal to me. He's not sure about that.
He didn't gather that clean.
Did he not?
No.
My apologies.
But when you're a good wicketkeeper, it doesn't matter. Everyone thinks he caught everything.
Overton is in, outside of off stump. Bonner plays no shot. Through to keeper, he does take that one cleanly.
That's the problem I had. Everyone expected me to drop everything.
Low threshold, isn't
yeah, it was. Low bar.
I hear a bit of a buzzer around the ground today. Obviously, predominantly English support in the ground, and they're enjoying what they've seen so far. An hour and 10 minutes into day 3. If you want to get in touch, by the way, you can still do so at cricket_TS or at TalkSport2. Get a few of those in during the course of the play and during the breaks in play. England put a leg slip in place for Overton. That one looked a little bit sort of floated up towards Bonner there. He's pushing forward. There's no run as he pushes it back down the pitch. No run. Don't forget, at the end of each day's play, we're bringing the Following On podcast in partnership with the ECB. You'll have interviews and reviews from everyone involved. And if you don't hear it at the end of the day's play, well, then you can download it from all good podcast providers as well. Bonner waits, tapping his bat. Overton in behind this is Bonner, thinking about trying to nick a single on the offside. Lees is quickly swooping onto that one, and there is no run. Matt Pryor's moved out. Gareth Batty has moved in alongside. How are we, sir?
Very good, thank you, Macca. Very good afternoon, everybody.
Excellent.
Much better start from England today, hasn't it?
Much better. Much better for England. We'll take this all day long, thank you very much. 2 balls of the over to go. And it's another little in-ducking shape from Overton towards Bonner on this occasion, which will bring him 50. Pushes into the covers. He's got to 50 from 147 deliveries. And Bonner gets there with 5 fours to his name. It's his fourth Test match 50. He's only turned the 3 previous ones into 100. And England will be hoping today isn't number 2, Gareth.
Yeah, he's played very well there as Bonner. Been very watchful, trusted his defence, even in times when England were a fraction off yesterday. Didn't get carried away, didn't give his wicket away. And he's got that 50 to his name now.
Overton in to finish the over. And De Silva's just pushing gently out on the offside. And there is no run. So the deficit is still 78 from a West Indian point of view. 233 for 5. Gareth, it's been fleeting, but it's been emotional. I'm handing over to Neil Manthorpe, though.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Macca. Chalk and cheese, how England Matt Pryor described England's performance yesterday and today. Bats, and you know, they weren't just. I thought they might go into a holding defensive pattern with the old ball, but they were really proactive with it. You know, they really worked on it. And Ben Stokes, of course, when you need something to happen.
Yeah, I mean, he's always that man, whether you've got Broad Anderson or not. Stokes is often a man that you throw the ball to, a man that you chuck up the order, a man that you want in those positions where you need something to happen. He's just so good.
Good away swinger now from Chris Wokes, and it started on a good line. It swung a bit early and it was left alone by Bonner.
Yeah, this has been the difficult thing for Wokes and Overton. They're both bowling with the breeze blowing the way they want to swing the ball. So Wokes, it's blowing from right to left, which is basically helping the outswinger go, but it might just take it a little bit too much. Overton exactly the same, but he's got it going from left to right for his in-swing, and he's got a leg slip, so he's actually sort of covering off that he might get a bit too straight every now and again.
Here is Wokes again, and that's a good delivery, and it's a good leave too. Kumar Bonner leaving that one alone. I was just describing at the start of play why Kumar Bonner looks like he's a man batting for his life. Well, he's batting for his cricket life, because it has taken him 10 years to get back into the West Indian team after his debut when he was 23 and sort of fell off the radar and just was miles away from international cricket for many years, but has worked hard, toiled to get back into the team. He's 33 now. Here's Wokes once again. It's full and wide outside the off stump, and yeah, he just looks like a man saying, I'm not giving my second chance away.
Yeah, I'm not leaving. Yeah, we've heard that before, haven't we? I'm not leaving. Why not? If you work that hard to get yourself back in the mix, why on earth would you give somebody else any sort of an advantage at all? Wokes there, that last ball, it's a bit of a carrot. If you're in the net, you say, oh, that's a bit of a carrot well left, because you'd be thinking about climbing into that. It's full, it's wide enough that you can throw your hands at it, but why if you don't have to?
Wokes again, forward comes in Kumar Bonner again, and pushes it, blocks it straight back towards the bowler. 233 for 5. A lead of you still think that a lead of 50 or 60 could be instrumental in shaping the result, but if the West Indies get much closer, then it might just become inconsequential. At the moment, 78 runs the difference. Here is Wokes once again, and that's good shape once again from Wokes, just slightly back of a length and moving away. Kumar Bonner gets back and across, blocks it defensively, no run.
Yeah, and sometimes the obvious statement is the correct one. It isn't going to get any easier for batting. So every run really does count at this point from the West Indian point of view. Equally, England, every run they have as an advantage is almost worth double, because this pitch is only going to deteriorate. It is dogged, it is tough work to score runs.
Here's Wokes once again, and that's full and wide outside the off stump. Hard to score runs, and that's left alone. 83 overs gone, 233 for 5. Hard to score runs, but equally hard to take wickets if the batsmen are defensive mode.
Yeah, that's that attritional side of the game that we're seeing here. You know, some people will be going, hang on a minute, the West Indies were 80 for none after 19 overs. That's just because the bowling side, in this example, England didn't quite get it right. That's on any surface. If you don't bowl as you're required to bowl, people will score runs. But if you bowl as you want, and at this level, and today we've seen England hit those areas brilliantly well, it is very, very difficult. And you only expect as and when England get their go again, that the West Indians will make it very difficult to score, and you've got to find different ways of taking wickets, and the drying up of the scoring.
Oh, Overton in, that's bounced a bit, and Josh De Silva tries to, I think he was just squared up a little bit there. I'm not sure where it hit him, just on the thigh pad or bounced out on the offside. It's a no ball.
Oh, no ball. Just imagine if it had nicked that as well. You've done all that toil. What's he in now? His 17th over. If that had been, he's done him. He's got him on the outside. He's squared him up, so that's his shoulders and his hips facing right down the pitch as opposed to being side on. Get that nick and it's a no ball. Oh, it's criminal.
2 slips, a gully and a leg slip, quite wide. Here's Overton once again, in swinger this time, and it's left alone by Josh De Silva. Just watches it pass harmlessly down past his leg stump, and Ben Foakes dives to get his gloves to that one.
But again, even that ball, it's going down the leg side. How often in Test cricket do you see somebody just leave that ball? Everybody has a bit of a flap at it, but because of this pitch, because of everything that's happening, you've got a leg slip. You can't just flap at it now. You've got to be more precise. So even an easy scoring option has become more difficult.
Here is Overton. Another tries the in-swinger again. It's full, it's half volley length, and it's clipped nicely off his toes out towards deep mid-wicket. Johnny Bairstow runs around and keeps the batsman down to 2. Overton was interesting listening to him talk this morning to Mark Butcher and Steve Harmison before the start of play, talking about swing and how the West Indians opening bowlers, in fact all of the seamers, swung the ball quite lavishly at times, and then when England came to bowl, they didn't find the same amount of swing at all. As Overton is in once again, and again it's full. He talked about bowling that full length. Being born and bred in England, you look for swing first and foremost, and that's why he was bowling full. And this time it's pushed wide of mid-off. Mark Wood does the chasing, and again they go through for another 2.
I do think that is sometimes a trap that all cricketers fall into. Because they swing it, we're going to swing it. They're predominantly swing bowlers. I'm not sure that all our bowlers are I don't think Craig is particularly a swing bowler. I'd say he's a stand the seam up, hit the pitch, make the wicket do the work. I don't think he's a swing bowler as such.
Here is Overton, and that's full and wide outside the off stump. Well, maybe because the pitch is offering so little, he was talking about looking for swing, and probably he mentioned how much the West Indians had swung it. So I think the England bowlers all assumed that they would swing it too.
Yeah, the best example to use is Broad and Anderson. Anderson is a swing bowler. Broad is a hit the pitch bowler, and he makes the surface do the work for him. Still equally wonderful bowlers. More than one way to skin a cat. I just think we look at the opposition too much. Do what you do well.
238 for 5. West Indies still trailing now by 73. Kumar Bonner has 50. Josh De Silva has 14. This one is played defensively, back and across, and nudges it up towards mid-off again. And there's no run. Jared Kimber was nodding. I want you to put your nods into words. You were agreeing with.
Hang on a second.
Bats.
Hold your breath.
I know, this might be the first time I'll agree with Gareth Batty on air.
I'm smiling for the first time in my life.
I think you get this a lot. The amount of times like New Zealand swing the ball sideways and then India take the new ball and everyone's like, why can't the Indian bowlers do the same thing? Well, Tim Southey could swing the ball in his sleep. Like literally, he probably dreams of outswingers in between games.
Short pull shot, nicely played. Not quite timed out the middle, maybe a little off the toe end of the bat. It's chased by Chris Woakes out to the mid-wicket boundary, and again it's another 2. Josh De Silva moves to 16, 240 for 5.
I think traditionally England bowlers were more swing dependent, but probably because of the wobble ball, and Bats might be able to talk about this a little bit more. I think in the last 5 years, if you talk to county cricket, everyone's trying to either hit the seam or miss the seam occasionally with the wobble ball. There aren't many guys who come close to the stumps and bowl big outswingers in England anymore. Slightly different conditions in the West Indies. You don't get as much help off the pitch, so you probably need to do a little bit more in the air. So I think it makes sense that the West Indian bowlers would get more swing on average than the England bowlers.
That's a great observation. That is what everybody said the fallout of the Ashes, is that some of the services in England are not good enough anymore. They're too result based. You can't be finishing a game in 4, 5, 6 sessions. It has to get to last day for it to be an equal bat v ball. It just doesn't work any other way.
Chris Woakes runs in from the Sir Andy Roberts end, and that is a nice big way swinger, but swung early from the hand and it's left alone by Nkrumah Bonner to 40 for 5.
Whereas Woakes, you would say, is a swing bowler. He does swing the ball, and he swings it both ways, and he has swung it all game. He's just not quite been as good as he can be, that's all.
He's got a very strong, but not consistent. He's got a strong gusting wind to work with, and that should be assisting his away swing. Here he is once again, bowls, and that goes nicely. That's pitched on maybe 4th stump line and swung and then seamed as well away from the right-handed Nkrumah Bonner. No wonder he's happy to leave it.
What do you reckon? Lateral movement there. Well, I reckon that's almost from pitching to where the keeper's taken it, 1.5 foot in movement.
2 foot.
Yeah,
I think maybe.
Yeah, I mean, that's prodigious movement.
Massive, lavish. Yeah, totally. That I think is why Nkrumah Bonner is he's looking to leave as much as he possibly can. Here is Woakes once again. This time he has to play it. That would have hit the top of off stump, and he does play it, and he plays it nicely defensively. No run.
Oh, this is Chris Woakes at his best. He's just stacked a couple of balls, 4th off stump, swinging big out towards sort of slip and wide into Ben Foulkes' hands. This one, it's like he's the top of the hockey darts, and he's just gone donk. I'm going double top of off stump, straight as a die, never missing. Equally up to task, Bonner. Fine piece of bowling, good piece of batting.
I think I'm right in saying that we, thanks to Jared Kimber and CricViz, that was Chris Woakes' worst day yesterday with the ball for England. That was outside the off stump, left alone. I think Jared said yesterday that he bowled more poor deliveries in the day than he ever has done before, and today may well so far be one of his best.
He bowled 10 balls that were going to miss leg stump, so that he got 2 straight. So essentially dead balls, because you can't really get a wicket off that. I know sometimes you can flick one down the leg side or a short one, but 10 balls that he didn't mean to put in those positions.
It's pushed up towards mid-wicket, mid-off, and there's no run.
That was in 11 overs. That doesn't include the full toss, 4 half volleys.
All right, we've heard enough. We've heard enough.
It was an epically bad day. He's been brilliant today. This is kind of what you expect of Chris Woakes, isn't it? I can't think of another time. I know he's struggled overseas before. I don't think I'd ever seen him bowl as bad overseas as I saw yesterday. Those are 2 different things. He came into this test averaging 52 away. I still think that's a bit shaky, that number, if that makes sense.
Woakes in again, wide off stump, and there's no run. Over comes to an end. It's a maiden, 240 for 5. Do you mean he's not that? That's an unfair reflection?
Yes, because I don't think. I want to do a really big deep dive into this one day. I don't think he's played enough tests in a row away from home to be able to test it. So there's a bit of Mark Ramprakash's batting average about it, if you know what I mean, where you look at it and you go, it's impossible to watch the way he's bowling currently at the moment to go, yeah, 52, that makes sense when he travels. 45, maybe. 40, 38, I can take those numbers. 52, it's just like, that Manners, you could average 52 in modern cricket. The amount of wickets that seam bowlers are getting. 55?
No. You look at the state of my hands, you can see that I was a keeper. So no. But he I mean, there's absolutely no question in my mind that, I always thought he and the Kookaburra ball are not great companions. That's a bit fair to say.
He and the red Kookaburra ball are not great companions.
Right.
He's unplayable with the new white Kookaburra ball.
Okay. Well, maybe you'd like to explain that to listeners.
No, I can't believe this is happening. We've agreed twice in less than 10 minutes. But I think there's something in that. If it's a 4 or 3 or 5 match series and you're playing the last game the whole time.
Overton in once again. That's good leave from Josh De Silva. It remains 240 for 5. No runs for the last 15 balls.
Or the last 2 games, or the team is depleted and it's kind of like, Wolf, you've been on the bench, you go and have a game. If you're starting the series and you're dropped, different. Then your numbers tell a story. But if you're the one that's always picking up the pieces from a really bad campaign...
Or it's a second and third test as well. Like, it seems to come in.
100%.
I think that anyone who's had that sort of a record will either have a exceptionally good record that doesn't really reflect how good they are, or an exceptionally bad record that doesn't reflect how bad they are.
Nudged away out on the onside. You are having a bit from both ends there, aren't you? 240 for 5.
It's a lot more variable because you're not getting tested game after game after game. So you're either being used in conditions that don't favour you or conditions that do. So it's the Stuart MacGill rule, right? Stuart MacGill's record looks absolutely brilliant. Everyone's like, why didn't he bowl more? Well, it's because Australia picked him exactly when he was suited to play. In this case, what we're talking about is Wokes probably came in when Anderson and Broad weren't taking wickets, or one of them was injured, and they're away from home, and you expect them to struggle more.
Here is Overton. That's got to be out. That's full and straight.
Yes,
Up goes the finger. You will not see a plumber LBW than that one. That is hitting halfway up middle. And Josh De Silva is trying to persuade Nkrumah Bonner to let him go for the review. Why, Josh? Why?
And if anybody has ever seen a kid who's done something wrong, as he's reviewing this, he knows he's done wrong here reviewing this. This is absolutely smacking all three stumps out of the ground. I hope I'm not proved wrong now.
I think it will be out, but I do think it was tailing more down leg side than you two are giving it credit for. But I think it will clip outside leg stump. So why not? I mean, this is an important wicket for them.
If that's not hitting some part of middle stump, Jared, I'm going to buy you a burger.
I mean, I'm going to take you to the most ridiculously expensive burger place.
No, it's going down. We've just seen the replay.
Okay,
it's going down.
It's clipping leg. It's given out. It's clipping leg.
I think that's fair. That my first thought was it might clip leg, but I think it was swinging just a bit further than
Do you want cheese
noticed.
with that burger?
Well, it's going to be about 3 patties, isn't it?
The problem is,
remember
De Silva's got into a horrible position. He's got his left foot right across the stump. Oh no, it's hitting. Oh no.
I thought you guys were a bit keen on that one. Not only is it not umpire's call, that is missing by half an inch. To be fair, that split the commentary box because you two went plum. Me and Macca looked at each other to go, plum? I don't know where Matty was. Matty will give his opinion now that it's safe.
It's not even a grape, is it? Never mind plum.
Do you remember that burger I made in Sri Lanka when I took all the patties together and made them really big? That's the kind I'm going to get made from your money, but from a gourmet place.
Can't believe it. Can't believe it. I mean, that's yeah. You know what? That's pulled. That's short and pulled by Josh De Silva. Very nicely out towards deep square leg for a single. We did call it very early, and clearly there was a great deal more movement from Craig Overton than we realised.
But De Silva did look sheepish when he reviewed it. He was like, "Well, I'm not sure about it." There was obviously something in his mind saying, "Hang on a second, I've got this horribly wrong."
Do you know
it's
what?
Not hitting.
Bats, you and I can agree on this, and maybe even get Jared to agree with it. There are good wrong decisions, and there are bad wrong decisions. That was a good wrong decision. The played away defensively, straight one from Overton on off stump, no run.
I'm going to say it was an exceptional wrong decision.
In other words, the umpire, it can be entirely forgiven.
We're watching it back now, and I'm still saying live, without it slowed down, it's out. It's weird. But it's the bad position he's got himself in. He's crossed his feet, his left foot's going to cross himself. It just looks so horrible. You see it live and you go, oh, that's out.
He fell down. There's a couple of telltale things. I don't know if you know how umpires actually make their decisions on the field.
Pushed away behind square on the offside, and there's no run. It's fielded in the gully by Lawrence.
One thing they do is when the ball hits the pad, did it go up or down? If it goes up, they usually think it's going too high. The other one they look for is where the ball went after hitting the pads. If it goes out on the leg side, they think there's a bigger chance. That ball did massively go out to the leg side. Having said that, De Silva's head was at gully because he'd fallen over so much, so he made it look slightly straighter than it probably was.
Yes, agreed.
I don't think that was... I know that missed the stumps and ended up by quite a bit and embarrassed both of you professionally, but I actually don't think that was that bad a decision.
If you don't ask the question, you don't get the answers to it. I'm not embarrassed in one slight
I'm not
second.
remotely embarrassed at all. I mean, if the umpire can get it wrong, me and Bats can get it wrong.
Nicely pulled back, Manners. Excellent work.
It's hit him in front of middle. I mean, it's there was a lot more swing on it than... Here's Chris Wokes, and that's a very fine delivery. Welcome back, the real Chris Wokes. That's a terrific delivery and very nicely left by Josh De Silva.
Yeah, I think for the listeners, if you describe the arc of the ball now, Chris Woakes is bowling from mid-crease at the batter and then swinging it away, whereas yesterday was a little bit from hand bowling it towards the slips. There wasn't the same angle towards the batter to draw him into a shot. This is beautiful now. This is stunning outswing bowling.
Here is Woakes once again, right back to his best. He's in again, that's full, it's driven, and it's nicely fielded off his own bowling. 241 for 5. West Indies have only lost 1 wicket this morning, and we all felt that it was a key wicket. We said that it was a key wicket before Jason Holder was out. I don't know whether he'd got himself into leave mode or whether he'd been lulled into leave mode, but he'd left, we reckon, 8 or 9 of the previous 12 deliveries when he tried to leave one from Stokes, again with a little flick of the wrist, and he didn't leave it, didn't get the bat out of the way in time. Woakes in again. Josh De Silva plays defensively up towards mid-on, and there's no run, so he was caught behind, just a couple of runs better off than his overnight 43. He went for 45. But we're seeing just what a placid, difficult pitch it is for the bowlers to make things happen.
Yeah, it's almost like the wicket saps energy out of the ball as it lands, which makes it that easier for the batters to not get out, but difficult to score.
Here's Woakes once again, and that's punched off the back foot out towards extra cover, and straight to the fielder, no run. We'll hand over to Mark Butcher and Samuel Badri after the end of the over, and maybe Samuel can tell us a little bit about the pitch and why we're not. So we saw more uneven bounce yesterday than we have in the entire morning session today. There's been none that have really obviously kept low. No extra bounce either. Woakes in once again, and that is steered nicely away behind square on the offside, fielded by Zach Crawley Alex Lees rather, diving to his left. But the cracks that were so obvious even on day one just don't appear to have widened or caused any misbehaviour.
Yeah, you normally see a bit more scarring on the surface when you expect it to deteriorate, like we thought it would do. I think it's almost like sealed. That bit of sprinkling of water that we said first day just sealed the wicket, and it's not scarred quite the same.
Last ball of Woakes is over, and it's back of a length this time, and rises up, hits the splice of the bat of Josh De Silva, and the over comes to an end. We've had 87, 7 with the new ball. West Indies are 241 for 5. They trail by 70. We've got 25 minutes to go until lunch here on day 3 of the first Test match, and to take you through until lunch, as I said, you'll be with Samuel Badri and Mark Butcher.
Thanks, Gareth Batty, Neil Manthorpe. What have you done? The appetite of the Burger King that is Jared Kimber knows absolutely no satisfaction. The review was a good one from Josh De Silva, even though the shot that led to it was not, or at least the footwork that led to it was not. England thought they had their 6th. It's been attritional stuff this morning on day 3 from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Just the 39 runs scored since the resumption of play. England took the new ball as soon as it was available. Mark Wood now has it in his hands. He sprints away from us. There's a hook shot. It's come off the top edge of Bonner's bat and has got up into the wind and has flown all the way down towards the West Indies dressing room for 6.
Yeah, shot immediately from Mark Wood, just testing what the surface has on offer. But then Nkrumah Bonner, like you mentioned, that top edge, and with the wind, sealed and travelled all the way for a 6. His first 6 off the innings. Yeah, it's been a tough morning for the bowlers. A testing period for the batsmen, initially overnight, and then secondly with this new ball.
Wood in again, and again it's a little bit too leg side. That howling wind coming across the ground, which will be over, coming from sort of Mark Wood's left shoulder, across down towards fine leg from the northeastern corner of the ground here. And so anybody bowling from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end has tended to have the ball fade back into the stumps, which makes the line in which you start the ball off on so important. And Wood getting a little bit too straight on that occasion.
Bonner rotates to strike with a single down to fine leg. Mark Wood turns to his right and sprints away from us. Left arm pumping by his side, right arm holding onto the ball. It's quick and angled in at the thigh pad of De Silva, who defends it to mid-on, and there is no run. Pitch conditions have well, they've barely changed, have they? The footmarks, I suppose, have got a little bit more raggedy looking, but there's nothing on the central part of the pitch.
Yeah, nothing for the bowlers, certainly. Hasn't played the way that we would have expected from what we saw, but it has played similar to what we saw against Sri Lanka around 12 months ago, right here, when those two test matches ended in team draws. So it's a surface that has been batting friendly. We saw that in the World Cup as well, another good delivery. Firmly behind that one, plays it back to the bowler, no run. But during that Under-19 World Cup, quite a lot of centuries were scored here. The England team got to that final, losing to India in the end, but similar to what we saw then in terms of not much in it for the bowlers. The fast bowlers, not much lateral movement, no grass on the surface. The spinners, not much turn, not much bounce. So the batsmen will really enjoy these conditions, and certainly the length of time that they've spent out in the middle is testament to that.
Mark Wood sprints away from us once more. Again, the ball is up at the hip of De Silva, who gets both feet off the ground and deflects it out to Johnny Bairstow, a deep backward square leg, and there's another single. Big hello from the TalkSport cricket team to travelling England fan Martin, who is listening in the stands here at North Sound. Martin was travelling out to New Zealand 9 years ago, but lost his sight. It's been his dream to watch England with the Barmy Army, so he came, and his wife has been helping with the commentary. Hope you're enjoying the cricket, Martin, and it's great to have you out here in Antigua. As Wood is in once again, he's fuller this time, more on the line of off stump. Bonner, as he has done so often in this watchful innings, props forward, defends with a resolutely straight bat, and that is the end of the over. 249 for 5. And as you mentioned, it's been hard work for the bowlers. It's been hard work for the batters, because initially they had 13 and a bit overs with the old ball, which I've described as being like a rolled up pair of socks. We sent a tweet from a gentleman who used a description apparently that Fred Truman used to use with an old ball. I'm just going to try and find it now. He says, Phil Beasley sent the tweet, and he said Fred Truman used to say it was like bowling with a ragdoll's head. So it's been difficult for the batters to get the ball through the infield, as Woakes is in the middle of a good spell here. His best of the match, Chris Woakes, with a second new ball. So not only have the bowlers had to really strive to make anything happen at all, just to get the ball to reach the keeper, the batters with the old ball just could not hit it through the infield at all. It was that soft. And so tough for the bowlers, tough for the batters, and I'll wager it's been tough for some of the spectators as well.
Well, that's what Test match cricket should be all about. Nothing easy, neither team given the ascendancy to the other. Real attritional battle, no freebies either side. This one is well played back to the bowler once again from Josh De Silva, back of a length delivery on the stumps. A nice bit of juggling with the boot from the bowler. Yeah, so the patience game, wearing the opposition down mentally and then working on that patience. That's what this format more so is all about. We've seen test matches recently, that one Australia-Pakistan, where it was an absolute road. Definitely nothing in it for the bowlers. The batsmen had a field day. This one, both the batsmen and the bowlers have had to work hard.
Woakes in, towel dangling from his waistband behind him. That delivery is again on a really good length. Just a hint of away movement. Bonner, forgive me, De Silva just shoulders arms, and it goes through to Ben Foakes. Joe Root has decided to take a little jog down towards fine leg to have a quick chat with Mark Wood. I think he's just told him just to cool his jets there for a second. That England are going to try Jack Leach from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end in the next over. Leach is warming up, limbering up as Woakes is in, mid-crease, angles the ball in again towards off stump. Again, Bonner is forward. The sweatbands on... Sorry, why do I keep saying Bonner? It's De Silva, the wicket-keeper batter. He's got a large sort of 3/4 length sweatband on his left arm and a much skinnier one on his right. Short sleeved shirt. Pats the bat in the crease a couple of times and then holds it upright as Woakes is in, and there's an inside edge. Is that an inside edge, or has it just flipped the top flap of De Silva's back pad? Umpire Brathwaite unmoved. England all seem to be certain, but they're not so certain now.
5 seconds.
5 seconds to go to make the decision as to whether they want to go upstairs or not, and they have declined. Excellent delivery again from Woakes. Not seen a replay as yet, but my initial thought was that it had taken the inside edge of the bat. It made that clicky wooden sound, but the top flap of the pad can also make that noise.
Yeah, my initial thoughts was the top flap, and seeing the replay now, it was that back pad, just the top of the flap making that noise. And in the end, England wisely deciding not to review it. Joshua De Silva once again survives.
Woakes in again, building up some really good rhythm here from the Sir Andy Roberts end. But that was turned off the hip by De Silva. There's a single to finish the over, and that brings up the West Indies 250. 250 for 5 then. West Indies are 61 runs behind on first innings here at North Sound. Just have a look at that replay. It was a fantastic delivery from Chris Woakes. But a very, very good decision from the Bayesian Gregory Brathwaite to give it not out. Good decision from Joe Root not to review. And as I speculated during Woakes' previous over, it is going to be Jack Leach from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. He threw a spell with 7 maidens on the trot last night as we neared the close of play, using the breeze to really good effect. You see that wind howling across the ground means that Jack Leach at right arm round can sort of have the drift, spear the ball in towards the leg stump of the right handers, hoping to then straighten the ball and get an LBW. There wasn't any turn really, nothing that was going to get the ball to rag and take the outside edge and perhaps land in Root's hand at slip. You feel here this is another important part of the game though, Samuel Badgery, that England will be hoping to get some control out of Leach and maybe a little bit of bite because the ball is that much newer.
Hasn't conceded a run from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end in 7 overs, 7 maidens, so really good control, and if that's what you're asking for from Leach, that's exactly what you're going to get.
So away he goes, drops that one down a little short but gets away with it. De Silva, as you'd expect, watchful first delivery just to see if anything untoward happens, so didn't manage to cash in on that short and wide delivery. Leach stands there, feet together, and clutches the ball between both left and right hand, wheels the ball in towards the pads of De Silva, who's on the back foot, punches it wide of mid-wicket. Dan Lawrence scrambling with the slide and stop, and they pick up a single.
Already an expensive over from Jack Leach, conceding his first run from this end. Just thought that he maybe bowled a little bit too straight when he operated yesterday. The line started on the stumps. It just meant that the batsmen were having to play at every delivery. So they used their bat predominantly, maybe just slightly outside off stump with that win. This one is outside off stump, well left by Nkrumah Bonner through to the wicketkeeper. And that's the sort of line I think he should be operating from. And if the ball drifts in and goes in with the angle, the LBWs will come into play.
That one just gripped a little bit. First ball we've seen really move off the straight from Leach as he's in again. And that is much, much straighter. And Bonner gets on the sweep. It was a risky shot, but he timed it beautifully and it flew away past Johnny Bairstow, who's up, saving the single behind square on the leg side, and it flashes to the boundary for 4. I don't think that Jack Leach should be too upset about that. It was a pretty risky looking sweep shot to me. It wasn't convincing. He did time it well and it did bring up a boundary, but I'd be more than happy to see Bonner play that again with the way that the ball is staying a little low and the angles taking the ball onto the stumps.
Yeah, absolutely right. Anytime batsmen are playing those types of shots against the line, across the line, as a spin bowler, always feel that you're in the game. Leg gully, forward short leg slip in position, deep backward square, now stationed on the boundary.
Leach in once more, and that one is wider. Line not good, and Bonner is good enough to give himself that bit of room and punch it off the back foot past point, and they pick up another 2. A little word with Jack Leach out on the ground this morning to congratulate him in his patience and the way that he used the conditions well yesterday. And my words to him were something along the lines of, don't bowl any differently, but think about your field placing, maybe changing your pawns, perhaps losing the leg slip and having a silly point and a short leg as well as the slip. But what's happened is Luke Leach looks as though he's done the opposite. He's changed the line that he bowled, which I thought was exemplary yesterday, and now has one more fielder over on the offside of the ground, which again I find slightly bizarre because of everything is saying that the ball is going in towards the pads and you want to have extra fielders on the leg side. But anyway, Leach goes wide of the stumps again, a line that he didn't bowl at all yesterday, and allows Bonner to get away from him and cut him once more through the offside. And they think about coming back to 3, think better of it, and settle for 2. So poorest over we've seen Jack Leach bowl from the Skirtley Ambrose end comes to an end. There's 9 runs from it, which is an absolute flood of runs given what we've seen this morning, and the score's 259 for 5 here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, the only difference between yesterday and today, Mark, was the fact that you gave him some advice.
I just said bowl exactly the same, but move your fielders around a bit. Oh dear, that was a poor over. But it looks as though that they discussed him bowling that sort of slightly wider line, because otherwise, why would he have brought the extra man over to the offside? And I honestly, I don't understand why you do that.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, why try to fix it, right? It was absolutely working for him yesterday in terms of holding one end and making the batsmen play, working away on their patience. And this first over, he went against that. Considered 9 runs, very expensive over. On both sides of the wicket, runs were scoring, so that's a big difference. Only 10 overs into the new ball, already given that over of spin.
West Indies trail by 52. It's Ben Stokes now replacing Woakes. He starts off with a full toss that, fortunately for Ben Stokes, is fielded by a tumbling Chris Woakes at mid-off, and there is no run. Mark Wood left the ground. I think he's got a bit of an elbow problem. I'm not sure that it's anything too serious, but he has been wearing a Truby grip on his right arm, and there's been a little bit of discomfort, I think, with his elbow and his bowling arm. As Ben Stokes comes charging in again, 2 slips and a gully. Back of a length delivery that is played very comfortably on the back foot by De Silva. Stokes picks it up in his follow through, and there is no run. So 1 or 2 issues for England. I mean, I mentioned doing the pitch report this morning that I felt that Jack Leach was going to be very, very important to England today. Might pick up the odd wicket, the newer ball, the ball might turn that little bit more, but in terms of being able to keep things dead still for England and allow him to rotate the seamers from the other end, he's going to be vital. Stokes, that wide angle in towards the stumps, good defensive stroke from De Silva. And again, there's no run. But if you're going to choose to try and attack the off stump and try and attack the outside edge, I think England might have trouble. And then Root has to take him off and find more overs from the seamers.
Yeah, that's the conundrum. Joshua De Silva had an impressive 2019-2020 first class season. He scored some 507 runs at an average upwards of 50.7. And from that, he was selected for the West Indies team to tour England. This one is wide from Ben Stokes, well left shoulder and arms from Joshua De Silva. So he went to England as part of that squad where they carried travelling reserves during the height of the pandemic, made 100 in one of the warm-up games, and later that year, when the West Indies team toured New Zealand, he made his test debut in the second test match, made a half century on debut. He went to Bangladesh, he scored a magnificent 92 in one of the games there, And since then, he's been really good, really resolute towards the back end with the lower order. This one is pulled away in front of square. Fielder chases behind it, only gets the 2. There's been a good partnership builder with the lower order. And this Joshua Da Silva, he's batting with a recognized batsman in Nkrumah Bonner. And you want to continue that sort of trend and ensure that if anyone has to out, it will not be him. That's the sort of mentality and thinking that you want from your wicketkeeper batsman who's batting in this critical number 7 position.
Stokes charging in again, full effort, and he's continued to follow through, and I think he might be giving De Silva a bit of the benefit of his experience, shall we say. De Silva walks off without engaging. Ben Stokes continues to chunter away and causing Joel Wilson to have a little bit of a word with him as he wanders in to take his place at the stumps at the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. 261 for 5, 91 overs gone for England. The lead is 50, and time for me to hand back to Neil Manthorpe in the studio.
Thank you very much indeed to Samuel Badri and to Mark Butcher. About 5 minutes to go until the lunch break on day 3 of the first Test match from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in North Sound, Antigua. And Nkrumah Bonner has 65 from 168 balls, and he's on strike now as Jack Leach is into him, and he steps back, leans back, and guides this one away to the man sweeping on the cover boundary for another single. So the deficit is just 49 now, and it's been a superb fight back from the West Indies. They've successfully negotiated the first 11 overs of the second new ball. Josh Da Silva, the keeper, has 22, and Nkrumah Bonner now has 66. So that England's lead is under 50. Leach in once again. More room outside the off stump, and another opportunity to punch it off the back foot, this time from Da Silva. And he too picks up a single. Doesn't reach the man sweeping on the cover boundary. It's going to remain an attritional sort of game. It's not going to suddenly burst into a flurry of activity. It's going to be hard work for both teams, and at this stage, very strong indication that the pitch is not going to deteriorate as we thought it might, and Joe Root thought it might. This one is steered away to backward point again defensively, but no gap found. 263 for 5. Jack Leach none for 40 into his 19th over, so he's kept it tight. He's slipping a short leg, this time closer to off stump, but not close enough to prevent the batsman for the third time punching it out towards the man sweeping on the cover boundary. Craig Overton out there. Another single. Deficit now just 47. Wicket before lunch would go down well for England. Just trying to get those the bowlers, the 4 bowlers, exposed to the ball while it's still pretty new. This time it's steered nicely by Josh Da Silva down towards the unguarded third man boundary, well past backward point. Ollie Pope, who's done a lot of fielding as 12th man, has been on for various of his teammates in the starting 11. He's on for Mark Wood at the moment. We think Mark Wood is still suffering a little bit from the upset stomach that ruled him out for much of the warm-up game. It could also be the right elbow issue that Steve Harmison was talking about a little bit earlier in this morning's session. Last ball of the 92nd over, 266 for 5. 2 slips in now, no short leg. Here is Leach once again. He goes full and straight, and it's tucked away off his pads for another single. So West Indies move on to 267 for 5. Gareth Bailey, you've got to admire the determination, the attitude of Nkrumah Bonner. Came in at a very difficult time, and he's steered the West Indies to a pretty comfortable position.
Yeah, he's played beautifully well. He's done a similar thing for the West Indies that Johnny Bairstow did for England, maybe with a little less flair from time to time, and an ability to go through the gears like we saw from Johnny Bairstow, but make no mistake, he's played very nicely. And he's managed to rotate Jack Leach there. I just feel like Leach was onto something yesterday. He bowled the 9-10 overs where he bowled very straight, kept the tram lines in play. Today we've seen him looking to operate outside off stump or just on off stump. If the ball spins from there, you've created an angle for the batter to find that gap. Just think from straight, a newer ball, it might skid, might spin. You don't know, you're bringing the tram lines in.
2 slips in a gully for Ben Stokes as he's in, dropping one in short, pulled away. That's a very fine shot from Joshua Da Silva, and good work from Ollie Pope out in the deep. Ben Stokes is shaking his head, cross with himself. He got the line wrong. Sure, it was the length that he was looking to bowl, but not in at the ribs, allowing the pull shot to be played.
Yeah, I wonder if it's just more sort of a loosener. We do see it from Ben Stokes. Takes him a couple of balls to get into it because he's all action. His body goes through the mill in every test match he plays. It just sometimes takes him a couple to get going.
Here he is, Stokes up to the crease once more, and it's full and outside the off stump, but driven nicely. Mark Wood, Mark Woods, Chris Wokes, beg your pardon, running around from mid-off and diving to his left, and keeps him down to a single. 270 for 5.
It's a strange combination, really, Bonner and Da Silva. Da Silva's been fractionally more the aggressor, and yet he's this fractionally newer batter. We saw the first ball of the over, he got the Caribbean left leg up for a big pull shot, hit through square leg, nice shot, and then he's pouncing onto the front foot there, looking to drive it through the covers. Bonner much more circumspect, much more sort of English style, trying to defend off stump and acquire whatever runs he can get when the bowlers just fractionally miss.
It's in at the pads from Ben Stokes, and Kumar Bonner pushes defensively up towards mid-on. There's no run. Rare dot ball. It's been a much better session by England. West Indies resumed 202 for 4, so it's been anything but fast scoring, but they've only lost the 1 wicket. Jason Holder, just 68 runs scored in the session so far. That's full and wide and left to line outside the off stump.
I don't know if you guys have touched on too much, but it's a double-edged sword, Wood being off the field. It means Stokes is going to bowl more the whole. Things we were told before the test match that England would try and look after him. We know the type of man he is. There's no way he's going to stay in the trenches. He's going to jump out of the trench and he's going to put his shift in. To what detriment is that going to be long-term for Ben Stokes, and how England were trying to look after him? It's a double-edged sword for England now with Wood and Stokes.
Here is Stokes once again up to the crease now, and bowls full and wide outside the off stump. You mean look after him for this series? I mean, you know, it's 3 test matches back to back. There's only 3 days between all of them because there's obviously time off after the series.
Yeah, I'm kind of saying full stop. You know, if we rushed him back for the Ashes, and he was saying himself just a little bit off it, bearing in mind we're talking about the highest of standards he sets for himself. Absolutely no shot across the bow at all intended his way. We know he's a fighter for England, and he gets stuck in and he does what is required at the time. You just feel at this situation now, is he going to bowl lots of overs?
Here is Stokes, I think it's the last ball of the session, and it's nudged away off his hip out towards square leg, and it will be collected by Jack Leach, and they go through for another simple single. So we can hear the words of umpire Gregory Brathwaite saying that's time, gentlemen, time for the morning session. That's the 7th session of this test match, and the West Indies have reached 271 for 5. They're now just 40 runs in arrears. Lots of hard attritional cricket, disciplined cricket this time from England, and just 69 runs in the morning session. England would certainly have taken that. They would have preferred more than just the 1 wicket, that of Jason Holder, who was caught behind by Ben Foakes off Ben Stokes for 45, having resumed on 43. But that hopefully for England will be an investment session, and the West Indies too. They will be thinking exactly the same thing. We've lost 1 wicket. We've invested 2 hours of hard toil, and as always, hopefully the runs will come more easily as the day goes on.
Yeah, you look at the bigger picture. Still 11 sessions to go in the game. That's a whole load of cricket. We don't need to get into 11. What am I on about? 8 sessions left. Sorry, we don't need to get in too carried away. There's plenty of time for either team to get your foothold in this game, and you just feel like the next session is breaking point in the game. It's coming a bit earlier than normal, I feel. If England can take one wicket, I feel like you've got an end really exposed. But if the West Indies can extend this batting performance without losing a wicket for an hour, well, go 30 minutes first, then into the hour, England will start searching a bit more, runs start flowing, and you could just feel like them going in the ascendancy. So I feel like the next session is the make or break for this Test match, to see who ends up in the formidable position going into those final innings.
So as I mentioned, just one wicket falling in the first session on day 3. Jason Holder caught behind of Ben Stokes for 45, and at the lunch break, the unbeaten men, and Nkrumah Bonner 68 not out from 175 balls. He has worked and worked. 6 fours and 1 6. And Joshua Da Silva has been short of runs for a year, basically just the 250s in the last calendar year. But he's worked hard as well, and actually has been striking the ball quite cleanly. He's unbeaten on 29 from 72 deliveries. 271 for 5 at lunch.
We are about to resume after lunch on day 3. West Indies, well, this morning resumed on 202 for 4. At lunch, 271 for 5. Jason Holder, the man dismissed. Still there, and Nkrumah Bonner 68 not out. Josh Da Silva's 29 not out. England bowling much better today though, and they've been really impressive. We've got to tell you, if you've just been listening to the boys during the lunch break talking about what potential changes you'd make, they're still going at it now. They're still talking about how they would work this, and in fact they're coming up with new and fantastic ideas about what you would do to cricket. It's a brilliant listen. Hopefully the guys will put that out as a podcast later on. It was a fascinating change as to what potentially we could do to cricket if you were starting it again from today. Well, the second session of today is about to get underway, and as I mentioned, England have only taken 1 wicket, but they have bowled significantly better. Delighted to say that Samuel Badri, the former West Indian spinner, is with me on commentary for this session. Samuel, first of all, let's take a look back at the first session. 69 runs in that 2-hour period. So from a West Indian point of view, they'll be happy they only lost 1 wicket. And from an England point of view, they'll be happy that they bowled much better. So it was much better cricket all round.
It was, and it has been a captivating morning's play, if not altogether exciting. But this is what Test match cricket is all about. It's a grind, a battle of attrition. Neither the bowler nor the batsman giving anything away. And it was really pleasing to see the patience being displayed by both the bowlers from England as well as the batsmen from the West Indies. But the batsmen from the West Indies in particular, not something that you've been used to seeing from these batsmen, spending long periods of time out in the middle, being patient, and that application and resilience. So it's been excellent cricket, like you mentioned, all round, and looking forward to more of the same as we go deeper into day 3 in this first Test match.
Well, we're going to have some 12 from the start. Jack Leach will be bowling the first over after lunch. 19 to his name so far, 0 for 44, and you can hear the England fielders around the batter already getting stuck in, turning up the volume. Nkrumah Bonner has batted really well. 68 from 175 balls he's made. 6 fours and a 6. And he is the man going to be on strike. Short leg, slip in place. There's a short third man, short fine leg. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-wicket, mid-on are the men who would be in a theoretical fielding circle if it was a white ball game. We are just awaiting the exact moment of the clock to tick round. We can't start until everyone around the world for TV is ready. Right, we are now ready. And Jack Leach has got the let's play instruction. So he will bowl left arm around the wickets, and Bonner is immediately on the back foot, pushing into the offside, and a single taken. What have you made of Jack Leach today then, Samuel? It looks in better rhythm.
He does look in better rhythm. That little period before lunch, I think he hemorrhaged a little bit too many runs. 9 runs coming in that first over he bowled with the ball that was only about 9 overs old or so.
He's on his way once again. Left arm around on the back foot. Josh De Silva's trying to hit that one quite hard. Doesn't really time it, and it's up to mid-on for no run. De Silva settles in once again. Leach past umpire Wilson, bringing De Silva forward, pushes into the offside. Bonner's threatening to come from the non-striker's end, but De Silva says no, let's stay put. No run there. De Silva remains 29 not out from 74 balls faced, and the two of them will actually now just have a conversation about just exactly about the calling and the running. De Silva will go back and take guard once again. Leach going in. De Silva's a long way across his stumps there. You're almost seeing leg stump appearing from out behind him. He's turning it on the onside, and there is no run. 272 for 5, sorry. 272 for 5 here on TalkSport 2. De Silva again is playing around that front pad. That's a pretty straight ball. He turns it to short leg. No run. Jack Leach getting some flight on that. Now he'll finish the over off. That's down the leg side. That's quick and down the leg side. He didn't like that one from the moment it left his hand. Folks takes cleanly, but it is the end of the over. 272 for 5 here on TalkSport 2. Other than the last one, that wasn't too bad, was it, Samuel?
Yeah, it was not a bad over. I was just intrigued to see what sort of line he would have operated with. For the most part, he's been wicket to wicket, especially from this to Circuit the Ambrose end with the wind blowing from left to right. So it will be drifting in towards the right-hander. Maybe a touch more outside off stump and finishing on the stump. As it is, the line of the ball starts on the stump and goes further down towards the leg stump. I'd much rather see him starting with that line in the air, outside off stump, and then the drift into the stump. That minute of indecision, that moment of indecision from the batsman, whether or not to play or to leave, and that is what will create the opportunity. As it is, he's maintained that very straight line, so it's more, in my respectful view, a defensive line as opposed to trying to get the batsman to make that moment of indecision.
It is going to be Craig Overton from the Andy Roberts end. No slip in place. There is a wide gully point mid-off on the offside. And Overton's going to start his 20th over, 1 for 67 so far. And then he comes right over. It's a short ball. And it only just gets to Ben Folks before it dies on its way through. Just waiting to see if the speed gun appears with a marker on that one. Nothing so far. I saw a few comments on social media before the lunch break, Samuel, that I don't think people were thinking that Craig Overton had quite hit his maximum pace, sort of taking the new ball, but around 80 odd miles an hour. In he comes again. It's a shortish ball. Bonner playing with his weight on the back foot will guide to third man. Bairstow is down there, and it will be just a single. 274 for 5.
Yeah, and a little bit of an unusual feel, you'd have to say, on the leg side. A man just towards the left of the square leg umpire. Very wide mid-on, almost in a mid-wicket position, and then a fielder position just further back between them, bisecting them really. So they've got 3 fielders on the on side just in front of square, along with the fine leg, just a few meters off the boundary, just walking in now as the bowler comes toward Joshua De Silva. So it's quite an interesting feel that they have, maybe just for that short ball, asking him to play, and there it is, another short delivery, well under that one. That time Joshua De Silva goes through to the wicketkeeper. So it seems to be a concerted ploy to bowl that back of a length delivery and maybe just pitch the ball up. That again, just having the batsman thinking about what is to come.
Does that make sense to you though? We're only 14 and a half overs in to a new ball. I mean, if it's going to be doing anything, now is the time it would be doing it, wouldn't it? I mean, you would logically say now is the time to go slightly fuller. It is shorter again from Overton, and De Silva's in behind this, no run.
Yeah, I must concur with you, especially after a break. So we're now back after the luncheon interval. Batsmen will have to get themselves set, and you would tend to agree that the ball that the ball is at a back pitch. Gives the batsman enough time to have a look at it and see what's happening. So in that regard, getting themselves set. So I want to agree with you, a fuller length, having another slip in place, maybe a slip or two with the gully. Just this length of attack, if not the line, a little bit strange, I would say. But having said that, they might just get a wicket, another short delivery again.
Oh my goodness. Well, it
Gets under
was
that one.
short. However, it barely, I would say, that didn't actually get to Josh De Silva's waist height, and it was rolling by the time it got to Folkes. I mean, okay, there's no danger in terms of taking a wicket from that line, but that is not a good sign, bearing in mind we're not even at halfway through day 3 of this match.
Yeah, that's the variable bounce that we've spoken about on day 1, something that we expected to see quite a bit more on day 2 and day 3, but so far it hasn't played like that. This one is on the line of the stump, work towards one of those fielders in that mid-wicket region. No run, brings the over to an end. 273 for 5. The West Indies now after 95 overs, and Nkrumah Bonner unbeaten on 70. Joshua De Silva unbeaten on 29. And this partnership now 67 from 147 balls.
Samuel, Harmy was telling us yesterday that Sir Kirtley isn't particularly speaking terribly politely about the pitch. You've obviously been in and around the TV box with him today. Has his opinion changed any at all, or is he still pretty filthy on this playing surface? I'll get you to answer that in a moment, because Jack Leach is already ready to go and is ready to bowl left arm around to Nkrumah Bonner. He's guided this down to third man. Ollie Pope, who's on his 12th man once again, is going to cut that off just inside the rope down at third man, and they've taken a couple, so 275 for 5. Has Sir Kirtley changed his opinion any on it yet?
Not whatsoever. He, of course, as you would imagine and expect, he wants to see something in it for the bowlers, the fast bowlers, in particular some grass, maybe some bounce and carry and pace. This is not what you're going to get here at the surface, and you have to understand too the developmental stage of this West Indies team, especially their batting. They're very brittle, very frail, and so if they get something that really challenges them, you never know what can happen. This game might have been over inside 3 days. So from that standpoint, I think this sort of surface suits them much better. This one is on the line of the stump, just prodded on the front foot, and Nkrumah Bonner goes towards the offside, no run. So a good batting pitch from a West Indian standpoint, that's what they would have been after, so their batsmen can actually get some runs and spend time out in the middle.
Leach will bowl to Bonner again, 72 not out, brings him forward, no run. So generally speaking in cricket, there are 2 types of pitches. One's a coach's pitch and one's a chief executive's pitch. The chief executive pitch is normally flat as whatever, so you get a full 5 days out of it and they get all the gate receipts from it. Are you therefore thinking this is more of a coach's pitch, therefore, in terms of keeping this one relatively flat? This one is just played back by Bonner, there's no run.
Yeah, certainly, and from what we've seen from batsmen, the modern era batsmen, anyway, most of them across the world, they don't have that patience to bat for long periods of time. So, and they complain every time a pitch is offering something. They complain about the surface and about the lateral movement, etc. So, you want to get surfaces where sometimes there isn't it for the bowler. This one is on the line, off the leg stump, once again worked away to the one side, no run. So something in it that the bowlers can be happy about, and also something in it for the batsmen. So a good cricket wicket, that's what you're after.
In some ways, though, I'm going to play a bit devil's advocate here. I'll let Leach bowl this ball, and then I'll ask you that at the end of the over. Leach around the wicket. Bonner is on the back foot, pushing into the covers. No run. 96 overs gone here on TalkSport 2. West Indies 275 for 5, so they trailed by 36. Do we really know how good this pitch is, though, Samuel, in a way? Because England bowled so poorly yesterday, and that was down to them, not the playing surface. Did you see what I mean?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and I did ask Craig Brathwaite that question at the start of the day's play, whether that positive start was purposeful or whether it was just some indifferent English bowler, and he did answer that it was helped by the way England bowled at them. They got some loose deliveries, freebies. Craig Brathwaite scored his fastest test half century of the 23, so that is testament to the wayward bowling from England. So I understand what you're saying in terms of the pitch. We really can't assess it based on what we've seen.
Overton to start a new over. Josh De Silva's pulling one round, getting sort of badge high on the helmet. Oh, and Josh De Silva was dawdling, and the throw has gone in at the non-striker's end. Craig Overton wasn't back by the stumps. It was, of course it was Ben Stokes, alive to the situation, fielding in the deep and absolutely arrowed in the throw. Josh De Silva suddenly had to get the hurry up on that. He would have been run out potentially there at the non-striker's end, but it's actually ended up costing them an extra run. Welcome to TalkSport listeners, joining us here on TalkSport 2 just before this 5 o'clock this Thursday afternoon. West Indies 277 for 5. They trail by 34. In goes Craig Overton, and Josh De Silva, who is 31 not out, turns it away on the onside, and there's no run. And Kruna Bonner, 72 not out. He's still going. And the West Indies lost just 1 wicket so far today. Jason Holder in the morning session, caught behind off the bowling of Ben Stokes for 45. That was with the score 206 for 5. So it's been a much better bowling performance from England today, though. We were critical yesterday. They've been better today. In goes Overton. That is another short ball over the shoulder of De Silva through to Ben Foakes, and no run. The umpire says that's 1 for the over, and this is a definite tactic, Samuel Badri. This isn't just sort of a 1 over inspection, it would appear. This would appear to be how Overton is going to operate.
Yeah, it seems so. There might just be another change in field. The bat pad will come into position as an additional fielder on the onside. So the field previously remained, just the only difference, a fielder from the offside comes across to a catching position under the bat. So yes, it's going to be a concerted effort to bang the ball in short, and like you were alluding to a little bit earlier, is that the right ploy with the ball only 16 overs in?
Well, they've got a deep backward square, fine leg, and third man on the boundary, all stationed for catches. In goes Overton. It's a shortish ball, but not short enough for Josh De Silva to play at that, so he just pushes it back down the wicket. No run. 277 for 5. So the attitude of the England field setting, Samuel, is that De Silva is, I guess, an impulsive puller and hooker. Is that the way that he plays, or would it be out of character for him to actually take these on?
Yeah, I think it would be out of character. I haven't really seen him being impulsive, compulsive with the short deliveries previously, so I don't think that he will necessarily go after it, especially that the field that is set. You've got 4 fielders in catching position on the one side. Another short delivery from Overton, well left once again from Joshua De Silva. So I don't think that necessarily he will go after it, but having said that, we've seen how strange this game can be. He might just try to take one on. But the good thing from an England point of view, they have that guy under the helmet at bat pad. So even if he tries to ride it and defend it, still in with a chance with a catching opportunity.
Well, that one was called wide for height. That is the 4th wide of the innings, and I think I'm right in saying all of them have been for height over the batsman's head. Overton will go in again. That's down the leg side. It's taken a nick off the thigh pad. Ben Foakes isn't able to take that one in cleanly, and it will go down to fine leg, and they will take a single, actually. So it's 1 more to the total. It was a cross-seam ball that just nicked the glove on the way through, bounces once again in front of Foakes, and he's not able to stop it. 279 for 5 then. De Silva 32. It will be Bonner on strike, and essentially England are keeping the same field. So the third man, the fine leg, the deep backward square are all still in place. There is a gully. Now there's a silly point in front for the push on the offside as Overton goes in. Oh, and that one seemed to bounce a little bit on Bonner. It lobs up on the offside, and it gets a leading edge. And, well, that one, there seemed more of a plan about that one there, Samuel. End of the over, 279 for 5.
Yep, a much better line. A little bit slightly fuller, but still short. And the fielder on the offside, not too far from him, it must be said. Fortunately for Bonner and the West Indies, it went well away from him, so no chance for a catch. But again, this partnership with 73 now from 100 and 60 deliveries, the partnership between Jason Holder and Nkrumah Bonner. And that was with 79. So similar to what we saw from England when they had a hat-trick of half-century run partnerships with Johnny Bairstow. The West Indian middle and lower order doing much of the same.
Right, Jack Leach once again. This is over number 98, 279 for 5. There's a lot of oohs and ahs, but that is outside of off stump and spinning further away. De Silva with a big stride forward had that covered. Ben Foakes just trying to put something into the batsman's mind there. But nothing on that occasion. Trail by 32. On that occasion there's an appeal though, because De Silva's gone across his stumps. He's played it to leg side, missed. He's been taken on the body. It's given out LBW. He has reviewed it immediately, and your first thought there is potentially height. 279 for 6. De Silva's gone for 32, but this will go to the technology. But I've got a funny feeling here, Samuel, that I think we might see this one overturned.
And have front on spin
Yeah, I think so
please.
too. In addition to the height, maybe the line bowling around the wicket might just be heading down, but it is a confident appeal. Joshua De Silva was playing across the line on the back foot, so it'd be very interesting to see where this one ends up. Excellent bowling once again from Jack Leach. That line, straight line, and not for the first time we've seen Joshua De Silva playing across the line of the deliveries. Previously he got bat on it, and this time he didn't get any.
Can I have ball tracking is available, please?
Okay, so he's not hit it.
Ball tracking coming up. Pitching in line, impact in line, wickets hitting. Can we go back to Joel on field? I'll ask you to stay with your out decision. You on screen now, signal.
Well, Joel Wilson 1, Andrew McKenna 0. He got it absolutely bang on. It wasn't even just clipping the bails, it was taking the top part of the stump. So De Silva goes for 32 from 88 deliveries. And the West Indies are indeed 279 for 6, still trailing by 32.
Excellent breakthrough for England, what they were looking for. And Jack Leach finally gets some reward for consistent bowling, pegging away over after over. And that certainly was an important breakthrough in the context of the game. Another 70-run partnership. And Nkrumah Bonner still resolute out in the middle. Brings Alzarri Joseph, son of the soil, homeboy, out to the centre, out to the wicket. Has had 2 Test half centuries and will be looking to build on that. But certainly an excellent start after lunch for England getting that breakthrough.
Yeah, his best is 86 against New Zealand, made in Hamilton. I guess with a lot of tail-enders now, though, we talk more about strike rate than average, Samuel. Is it going to be sort of bright and breezy, whatever he does kind of thing? He's going to play some shots regardless, or is he able to actually bat for the guy at the other end in a test match situation?
Yeah, I think he fancies himself to bat and not just play shots. He has a solid enough technique, but that technique will be tested by Jack Leach from the Circuit Lee Ambrose end with the wind. Like we've mentioned, the ball will be drifting into the pads, similar to what we saw from that dismissal from Joshua De Silva. So it will be a challenge for him, facing the spin immediately, and then maybe some short stuff from the other end.
Right. Left arm around, Leach stays, short leg, slip in place. Alzarri Joseph has taken guard. It's a lovely looking shot off the back foot, perfectly respectable punch off of the back foot. Of course, we saw him recently in the white ball games in terms of the West Indian side taking on India. We've brought you those games here on TalkSport 2, and also the games against Ireland. He's back solidly off the back foot on this occasion, pushing out on the offside. No run, so Joseph has faced 2 deliveries now. England will want to push on. They have a lead at the moment. Any lead going into the second innings could be vital. Leach around the wicket. That one stayed a little bit low. Joseph actually sort of drives it down into the floor, and it squirts away through slip, and he'll get off the mark with a single down to a short third man. 280 for 6, and it brings therefore Bonner back on strike for the final ball of the over. 72 not out is Bonner, and he waits for Leach. In he comes around the wicket. Bonner just sort of pulling the front leg out the way, just so he can clear the front leg and get full access to the bat. Pushes it back down the pitch. No run. 98 overs gone. West Indies 280 for 6. Samuel, the boys during the lunch break did a whole feature on if you could change one thing about cricket, what would it be? So I'll tell you what, we're talking Test cricket. If I was to give you one change that you could make to the game, what would it be? I mean, for example, the boys have already come up with, they quite like the idea of having rolling substitutes, that you can make changes so that if you've got a gun spinner, you can bring him into the game once it's the pitch is breaking up. Anything you like. What would you fancy?
That's an interesting one, and we've seen some changes recently. I'll have to have a think about that one. I'll get back to you quite shortly, as we see Overton at the top of his mark, getting prepared to come in to Alzarri Joseph, who will be facing for the first time from this end another short delivery. He ducks under that one.
Yep, he does indeed. So you have a think about that for a couple of minutes. We've had some fascinating discussions. While we're talking about substitutes, Ollie Pope is on at the moment because Mark Wood is off, getting some more treatment on that elbow. The word we're getting is England hope to have him back out on the field shortly. So that is the word on that. Yeah, among the things the boys were talking about was potentially artificial pitches, artificial outfields. Would we have a ball made of leather if we were starting cricket as a sport in 2022? Short ball from Overton. Joseph ducks underneath this one, and it goes through to the keeper. No run. Obviously, over rates came into the equation. One that I was thinking of was, Neil Manthorpe threw the idea of 4-day test, or leaving it up to the home side to pick whether you're playing over 4 or 5 days. My concern with that is if you've got a credible World Test Championship, and I use the word credible, can you have some games played on one format and some played on a different one? Joseph is across his stumps to Overton, down to fine leg, and will take a single. He'll go to 281 for 6.
Yeah, I think maybe some more day-night test matches as well, trying to get the crowds back in. I know that we have a significant crowd here at this venue because England is playing, but I think that might help to get more of crowds back in day-night matches and increasing that.
Oh, absolutely. And then you're into, well, what colour ball would you use? Because obviously we've got so much more technology, we can make it whatever we want now. Short ball from Overton, well over the shoulder of Bonner. This one isn't called wide though. It is one for the over. It's 281 for 6. There's so many different things that could potentially happen in the game. Overton's got 2 balls left in this over, running towards the commentary box end. It's a shortish ball. That sounded like it came off the protective padding of Bonner rather than the bat. It's gone down to fine leg where Ollie Pope is stationed, and the fact that Ollie Pope is at fine leg tells you that England are seeing that as a catching position. It is a single though, so it must be off the glove, down to fine leg. 282 for 6. Bonner goes to 73.
Yeah, really good batting once again from Bonner in this innings. But England, they are persisting with that short ball, and I just wonder if that can work in their favour.
Well, he's gone on the pull. Alzarri Joseph, this one has lobbed down, and that is an easy catch for the aforementioned Pope at fine leg. Overton has gone short in towards the body. Joseph has taken the bait, played the shot, but got himself in a bit of a tangle. And England have their 7th wicket, the West Indies 282 for 7.
Yeah, really ill-advised shot from Alzarri Joseph. He would have seen what the plan was when Joshua Da Silva was batting, and he knew exactly what was coming. And this time trying to take it on even against the breeze, and you must understand that there's a strong wind factor here, and he was hitting into that wind. So even if he had absolutely middled it, not too sure if he would have gotten to the boundary. So everything was going against Alzarri Joseph with that dismissal, and not what the West Indies wanted, losing 2 quick wickets. England, however, they'd be very elated and jubilated by those 2 breakthroughs so quickly after the luncheon interval.
Well, of course, the deficit is now only 29. and all of a sudden every run now feels like it's really, really important here. I mean, earlier on we were just wondering, could the West Indies end up with a first innings lead? It looks like this is going to be really, really close, and then we come down to a one innings game per side to decide it, Samuel.
Yeah, exactly, and this is how this game has played out so far. It's ebbed and flowed, and no one has really taken command of the game, and it continues to be that way. But I just still think that Alzarri Joseph wicket, out of all the wickets that have fallen so far, I know he's more of a bowling all-rounder, but he'll be very disappointed with that. And not only him, his teammates as well. Everyone so far has fought and tried to stick it out for the team, but you just felt that he gave it away there, and it might just be a word or two being offered to him a little bit later on. But this test match is so evenly poised, it can go either way. I really like the battle and the contest that we've seen throughout the course of these 3 days so far.
Well, Kemar Roach is the new man. 69th test match, top score of 41. He made that against New Zealand back at Sabina Park in 2012, so it's been a while, but he is at the non-striker's end because that was the final ball of the previous over. Jack Leach is therefore bowling to Bonner, and on the back foot he is pushing into the onside no run. So now we get to start to think and look, does Nkrumah Bonner have to press the accelerator button, or does he trust the man at the other end? Leach is in. Well, Bonner is certainly playing that with respect at the moment, just pushing out on the offside no run.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see too much of a difference from the style of play for Nkrumah Bonner. He doesn't want to get out. He values his wicket so much that I don't think that it would matter to him too much who's at the other end. Maybe when the number 10 and 11 are in at the moment, it's just Kemar Roach number 9. A good delivery once again from Jack Leach on the stumps, full, well dug out by Nkrumah Bonner to the man at mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, I can't imagine Phil Simmons as coach would be overly pleased, having done all this work and batted 191 balls, if he suddenly gave it away. He's coming forward, playing defensively to Leach, pushing back down the pitch, no run. 4 balls of the over gone, 4 dot balls, and this is the 100th over of the West Indian innings. Leach back to the end of his mark, now comes in again, and Bonner is just playing from the crease. No intent to do anything there other than play the ball out. There's 1 ball left in the over. Are England just going to tighten the ring, make sure that Roach is on strike? Well, not really. Leach back into position. It's taken off the pad. Now it's flown to Zach Crawley, who is at slip, and there's hands on heads because that ball has gone down, and now there's a conversation between Crawley and Overton about whether there was a little inside edge onto pad or whether that was pad all the way. Crawley didn't hold it, so in a way it's somewhat of a moot point, but the reaction of Ben Foakes makes me think that there's an inside edge there. Steve Harmison's moved in the co-commentator's chair. Do you reckon there was an inside edge on that one?
Yeah, I think there was. I think the player reaction says it all. I think there was an inside edge on it. I've not seen the replay yet, but I think going off the reaction of the players, I think there was a little tickle on that on the inside.
Oh, they've just put the ultra edge up on the screen. There was a little edge. Now, we know what Ollie Pope's been sort of on and off all day. Harmy, is he on for Joe Root, or is Zach Crawley the slip specialist at the moment? Because I don't remember seeing Zach Crawley that often in the slips. Overton is going to start a new over with a short ball to Kemar Roach. That's his first. He ducks underneath it, 282 for 7.
No, Ollie Pope's on for Mark Wood. Mark Wood's off. I think Mark Wood's off the field. I can't see him out there. Joe Root's definitely out there, marshalling the troops. Watching the practice this morning, Zach Crawley was taking a lot of catches, but he was also taking a lot of catches obviously close in as well. So whether Joe wants to stand in the field and marshal the troops and get a different angle.
Okay. England have a close-in man on the offside as Overton goes in. It's another short ball against Roach. Ducks underneath it, 282 for 7.
Joe might just want to speak to his bowlers, have more of an angle, and making sure that he's getting his field positions right. He's got to remember he's been criticised heavily about different aspects of his captaincy, and possibly he just wants a different view of of where his fielders are and the angles that they're at, and try to make sure they're in the right place.
Overton on his way once again. It's another shortest ball. That one isn't far over the head of Kemar Roach as he ducks underneath it. It bounces a second time before it gets to Ben Folkes, and there's no run. Just a quick thought. We are only 20 overs into this new ball, and since England have come out after lunch, Overton has gone predominantly for the short stuff. What do you make of that? I said with Samuel, I found it a little bit surprising, bearing in mind we know how important the new ball is on this pitch, that it seemed a bit odd that England were intent on banging it into the surface. Overton goes in. It's an attempted leg glance by Kemar Roach. He doesn't get anything on it. It's through to Ben Folkes down the leg side. No run. What have you made of the approach to go short? Look, it has worked.
Yeah, it has worked. They got to gone short to especially to Bonner, because obviously you're trying something different, something new, harder ball. But I'm not sure. You've got Kemar Roach in. I'm not sure I'd be bowling short to Kemar Roach. I'd be trying to get him out by pitching it up.
Overton turns and makes his way in towards the bowling crease. In he goes. Kemar Roach is playing this one from the crease, sort of waist high. And he's just pushed it out on the offside. So 282 for 7. The West Indies trail by 29 on first innings here on TalkSport 2. If you're listening on your smart speaker, but you've got to head out later on, maybe got to do take the kids to evening swimming or whatever, TalkSport app's the thing you need. You can simply listen through the app and swipe left or right for TalkSport or TalkSport 2. Overton goes in. It's again leg side-ish, and Roach has got it inside that, and it will go down the leg side, and Folkes takes another half volley down the leg side. 101 overs gone. West Indies 282 for 7.
Yeah, it's another decent over from Craig Overton. But I think sometimes you work to a plan and you get a wicket. It doesn't always mean that plan should continue, because when a new batsman comes in, the same vulnerabilities are in and around that off stump, no matter what surface you play on. When you bowl and bounces, you take a lot of dismissals out of the game, and I think England would be, I'd be advised that somebody should go up to Craig Overton, and he can still keep the same field. Maybe just bring a straighter, mid on and mid off a little bit straighter, and he can attack the stumps a little bit more and have the sort of backup as the bouncer, rather than just every ball a bouncer. And you're giving a sighter to the new batsman, which is a number 9 batsman.
Leach goes in to start the new over. Bonner is forward, pushing back down the pitch. No run.
I think that would be something I'd be, if I was a senior bowler out there, which England haven't got one, going up to Craig Overton and saying, look, try and hit the top of Kemar Roach's off stump.
Bonner on the back foot pushes back to Leach. No run. Is that maybe, I mean, you've just highlighted that there is no senior bowler on the pitch at the moment. Is that where, more than anything else, I mean, I'm loath to use the words Broad and Anderson, but is these the situations where actually you miss them as much as anything else? As Leach goes in, Bonner plays off the back foot. If we take their bowling out of it, it's actually the experience out on the field that England are missing.
Yeah, it does, and that's something that these are going to have to learn very, very quickly. Not only is it sink or swim time for what they do with the ball and delivering the ball, but also in the thought processes as well.
Bonner's pushing into the offside as Leach bowls around the wicket once again. No run.
And it's the thought processes that makes you a better bowler, because of the experience that you have and you get. And I think England are lacking that, especially when you look at someone like Chris Woakes, who probably would be your man, but unfortunately he's having his own troubles with himself at this minute in time.
Bonner's gone across his stumps to this one from Leach, turns it to short leg. He would have been absolutely stone cold if he'd missed that one. Fortunately for him, he didn't. He was confident enough in his ability, and he's still there to face the final ball of this over. Leach in. Bit of footwork for Bonner, but it's too near Jack Leach in his follow through, and the bowler is able to go down and collect, and made an over for Jack Leach. So 102 gone, 282 for 7 is the scoreline for the West Indies. 9 overs in the session so far, and it's 11 runs, 2 wickets. So far, so good for England. And from here, Harmy, I mean, at what point Are England getting a little bit nervous? I mean, we were talking off air earlier here about potentially could the West Indies get a lead. I mean, this looks like it's going to be a real nip and tuck first innings game, this one.
Yeah, the thing that England got in their favour is obviously the bat second. The West Indies have to bat last on it. So even if they do get a lead, we are expecting. Well, saying that we've been expecting the pitch to dry out and break up. It hasn't done that as of yet. And I think even if the West Indies get a 10, 15, 20 run lead, if they do, what we are expecting is to be a little bit more up and down bounce in days 4 and day 5. Then England are still right in the game and still favourites. For me, what's your thoughts on that, Mark Butcher?
My thoughts on it at the moment are that there's a security guard just wandering aimlessly behind the bowler's arms. So we're going to have to wait. I agree with you. I mean, we were just talking on the television next door about the closeness of the first innings leads when we won in 2004. As Overton is in again, 2 fielders, silly point and short leg gully. Bouncer goes over the head of Roach and into the gloves of Folkes. And just how crucial even the slenderest of leads can be out here in the Caribbean, simply because you kind of, you can get through the first couple of days or the first 2 or 3 days and think, well, there's not a lot happening here, but then suddenly pitch just changes slightly as it gets a little bit older and all hell breaks loose in the third innings of the match. As Overton is in once more, pitches up this time, looking at the stumps or trying to hit the stumps or pads of Roach. I think I'd be a little bit more patient. I don't know about you, Steve. Maybe bowl 4 or 5 short balls before going for the stumps against the tail ender.
Yeah, just when the tail ender comes in, I still think the fundamentals of bowling are the same. The stumps haven't moved. Off stump is still a good line and a target to go at, especially at a tail ender. Even on such a docile wicket, I think I'd still try to challenge getting him out bowled LBW before I start bouncing him.
Hits the glove. Kemar Roach not sure whether to duck or sway, does neither, and that wraps him on the hands. There is a man in there at silly point to catch that one should it pop up in the air. I mean, I think England have settled on this plan and it's actually changed the momentum for them, with the catchers back on the leg side, catchers in close, and just asking big Craig Overton to run up and hit the middle of the pitch here. Certainly seems to be working for him at the moment as he comes charging in once again. Slower ball this time. He does go for the stumps on that occasion, but Roach is equal to it. Kemar Roach, who finished up 30 not out to see West Indies over the line in a famous victory against Pakistan in the last year. There's no mug with the bat. Experienced guy. Massive pride in representing the West Indies, who won't be looking to give his wicket away. As Overton tosses the ball from one hand to the other, then starts on his way in. Built up a real head of steam here, back over the length, Roach in behind it, defends to Leach at mid-off, and that is the end of the over. Another maiden for England. So just going back to the 2004 series, so the first match in Jamaica, Devon Smith made a brilliant. They batted first and they made a brilliant 100 in the first innings. And we managed to chisel out by way of various hospital wards, etc.
12-13 run lead. You and Nasser
like
at the end of. I remember you and Nasser at the end of a day's play where he was pitch black. Fidel and Tino were at their obviously colourful best bowling bounces and getting in your face, and still think that partnership kept us in the game. You and Nas, you ended up in a hospital ward, didn't you?
I was black and blue after that. And Tweety birds flying around my head and all sorts, but somehow we managed to chisel out I think it might have been 15, 16, maybe even 18 run lead. And then Steve did his thing, 7 for 12, the most extraordinary spell in a test match that I've been involved in. So we're in that one. Trinidad was a little bit more straightforward. We chased down 100, just over 120, I think, for 1 or 2 in the second innings there. And then Barbados was when Graham Thorpe played one of the best innings I think I've ever seen.
It's the best 100 I've ever been involved in.
Batting with yourself and Hoggy at the end.
Simon got 50 on with Simon and I think 40 on with me, which I think I got all of about 2 or 3. We were about, I think, 100 behind. 8 down. 90 behind, 8 down.
Bowling change. Leach is out of the attack. Wokes is in. Not sure I agree with that move, but that's the way England see it at the moment. Bonner has pushed the ball through mid-off and handed the strike over to Kemar Roach. So Chris Wokes will have West Indies number 9 in his sights. And we ended up, what, 1-run lead?
We got a 1-run lead, didn't we? Thorpe batted beautifully, and then we had an over to go that night, didn't we? Chris Gale's on strike, and I've watched it back, and Bumble's great on the commentary. I bounced Chris Gale first ball, bang, 4. Bounced him again, second ball, bang, 4, pull shot. And then went again, third ball, just to sort of keep playing with him. And Bumble's going, the big fella's got a plan here, he's got a plan here, and then Stubbs everywhere. Got bowled a fuller one later on.
Wokes is in, 2 slips and a go. Oh, the ball bounces. Now, this is what I'm talking about. That ball has spitefully just bounced off a length. Kemar Roach pushed forward at it, and it has hit him on the thumb of his bowling hand. It's hit him a really nasty blow. The gloves come off. He's turned around and beckoned straight away to the physio, sprinting out onto the field. And Kemar Roach is in a bit of trouble here. And we've not seen anything like that from this surface for 3 days, and then suddenly get into the afternoon session of day 3, and one has just lifted out of nowhere, gone through the top, smashed Kemar Roach on the glove, and he is now being attended to by the physio. I think he's counting the fingers at the moment. Kemar doesn't look very happy. He's a big tough lad, he'll be okay.
Yeah, he will, and that's a painful blow. It's a good ball first up by Chris Wokes. I think if you take the new ball spell of Chris Wokes out of his innings so far, and it's got better and better and better. He still had middle of the session yesterday where he consistently wasn't quite there, but then he had a good spell at the end of the day last night. I thought he bowled a very good spell with the old ball. Ben Foakes standing up this morning. He took the new ball, and along with Ben Stokes, I thought they were a threat, they were challenging without, I would say, a threat and a challenge on such a docile pitch. I thought the disciplines were very, very good. And again, their first ball right on the money. That's what I want to see, and that's what I'm talking about when a number 9 comes in. You mentioned about the bouncer barrage that Craig Overton gave, and it was the right plan for that specific moment at that time to get it going. But I still believe when a Kemar Roach comes in, or Jaden Seals comes in, or Vasami Pamal, go to the top of the stumps, see if you can get the sort of edge, as well as bring in the bowled and LBW, and then if the batsman the tail end batsman gets in for a while, then you can go to the bouncers. But by going to the bouncer straight away and banging it in, you're just giving them a sight to be comfortable at the crease. So for me, this is a good start from Chris Wokes, asking a good question in and around the top of off stump of Kemar Roach, and it'll be interesting to see how this next 5 minutes goes.
Alex Lees has now put the helmet on. He's in a short leg, 2 slips, backward point. And Wokes does exactly as Steve Harmison asked. He's challenging the top of off stump. Ball flashes past the outside edge of the prod forward by Roach, and there's no run. In fact, it went straight over the top of middle stump.
Missed. I tell you what, it comes back to a story about bowling at Hoggy. Matthew Hoggard bowling for Durham against Yorkshire. And Hoggy's come out to bat, and his usual Hoggy, he was nervous because I was bowling a bit lively, and Hoggy comes out and he takes his guard about 6 foot away from stumps.
Wokes is in, and again he beats the outside edge of Kemar Roach. Ben Foakes takes the ball tumbling away to his left, so almost ends up down the leg side. So Wokes has got a little bit of something happening here, using the breeze, perhaps a bit of shape into Roach, and that ball then pitches and leaves him. Good stuff from England's leader of the pack, in inverted commas.
Leader of the pack, and he's bowled very, very, very well today, has Chris Wokes.
And he goes again. That's misdirected down the leg side, and there's no run.
But the Hoggard, he took guard about 6 foot leg side of the stumps, and then 6 foot offside the stumps, and shouted at me, "Where you going to bowl today?" It was just after 2006-7 Ashes. Anyway, the first ball on a length, bang, a bit like Kemar Roach there. It's hit him on the thumb. Boom. So Oggy's in a bit of pain. Physio comes on and off. Next ball, exactly the same like Kemar Roach, and I've run away because I thought I'd bowled him. Oh, how's that missed? And he went, I don't know, I've got my eyes closed.
Wokes is in, and Kemar Roach rather hopefully pushes forward, and the ball hits the inside edge of his bat, goes all the way out to Johnny Bairstow running in from the deep square leg boundary, and Bonner says no runs for you, Kemar. I'm going to see the bowling, or take the bowling at this end. That's the end of the 104th over. West Indies 283 for 7. They trail by 28. And well, I'm glad you mentioned Matthew Hogarth, because as we were getting towards the end of the Barbados Test match story, that was wrapped up by the aforementioned, who took an extraordinary hat trick in front of rapturous England fans out there at the Kensington Oval. I think we were due to have 4 or 5 days off, weren't we, after the 5th day of that
It was
Barbados
5 days
test.
in between, wasn't it?
5 days in between Barbados and Antigua. And we won the test match in 2.5. So I can ask you to imagine what scenes might have
So we were on our holidays.
what scenes might have followed a 2.5 day victory to win the first series by an England team in the Caribbean since 1968. It was lively. Very lively indeed. Speaking of which, Ben Stokes now has the ball in place of Craig Overton from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He charges in, first ball right on the money. Bonner is on the back foot, punches it to mid-on, and there's no run. I think there's been 1 or 2 words between Stokes and Bonner during the last 20 minutes or so. So this might be a spicy little period of play. We've still got 2 men back on the hook on the leg side. There's a short mid-wicket catching. Chris Wokes is at mid-on, a little bit further back, not quite on the edge of an imaginary 30-yard circle, but not far off it. Bairstow mid-off. Lee's at cover. As Stokes is in again, attacking the stumps from that angle wide on the crease, and Bonner defends into... Sorry, it's Lee's at mid-wicket. That must be Darren Lawrence at cover point. Joe Root is the lone slip. We've got a third man as well. So England sort of hedging their bets a little, and they're quite right to do so with so little happening off the surface. Most likely dismissals are fine edge to the keeper. LBW bowled or caught on the hook, really, in these circumstances, as Stokes comes charging in once more. And Bonner is on the back foot, plays it very, very comfortably indeed on the back foot to Johnny Bairstow, the mid-off, and again there's no run.
It's been an amazing discipline shown by Bonner. The way he's picked his bat up and it's come down straight is an art to the way he's performed and how he's looked. He's been sort of very solid in defence, not great movements forward, a huge amount of movements forward, but his hands never really get away from him, and that's been the sort of story of his innings so far.
Does look to have a go at the pull shot, the short ball. It wasn't a high bouncer by Ben Stokes. It was more of a long hop, I suppose. Bonner just swivel pulls it, keeps it down, and it's fielded by the square of the 2 men back on the hook, and they come through for a single. Kemar Roach has 2 deliveries to negotiate. Field will change here. Ben Folkes turns round and grabs the short leg helmet, which he throws way to the left of Alex Lees, but it's beautifully judged because the wind blows it straight back into his hands about 2 yards to the right of where he first threw it. We've got a second slip in. Zach Crawley is now keeping Root company at second slip, and there's only 1 man back on the hook. The second one has come up to mid-wicket, so short leg mid-wicket, 1 man back at fine leg as Stokes is in. Roach pushes forward. It's a really nice looking defensive stroke actually from Kemar Roach. Again, it ends up with Johnny Bairstow, who flings it in to Ben Folkes, who then flings it to the ball shiner general. Dan Lawrence was 68 on his back at cover.
England have got 2 substitute fielders on at the moment. I'm not sure who else is off. I think Mark Wood's off. I think it might be Craig Overton. Matt Fisher from Yorkshire, yet to make his England debuts on. Ollie Pope's down at fine leg.
Stokes, and again, oh goodness gracious me, it was fired up there. I think Roach was expecting another short ball, and it seemed to stay down and hit Roach on the pad and drop out at the short leg. Ben Stokes thought that he got through in there, but it wasn't to be. 105 overs gone, 284 for 7. You're listening to TalkSport 2.
I'm pleased that the Stokes over didn't turn into a bouncer over, because I think as much as that has worked for England in the last sort of 45 minutes, I think a reluctance from Joe Root to turn to Ben Stokes and do that after what happened to him in Australia, I think is pretty crucial, that he does keep pitching the ball up. He isn't being used to bowl bouncers. It is somebody else's role. Why? He's rehabilitating himself back into cricket and into bowling. So, to see him pitching the ball up and challenging the stumps, for me, is better, not only for the England cricket team, but for Ben Stokes' body as well.
Stokes in again to Bonner, who again brings that, as described by Steve Harmison, that bat down perfectly straight in defence, and there's no run. Take me back. Do you remember you and I got rather heated in a discussion about Mark Wood bowling all of those overs on the spin at the back end of England's innings as Australia was setting up a declaration in Sydney? Do you remember?
Yeah, I do. I remember that very well, and I couldn't believe it.
Another good defensive shot from Bonner. Go on.
And he bowled a lot, and you were looking around and thinking, well, we're going to need him further down the line. You've got to take him to Hobart. He just kept bowling dead overs, and Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad were playing. And this is another thing that, and I know that decision wouldn't have been made, the Broad and Anderson not coming here would have been made, have anything to do with what was happening at the time. But I really struggle, we struggled to understand what Mark Wood was bowling for. I could understand.
Pull shot from Bonner, shorter delivery from Wokes, not a bouncer by any means, and he pings it out to Johnny Bairstow, who's in front of square on the boundary, leg side boundary, and they come through for a single. And I think that the phrase I used was asking the Rolls Royce to dig holes for you.
Yes, exactly. But Mark Wood will never ever shy away. Mark Wood will never ever.
In fact, Ferrari
was a Ferrari.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. I think that it was. I think I was the JCB at the time, trying to dig the big hole, and but Mark Wood wanted to bowl, and I remember having a conversation with him about that.
Roach is in, and again attacking the top of the stumps with Kemar Roach on strike, who's equal to it.
I remember him saying it was either he was bowling. I think Leach was bowling as well, wasn't he? Anderson and Broad weren't bowling, and we were throwing things. I can't understand why he's still bowling.
I don't think Jack Leach was bowling. I think he'd been taken out of the attack. I think Mark Wood replaced Jack Leach. Anyway, I think that the listeners are getting the general idea. He was bowling for a declaration, and we couldn't understand why. Wokes full, and inside half of the bat from Kemar Roach, but he times it quite nicely, and it sneaks through the infield in the direction of mid-wicket, and they come back for 2. So the lead is now 24 for England, 287 for 7 the West Indies. And I guess the point that we're making is that we envisaged perhaps an issue with the Hobart Test match. As it was, Mark Wood took 5 for down there, didn't he?
He did take
bowled
5
magnificently. But now we're seeing him with what looks like a stress or a strain injury, as Wokes is in once again, full to Roach, who defends resolutely once more. That elbow injury is a wear and tear injury, isn't it?
It is. Not only is it a wear and tear injury from the workload that he has, but it's something that he's trying to sort of keep going through and bowl through, and that's not really going to do you any good in the long run. You need some time to rest that, to recover from that. We've seen Jofra Archer, which you've got to remember, it's a different injury to what Jofra Archer has got and had. The thing where Mark Wood was, he always wants to take wickets. He's a bit like Ben Stokes, and I think that's the problem sometimes, and that's where you probably need strong leadership. And, just take the ball off them, make sure they don't go anywhere near the bowling. But at that time, I think Mark Wood was more or less indicating there was nobody else to bowl. Joe didn't feel as though he had any other options but to bowl Mark Wood, which we were scratching our heads at.
Stokes is in, and Bonner plays a free-looking drive on the up. Doesn't time it, and it goes to Johnny Bairstow at mid-off. And there's no run. 287 for 7.
I think what we're trying to say as well is, because England play a lot of cricket, and there's no preparation time going into each tour, you've got to be careful how you use people, and then the rest periods in between, and then when they start going again, the management of that.
That's a crisp drive. He's timed that beautifully, but Johnny Bairstow tumbles away to his right, gathers it cleanly. Seems to have done himself a little bit of a mischief in the process, but Bonner picks up a single, happy to turn the strike over to Kemar Roach. 288 for 7, lead 23.
And I just to finish off on Mark Wood, I think that he has bowled a lot. Yeah, it's been a while since he's been injured and missed a lot of cricket. So them dead overs, shall we say, in Sydney, I wouldn't say be coming back to haunt the England cricket team now, but I don't think that has helped his body and going into this series.
Defence again from Roach, full ball from Stokes. Yeah, it's a cautionary tale, isn't it? I mean, that's the fast bowlers get injured. That's the end of the story. There's nothing you can do to stop that from happening in perpetuity. But don't ask your Ferraris to go out there and dig holes for you. There is no sense in it.
Especially when you've only got one Ferrari.
Correct. Yeah. It's all right if you've got a garage full of them, like Cristiano Ronaldo, as Stokes is in. Angles the ball in towards the leg stump of Roach, who again is just blocked that like it's the simplest thing on earth. And again, there is no run.
And then you leave a couple of Bentleys at home.
Yes. Well, to have the choice, eh? I don't think it'll be long before we see Jack Leach back into the attack again for England. The seams are doing a good job, but they're flogging away and nothing much is happening as Stokes is in once more, and Kemar Roach looks like a top order batter in back foot defence, pings it off the middle of the bat to Wokes at mid-on, and again there's no run.
There's not much happening, but the game's going nowhere, and it's good for England. The longer some breaks on the pitch, West Indies 23 behind. If we go bang bang and England are around parity, or even if they've conceded a little bit of a deficit, I don't think that will mind. The one worry would be that we haven't got a Mark Wood on the field, and if he hasn't going to be on the field for the second innings.
Stokes with another well-directed delivery that Leach plays very, very nicely back down the ground for no run. Jack Leach is just going through some warm-up exercises. The umpires, Brathwaite and Wilson, have beckoned the 12 men on with their high-vis vests and barrels of refreshing juice to come onto the field as we're about to take a drinks break. And at that point, Steve and I shall make way for Gareth Batty and Neil Manthorpe.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and well done for getting through the last half an hour, because I must say, as Harmy says, not much is happening, and the game is I was going to say moving forward very slowly. It's actually stalled. It's not moving at all, really. 17 runs in the last 14 overs, and you might well be justified as a listener, and indeed if you're watching the game, to ask yourself what's actually happening. What is the goal of the West Indies? Oh, the leaf blowers out there. There's the old dustpan and brush has been forsaken. That 100 years of tradition. The groundsman's dustpan and brush is no longer in use in Antigua at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. There's got a leaf blower to tidy up the creases during the drinks break and during the lunch. But seriously, Gareth Batty, I mean, if one of the objectives in a 3 test match series with only 3 days between each of the test matches is to reduce the opposition bowlers to their knees, then perhaps they are achieving something.
It's certainly the attritional quality of Test cricket that we're seeing at the minute. It's kind of It's kind of like the boxers who are both wanting to hold the centre of the ring, and nobody will really throw a punch at the minute.
Yeah, there's a lot of clinching and holding going on at the moment, isn't there?
The ref splitting it up. You're just waiting for that breaking point. And it's how long that takes as to what it takes out of the England bowlers. And two, how much energy the West Indians take from keeping England at bay and taking them to breaking point. It's very warm, it's windy. England haven't been out there that long, so their bodies will not be as attuned to conditions as the West Indian boys will be. How much of a detriment is that going to be end of day 3 coming into day 4? It's what we were saying at lunchtime, and the game and how it evolves. I stick by. Test cricket is amazing for this reason to an extent. It's kind of just jousting. It's going nowhere, but it's taking energy out of everybody's body. It's taking things out of people's minds, because we're sort of going, well, there's not a lot happening. You can bet your life there'll be certain fielders out there and certain players out there going, cool, there's not much happening here. It's who then can switch on at the moment when they're asked to perform their skill set or asked to make the break. Can you bang the door open and England go donk, donk, donk and bowl the West Indies out for under 300? Can you then do it in under 117 overs? As soon as it gets that 120, 125, I guarantee that is taking the tank below 50% from an England perspective, which makes it very difficult then taking the 10 wickets required as and when they will be bowling again in that second innings for them.
For those who weren't listening during the lunch break, we had I hope it was an interesting chat between Jared Kimber, myself and Gareth Batty about the way that Test cricket might be improved, and we were talking about having substitutes, and if England had Saqib Mahmood on their bench, they could bring him into the attack now. But the only kind of high level competition that I can relate to, as you know, is long distance running marathons or ultra marathons, and I just sort of feel that Test cricket is that. It is a marathon or an ultra marathon, and for somebody to come along and say, listen mate, you look knackered, I'll tell you what, I'll run the last 5Ks for you, how about that?
It's not how it works, is it? It is not how it works, and that is in the name. It's a test. It's going to test you.
So it's finding a way to get to the finish line, and England need 3 wickets. The West Indies are 288 for 7. Drinks have been taken. 2 close catches, short leg and a slip, as Jack Leach is into the attack once again, and Kumar Bonner. Tell you what, he's running an endurance race. And Kumar Bonner, 211 balls for his 77, and good on him. He's fighting for his career at the age of 33. It's exactly what the West Indies need and have lacked for a large part of the last quarter of a century. Is the dig in, the grit, the Shiv Narayan Chanderpaul, the Larry Gomes before him, the man who's not interested in the calypso style and the flair. It just gets the job done. Now he goes onto the back foot against Jack Leach and pushes this one up towards mid-on. Do you remember Larry Gomes? He was the most underestimated, underappreciated, and I suppose many people will say dimmest light in an array of sparkling, glittering, flashing lights.
Texaco 82, I believe it was, in England. He used to go to Texaco petrol stations, fill up the car, and I wouldn't let Dad fill up anywhere else because you got the little caricatures.
Pushed away defensively by Bonner to square leg, no run.
Of the West Indian team and the England team. And you got like a little green folder that you just slotted them in. Cost Dad about £1,000 filling the car up. I used to siphon it out at night so we could go the next morning.
Get another card.
Yeah. Larry Gomes was my favourite, bizarrely enough.
288 for 7 as Jack Leach is in once again, and Kumar Bonner pushes it up towards mid-off, sets off with a single. Oh, Ben Stokes picks up, shies at the stumps. Oh, that was cheeky. That was very cheeky, and Ben Stokes has got a wry grin on his face as if to say, yeah, you caught me napping there. I don't know whether that is what he said. Was he a bit deep? But a run is an event in the last hour, and taking a quick single to Ben Stokes, who's been fielding up mid-off for the vast majority of this Test match. Do you think he was caught on his heels there a little bit?
Possibly. I'd like to go the other way and say he was trying to entice him to run to try and prize out a wicket, see if he could. You're kind of saying one run is not affecting this game in the grand scheme of things. One run is not going to be the deciding factor. But if I get a run out now, possibly that is.
But it's only the very, very elite would be able to pull off the ploy of enticing a batsman to go for a dangerous single and then effecting a run out. Here's Ben Stokes, the bowler, rather than the fielder. The first ball is short and it's pulled out towards deep square leg, fielded by substitute Ollie Pope. And they go through for another single, and Kumar Bonner moves on to 79. The West Indies now just 21 runs behind England, 290 for 7.
Yeah, nice shot there from Bonner. Stokes going back of a length into his hip, trying to get it under the armpit, but on this docile surface not really getting it to bounce. Bonner playing a nice swivel pull shot up to deep square leg.
Here's Stokes once again up to the crease now and bowls. That's full, and iffy drive from Kemar Roach, who, by the way, I know it's been said plenty of times already, does bear repeating, is no mug with the bat at all. He's played some really important innings over the years.
Absolutely. I think it'd be a good signing to most domestic teams. Somebody like a Kemar Roach, what a signing he could be.
We're about to find out. Kemar Roach will play for Surrey in the Championship, and Sunil Narayan in the Blast. Here's Stokes once again. That's full, wide, just wide enough to tempt Roach to drive, but he in fact lets it go at the last minute.
Yeah, it's that carrot we mentioned before. It's that sort of 4.5, almost 5 stumps wide of off stump, quite full. Little tiny hint of out shape from Stokes, just saying, go on, have a nibble at that out there. There'll be some batters who'll be creaming that for 4 through backward point, and others will be nicking it. On this occasion, Roach is none of the above and just left it alone.
Here's Ben Stokes again, 2 slips and a short leg, and he plays inside the line of it, does Kemar Roach here. Good looking forward defensive shot, but 6 inches inside the line of the delivery. Joe Root was just making the warm-up motion to Craig Overton, I think, saying, get ready, you're on. We've got half an hour before tea, and maybe Overton's turn. Deficit 21. Here is Ben Stokes once again up to the crease, wide of the crease this time. Bowls a bouncer, and goes over the head of the batsman. Ben Foakes tries his luck with a polite appeal for a catch behind, but that was nowhere near the bat.
Nicely bowled, just changing the angle of this ball. Ben Stokes, like you said, man, is he's about a foot wider of the stumps on delivery, so that angle is greater in towards the body. This time about throat height stroke, top of the head in a good area. Roach, evasive action.
Touched his shoulder, didn't it?
Yeah, just a little graze, just a little nick.
Stokes once again, 2 slips up close and quite close together as well. Quite pushed away, however, to forward short leg, where it's fielded by Alex Lees, and there is no run. 8 runs off the last 10 overs. So really is deadlock at the moment. Do you remember in wrestling years and years and years ago that sometimes wrestlers would get into a position where neither was they were literally deadlocked together, and the umpire or the referee used to have to say, all right, nothing's happening, separate, start again.
Yeah. Well,
Giant Haystacks and Big Daddy,
what was his name? Was it Leslie Crabtree? Yeah, that is taking it back. Yellow leotard he had on, didn't it? God, what a sight.
Jack Leach, that one is played very late by Kumar Bonner behind square on the offside, and Giant Haystacks has a huge beard.
Terrestrial TV stuff, that, wasn't it? Saturday lunchtime, loved it.
And Kumar Bonner on strike on 79 as Leach is in once again, and it's nudged out on the offside, and there's no run.
Nicely bowled, Jack Leach. He's just hitting a nice rhythm here. You just feel like possibly he could just change his angle on the crease a bit, like what Ben Stokes did that last over. Get a bit wider on the crease, get a bit narrower.
Leach, quicker one. That's at the stumps as well, and Kumar Bono's right back onto his stumps, playing defensively up to mid-wicket, no run.
Just so the ball arrives from different areas from the return crease and then getting tight. Just ask a few different questions. Bowling very nicely.
Leach in, a little bit of drift into the right-hander there, and it's pushed up towards mid-off, and it's fielded by Ben Stokes. I think it's probably too late to expect the pitch to deteriorate significantly, as we're over halfway through, almost 2/3 of the way through day 3, and if anything, the few showers might have just closed the cracks up, and it's become more and more benign. A single, a drive out towards mid-wicket, a dive, a parry from fielder Ollie Pope, and a single resulting deflection towards mid-on. 291 for 7, deficit is 20. There's a good crowd in Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The majority of them are England supporters. Not all necessarily with the Barmy Army. There are little pockets of travelling supporters who made their way under their own steam out to Antigua, individuals and small groups, but the majority are together with the Barmy Army, and they're finding ways, largely through food and drink, ways to entertain themselves. Oh, Jack Leach once again, last ball of the hour. I thought for a moment it was the last ball of the over. He's tossed that one up, nicely bowled, given it a bit of air, and fielded by Zach Crawley at Silly Point. And Kumar Bonner 80, Kemar Roach has 2, and we haven't heard from Jared Kimber for a while.
That's because I've been doing some studying. Have you seen what's on the front of the West Indian shirt, their sponsor?
It's those electronic, what are they called? Electronic portraits.
NFTs, non-fungible tokens, is that what you mean?
Yeah.
It's a company called Kryptos, but it is spelled Kryptos, but however you'd like to pronounce it. And you can buy NFTs of players. It's from the ICC, and I've just been going through the website in case you needed to buy any NFTs of any players. Manners, I found you the cheapest one for the England players, because I thought that's where you'd like to start. Is that fair?
I'm waiting for Jared Kimber to say non-refundable what?
Non-fungible tokens. The other name, maybe.
Don't build this up any more than it needs to be.
So you can buy wickets and runs and boundaries of players and sell them as NFTs if you would like. From the ICC, this is official. Tamal Mills is the cheapest England player I can find. You can get his wicket of Nicholas Pooran in the last World Cup, outside edge. It's the most benign wicket you'll ever see in T20 cricket. That's $10. If you got a little bit more money though, Manners.
Here's Chris Wokes. Good Yorker, really good Yorker. It wasn't Craig Overton actually who was being told to warm up by Joe Root. Clearly it was Chris Wokes. Yes.
And I know you've got a little bit more money. I've been to your palatial mansion in Cape Town. Sachin Tendulkar is the top player that you can get. He faced a half tracker in a game against Pakistan in the 92 World Cup. He pulls it away, not particularly elegantly. That's currently going for $32,000 if you'd like to buy the NFT of that particular shot.
Here is Wokes once again, and it's pushed towards mid-off. What does one do with these non-fungible tokens?
You keep them and tell people.
Where do you keep them? Where do you keep them?
In your non-fungible wallet? In your blockchain? I'm not going to pretend to be an expert in any of this. I'm a bit shocked that anyone's paying 32 grand for Sachin Tendulkar mishitting a boundary.
So you're technically buying the rights for that picture and nothing else. So it's like Getty Images.
No, you don't own the rights. People can still.
Why would you pay 32 grand for something you don't own?
Here is Wokes once again, and that's nudged away by Kumar Bonner out towards mid-wicket. For those of an older generation, it's basically a video clip.
The way that people explain it best, it's a video clip, but the way that people explain it the best is it's like owning a basketball card. And so it only has value if you believe it has value, but other people can still take a photo of that basketball card and put it up online. It's a weird world, Bats. I'm not gonna suggest otherwise. But for $10, you can own that Tamal Mills dismissal of Nicholas Buran. So
You can own it, but anybody else can have access to it.
I believe so.
Here is Wokes once again, and that's pushed up towards mid-off. This is where we need a...
I don't know if this is the right group to be explaining NFTs.
I was going to say, this is where we need a fungible tokenist
I've
to
seen the Wolf
contact
of
us.
Wall Street. You're selling stuff that's worth nothing and making millions. I think it's a great concept.
Some of the clips in there. There's a couple of good shots where you're just like, okay, $20. I can tell my friend I own a Moeen Ali 6. Some of these shots, I'm just like, I wouldn't pay to watch them.
Pushed away behind square on the leg side, and they go through for a single. What I could understand if it was limited on the concept that less is more, and the greater quality of that less. So the Ben Stokes' shot to tie the scores in the last World Cup final, or Jason Roy's throw from deep mid wicket, and Josh Butler taking the bails off.
But you still can't own them though. Do you know what I mean?
But it's the
It's a
iconic
memory.
moments. I mean, here's Wokes once again. Forward comes Kemar Roach playing defensively, and there's no run. But some random outside edge caught a slip, or somebody.
It's a very. I've chatted to some people in cricket, and my first thought was, okay, you're going to do this. This is a very odd collection of balls, boundaries, dismissals that you've decided on to be worth money.
Is there anything which binds them together at all, other than the fact that they are taking place within a cricket game?
They're all ICC events. That's the only thing I can find here. Men's and women's. But there's no theme that I can see on these. So I tried to get Macca, because as we all know, Macca's absolutely minted. Tried to get him to buy some, and I couldn't. I showed him a few of the videos. He wasn't particularly impressed by
Is
them.
Jason Roy's throw to Josh Butler to run out? Who was it? The New Zealand opening batsman. Martin Guptill. Is that there? Because that's like 292 for 7 here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua. It's the slowest session of play that I can remember since 1993 in a test match. There's a sweep shot. I've just brought it to life. It's gone for 4. Wow, how about that? 14 runs this partnership's worth off 74 balls. That's a good shot actually from Nkrumah Bonner, and good on him. And I'm not in any way whatsoever trying to take away from his efforts or to underappreciate them. I mean, it wasn't a great delivery, to be fair. It was pitching outside leg stump. It was right there for the sweep, right length, and but he's played it beautifully. 296 for 7. West Indies now trail by 15. He's overcompensated as Jack Leach now. He's gone from outside leg to a little bit too far outside the off stump, and he's chopped away for another single. 297 for 7.
The best NFT, the highest NFT, but also one of the best ones. Do you remember when Jofra bowled? I can't remember was it Tamil Iqbal, where he bowled in with the 153 95 mile an hour ball, and the bail went over the top at the World Cup. That is the top selling NFT in the English section. But before you moan about it again, Bats, which you're right to do, just say that we've had an update about Mark Wood, and he's still receiving treatment, and he's unlikely to bowl again in this innings.
I'm not moaning about it. I just don't understand how you can sell the same thing over and over again. And who owns it?
I look, to be honest,
it's like
I've been
a
on
lease
this
agreement that you're just getting done by the sounds of it.
I've been on this website for 20 minutes. I don't really understand how it works, if I'm being honest.
So if you had the winning moment of every World Cup since 1975, then you could collect those, and that would create a market. So you'd be the owner of the winning moment of every World Cup since 1975 if you could gather them all. That might be, I could see how that would be worth something. It's a collection.
Yeah. You go down to the pub, you meet your mate, you show him your collection, and then he just gets the same off the internet. Because you don't own it. I just don't understand it. It's like somebody going home tonight and somebody else in your bed.
Here's Leach once again. I was about to use the Ferrari analogy. I was
You
going to
don't own
actually
your own house.
I was going to say it's like You own this top of the range Ferrari, but anybody who wants to drive it can just come along and get the keys.
Weird. I can't get my head around it. Anyway.
I'm sure somebody will be able to explain it to us, because we are struggling to come to terms with the concept. As Leach is in once again, and that's blocked defensively, straight back to the bowler. Not even pushed, just literally dead batted, blocked. Matt Pryor's due to come on in a few minutes' time. He's we're getting no reaction at all from him, are we? This conversation's going on. There's absolutely no sign whatsoever whether he's with us or whether he's just waiting to come on and say, okay, all right, boys, let me explain it to you then. Let's do this slowly.
I reckon he's done about 50 grand on it.
Here's Andrew McKenna,
who hasn't got a clue either, so we're probably best to leave that one alone. If you do know, then get in touch at cricket_TS at TalkSport2. If you can put it in 20 words or less in layman's terms. If you can't, let's just write the whole thing off. In fairness, that's at least got us through the last few minutes. Woakes to start his 24th over. Keeper standing up. West Indies 297 for 7. The reason that we've kind of gone through that, because in the last hour of play, there's been 14 overs, and the West Indies have scored 13 runs. They've lost 2 wickets in the process, but they're now only 14 in arrears at 292 for 7, and Nkrumah Bonner is closing in on his second Test 100. He's 86 not out from 231 balls. Those 14 runs would have the West Indies level. Woakes goes in, Bonner turns round to square leg and jogs a single to go to 87, 298 for 7. So then, Matty P, have you got this absolutely nailed down then?
Yeah, well, I mean, simply put, it's an NFT is a digital asset that represents real-world objects like art, music, in-game items and videos. They're bought and sold online, frequently with cryptocurrency. I mean, did you guys not know that?
There we go. Thank you very much, Mr. Pryor. Woakes on the way then. That's full. Aiming in towards off stump. Roach comes forwards. He's now been there 6 overs worth. 36 balls faced by Kemar Roach. Now 37 for 2 not out. Just a reminder of what Jared's just told us. We are not expecting to see Mark Wood again this innings, as he's still getting treatment on the elbow problem. Be a concern for England, because obviously they came into this test match short of Ollie Robinson, and it is a relatively quick turnaround. This match needs to be finished first. Woakes short ball through to folks no run, 298 for 7. So then, Matt, how do England wrap this up nice and quickly, and more importantly, how many can they wrap it up quickly for? They've got 14 to play for before they're in deficit.
Well, to be very honest, on a wicket like this, with the ball not doing much, England are doing exactly what they should be. Really, it's just not letting West Indies go anywhere. It's pretty dull to watch, but it's the right plan. Make the West Indian batsmen bat a long time to score any. The problem here is if you chase the game too much, you can give a few balls to hit. Watch the West Indies go past you, currently only trailing now by 13 runs.
Well, in comes Woakes. 2 slips and a short leg waiting, but I have to say, Kemar Roach has played that with the minimum of fuss and a great deal of ease to mid-off. No run, 130 kilometres an hour. I mean, it's not a minefield of a pitch by any manner of means. I mean, earlier today the ICC announced that the pitch in Rawalpindi for the Pakistan-Australia game was officially below average. That was considerably worse than this, but this just isn't giving a great deal of assistance at the moment. At the moment they just can't get anything out of it. Woakes in, and Roach is solidly in behind this. Ends the over once again, 113 bowled, 298 for 7.
I mean, the big blow for England is, I mean, it's very obvious saying this, Mark Wood, but even more so now because he's got that X factor of having pace. And on a wicket like this, you can throw the ball to him, even if Joe Root said, look, just come in for 3 overs. I just want you to bowl express. Bowl as fast as you can. We can set short ball fields or whatever it might be and just try and blow the West Indies batsmen away. But now that option is not available. You've got Overton, Woakes, who are very similar. Leach, not a great deal of spin for him so far. Stokes, of course, has been used in that attacking role to come on and make something happen. But they haven't got that express pace that a Mark Wood has. And therefore, really, England's best option is patience right now.
Well, it's Overton bowling to Bonner with a slip in place, and they've gone back to the two very close to each other mid-wickets. Only 15 metres or so from the bat, looking for the clip off the toes. Overton with 2 for 74. This is his 25th over. In he goes, keeper standing up, and Bonner is just playing this defensively on the offside. No run, 87 not out he is. Just a reminder, of course, that every Tuesday on TalkSport 2 we have our dedicated cricket show, the Cricket Collective. Neil Manthorpe and Steve Harmison bring you the week's cricketing stories and all the talking points. If you miss it when it goes out on the radio, well, you can always download it as a podcast. Just follow the following on feed and you'll be able to pick it up there from your podcast provider. Overton in once again. Now that's just seemed to stay up a little bit there, and again Bonner's just pushing out on the offside. I remember a few overs ago he played similar to that, just a little bit hard hands, a little bit aerial for a little bit, but not able to fly as far as the fielder. You can hear Ben Folks going through the full cheerleader routine at the moment. This is where you need your keeper to do that. Keep everyone going. Overton in. Shortish. Chest high. Bonner goes on the pull. It will be a single. Bonner will go to 88. 298 for 7.
Yeah, Macca, it's good to hear that from the England wicketkeeper Ben Folks, geeing the fielders up. What is important is, even though the bowlers are sticking to very tight plans, boring fields, shall we say, or defensive fields, let's call it that rather, it's really important the intensity of the fielders stays high. They still have to be hunting for a wicket. That half chance comes, they need to absolutely pounce on it, and that comes from the wicketkeeper, the slips, the fielders in the ring, buzzing around, bouncing around, giving the bowlers energy. There's nothing for them in this wicket, so it has to come from the fielding unit.
Overton in, shortish ball, and it goes over Roach's shoulder. He thought about playing at it, bailed out, through to the keeper, no run. Yeah, it's important that although there's not a lot happening in terms of the game, you can't just be standing hands in pockets, wandering around in the field and sort of drifting off with the fairies. The intensity from the fielding side still has to be there.
Yeah, exactly right. And you've got to create it. You've got to create it for the bowlers. You've got to support the bowlers, as I say. You know, Folks up to the stumps. He's trying to create some additional pressure where the batsman may not feel there is if he was standing back. And
Roach plays defensively to Overton, back down the pitch, no run.
You know, and you don't want the batsman just to be standing there going, right, let's just pat it back. They still need to, we speak about the batsmen have to feel hunted. There's 11 of you versus 2 of them in the middle, and they've got to feel that. Now, as we say again, there's not a lot in it for the bowlers. It's not moving around. Usually when it's swinging and seaming and bouncing and doing all sorts, that's easy. But it's this time now where it's difficult, where the fielders have to dig in and really get behind their bowlers.
Overton goes in, outside edge of Roach's bat, drifts out on the offside, no run, and that is the end of the over. 299 for 7, the West Indies here on TalkSport 2, so they're approaching the 300 mark themselves. England have been hunting that mark for a while. West Indies not exactly been pushing it too often themselves, but they are getting there as we speak. Still only 3 wickets for England today. Jason Holder caught behind off the bowling of Ben Stokes for 45, Josh De Silva LBW to Jack Leach for 32, and Alzari Joseph caught at fine leg on the pull by the substitute fielder Ollie Pope off the bowling of Overton for 2. So 282 for 7 when that wicket went down. That wicket went down, by the way, final ball of the 99th over. It's now 114 overs gone, and the score has gone up by 17. It is slow going at the moment. Right, Leach has ball in hand. This will be his 28th over. It will be a slip leg gully for Bonner. No catches in front of the bat. Leach just spinning the ball from hand to hand at the end of his mark, and will now go in and bowl. And it's Bonner playing to mid-on, and there's no... Just, you could see when he was spinning the ball from hand to hand then, the way that England have been working on the ball, because there's one really dark side, and as we mentioned, these balls are going quite pale and almost pink on the other. Leach around the wickets, Bonner deep in his crease and actually backing away, plays it to point, and there's no run.
Hey lads, come in boys!
Bonner 88 not out. Stands very, very still at the crease, raises his bat, brings it forward, punching to mid-off, and England actually have a long off in place, so he's walked the thick end of half of a run, then breaks into a slight jog to finish it up, to bring up the 300 for the West Indies. 300 for 7, halfway through the 115th over. West Indies trail by 11.
Yep, just 11 now. And England will, that's another thing for Joe Root to keep an eye on, and this England team to keep an eye on. They won't want to, we have to assume West Indies will go past England's score. Unless someone can do something pretty special and take 3 very quick wickets. It is possible, of course. But if West Indies do go past England's first innings score of 311, England won't want them to go past by much.
Leach to bowl to Roach then. 2 from 43. 2 slips in place for Roach. That is in at leg stump, and Roach is trying to turn it on the leg side. Can't get anything on it, no run. Just to give you an idea of how much the handbrake has gone on in this innings, I'll give you the amount of balls it's taken for each individual 100 in this innings. Jack Leach in, Roach is forward, pushing into the offside, no run. So the first 100 runs of this West Indian innings came off 155 balls. The second 100 took 232 balls. The third 100, 303 balls. Leach in once again, very solidly forward is Kemar Roach, not troubled by that at all, pushes out on the offside, the over is completed. 300 for 7 here on TalkSport 2. So the third 100 was a thick end of double the amount of balls faced compared to the first 100. 2 batsmen get together and have a conversation. I wonder what Nkrumah Bonner is saying to Kemar Roach. He's 11 away from his second Test 100. Man,
probably saying don't get out.
Please don't get out. As Neil Manthorpe keeps telling you, he's a man who hasn't had that many appearances. He's had to fight really hard to get back into the side. He's like, please, come on, get me there. This could really help me out. Overton to bowl the over. And Bonner is on the back foot, playing to Ben Stokes at extra cover, and there's no run. Well, if there's one piece of good news today, we were told there was going to be showers. We've not had any, so thank goodness for that. 2:15 Antigua time, and we haven't had a delay today. Had 4 yesterday. Overton in. Outside-ish portion of Bonner's bat, finds Lawrence at point, and there is no run. And Lawrence is shining the ball on his shirt. He's a man who does an awful lot of work on the ball for this England side. Conversation between Woakes and Overton before he's going to deliver again. Now he's on his way, and it's a wide and short ball that really should have been put away but was missed out on. by a man who's 89 not out. That should have been taking him into the 90s.
Yeah, and this is where a surface like this just does nothing for anyone. I mean, that was a bit of a rank delivery, wasn't it? It was short and wide, but just no pace, soft ball. Bonner just ends up clothing it, dribbles out to the man at point. It's all a bit sorry.
In goes Overton. No real pace in that as it goes to Bonner. Drives to mid-off. It's I think a back-of-the-hand slower ball from Overton there. Certainly didn't seem to get down there any pace. The speed guns got it at 106 kilometres an hour. So that would certainly indicate it was a slower one, but Bonner played it with no timing.
Yeah, it was interesting. Steve Harmison right at the beginning of the day said everyone over there, Harmy, fortunate enough to be in the Caribbean sun right now, they were expecting this pitch to break up, weren't they? Macca, they thought it was dry, but it seems to have just bedded down.
In goes Overton. Bonner plays to Lees, the straighter of the two mid wickets, and there's no run. Yeah, there's certainly no real indication of it breaking up so far, and indeed the last few results have predominantly been draws. I have to say, early on in this game a draw didn't look terribly likely, but if the pitch is going to die like this, then it does come back into the equation. Final ball of the Overton over then. It's outside of off stump, and Bonner is just playing a forward defensive. He doesn't need to do anything else. It's 300 for 7.
We talk about the importance of a first innings lead in places like Asia, and there are a lot of similarities, this wicket and the surfaces you find on the subcontinent. And of course in Asia, if you get a first innings lead, your chance of winning goes to 72%. And that's significant. You know that as a team going into the test match. Get a first, even if it's 10 runs. It doesn't have to be a 100-run lead, just 10. Win the first innings, and more often than not, 72% of the time, you win the game. But of course, those surfaces deteriorate very, very quickly, don't they? We've seen, be flat up until the end of day 3, day 4, and then suddenly they explode. I'm not sure we'll see the same with this surface.
300 for 7 then. Trailing by 11, the West Indies. Roach is on strike to Leach, 1 for 56. Silly point in play. Kemar Roach plays a perfect forward defensive. Straight back down the pitch, doesn't bring the silly point into play. And it's a dot ball. Chris Woakes 1 for 70. 2 for 75 for Craig Overton. 1 for 45 for Mark Wood. As it's another forward defensive from Kemar Roach to Leach. Leach himself 1 for 56. Ben Stokes 2 for 36. Joe Root's 2 overs yesterday cost 14 runs. Leach around the wicket, gives that one a bit of air, but almost Yorker length as it lands at the feet of Roach, and he just pushes it back down the pitch. This will be the 50th ball of Kemar Roach's innings that Jack Leach is about to send down. He's 2 not out. Leach in. And like a great deal more of those 50 deliveries, it's a forward defensive no run.
Much prefer the silly point in, which they have now. Actually, probably one for Gareth Batty later. Leach tends to bowl with the 2 slips, or a leg slip and a slip, rather than 2 men up front.
Leach. And it's an edge, and it's flown past Crawley. We had one earlier that was inside edge onto pad, and Crawley wasn't able to hold that. Well, Roach, for the first time in what feels like hours, plays an attacking shot, a drive into the offside, genuine outside edge, and it flies past Crawley at slip and away for 4.
Yeah, no chance for Crawley here. I mean, he's standing so close as well, it must be said. Roach throwing his hands at it, getting a good piece of thick outside edge, goes in between keeper and first slip. I mean, neither of them had a chance.
304 for 7. Roach goes back to forward defensive mode with the West Indies trailing by 7. That is the over, so Matt can continue making a point as Neil Manthorpe comes in.
Yeah, I'll carry on the point about Leach and his field. I find it interesting that usually when Leach bowls, his attacking fielders tend to be behind the wicket, either regulation slip or slip and a leg slip, or even there the over before he had 2 slips, orthodox slips in place. Always fine with a spinner. If you have a short leg, have men in front of the bat, get in the batsman's eye line. Either a silly point, short leg and a silly point even. It just puts the batsman under pressure. And it's no coincidence for me that they move the man from the second slip up in front to silly point, and Roach ends up playing that shot.
Another single out towards mid-wicket now as Craig Overton continues. 2 for 76 is into his 27th over. West Indies trailing by 6, 7 wickets down. Kemar Roach 6 from 52 balls, and Krumar Bonner 90 from 245. Never forget covering Zimbabwe's inaugural Test match against India, Harare Sports Club, back in 1992, and that's a bouncer from Craig Overton, and Roach ducks underneath it without any difficulty whatsoever. And get your head round this, Gareth Batty. Zimbabwe won the toss and batted first. Batted till lunch on the third day.
Wow.
Yeah. They're quite keen not to lose their first Test match, and that's full and wide outside the off stump, and there's no run. And in reply, Zimbabwe crawled to 400, and in reply, Sanjay Manjrekar gave them a dose of their medicine and spent the rest of the Test match reaching 100 from 420 balls.
So they batted 2.5 days and got 400 runs.
420.
My goodness.
Here is Craig Overton up to the crease now, and bowls. Edge! God, he's got a wicket! Oh, they're so knackered. He can't even be bothered to... No, he hasn't edged it. No wonder he wasn't celebrating. Came off the thigh. Came off the pad. Well, I did my best, boys. What did it come off? His thigh pad. Well, it was a deflection. I'm not seeing things. I thought Craig Overton was just so exhausted that you're going to reach that point where you can't be bothered to celebrate. But all right, apologies for that if I had you on the edge of your seats, or maybe I just woke you up. Here is Overton once again, tries the bouncer, ducks underneath it, and there's no run, goes through to Ben Foakes.
It was the fact that he squared him up, Manners. So when you say you've squared somebody up, it's because that right shoulder comes round and you're wanting to get the bat at the ball, brings your hip around as well, and it just clipped him on that back hip. You're right, there was a big deviation. It was close to the bat, but unfortunately he just lost a bit of skin off his right hip as it crashed in and went through to Ben Foakes.
Still 2 slips and a short leg in, so England haven't given up. They're trying to find these last 3 wickets as Overton is in once more, and it's nudged around the corner by Kemar Roach, and they don't go through for a run. Chris Woakes has handed his sunglasses over to Joe Root, so maybe he's going to bowl the next over. I'm sure Jared Kimber will be able to find that scorecard for us. Zimbabwe's inaugural Test match, Jared. They, it was very important to them. I remember it all too well. I remember the excitement of seeing Zimbabwe not bowled out on the first day, and then talking about the impending declaration from about tea, or just before tea on the second day. But they went on and on. Do you remember? Any recollection who their coach was?
No, I'd been in Zimbabwe possibly the year before that or the year after. My brother was playing for Country Districts and we'd gone out for Christmas, so we'd spent some time at Harare Sports Club and obviously got to have a bit of an idea of the team. Hang on a second, was it the big tall fella that used to bowl off spin that was the coach at the time?
No, it was an Englishman.
Take it back. Okay.
Former umpire, tough, hard man, and I remember Dave Howden. Even Dave Howden, who was the captain of the team, and a young Andy Flower was saying, "Coach, do you think we should reply? Sorry, do you think we should declare?" He said, no way. Not a chance. I'm not going to give them a sniff. Here's Joe Root into the attack, and that first delivery is flicked away behind square on the leg side. Long career as a stoic batsman, became an umpire.
I'm still not any closer to guessing. I'm lost.
You're looking at me, I'm just shaking my head.
No. Right.
Here's Root round the wicket to Kemar Roach. Pushes that one out square of the wicket on the offside. Picked up, it slipped, no run.
Wasn't Kevin Lyons, was it?
No.
I think the person you thought before was that John Tricos. He was playing.
Yeah,
He was still playing at the time.
John Tricos was still playing at the age of 45. I think he was then.
Easily done.
Low full toss. Yeah, I should not have said that. Quite such. But but the interesting thing is that it was here is Root once again, and spins off the pad out towards square leg. The reason I said 45 is because it was he had gone 23 years between test matches, John Tricos, because his last test match was for South Africa before they were banned. And he came back. He was a partner in an accounting law firm, and he was persuaded to make a comeback for Zimbabwe's inaugural test match.
You ever going to say who this coach is, or how long are you planning? Are you going to string it out for the next 3 wickets?
I'm just going to wait for you to get it, because I think you should get it. And it's this one spins actually from Root. He's looking to work with the rough outside. That's why he's going around the wicket outside the right-hander's leg stump, and it's left alone by Kemar Roach, and it spins away harmlessly behind square on the leg side. 306 for 7.
Just on that last over and what we've seen, it's quite amazing that Joe Root has only bowled 3 overs, really. And that's not to the detriment of anybody else in the bowling lineup, because he's that little bit taller than Leach, because he'll drive it into the surface a little bit more, which means he's a bit more direct. You just want to explore what would happen. Leach is a bit more up and down from fingers. He bowls it up out the hand. He doesn't often bowl it direct into the surface, whereas Root can. And then some of these sort of flatter, turgid surfaces, you almost need to drive it in to the surface a bit to try and get something out of it. And we saw just hints, because he's very wide on the crease around the wicket. He's out on the return crease and driving it, almost pitching leg stump and just outside. But the energy on the ball and the way the ball was stopping in the surface is getting an amount of purchase there.
306 for 7. Zimbabwe. On the brain now. You found it, haven't you?
Well, I haven't found it 100% on the internet, but I'm having a look at the names. It's Kevin Curran, isn't it?
Kevin Curran? No. He was an Englishman. Here is Jack Leach, and that one is flicked away behind square on the leg side. I know that Kevin Curran played many years and great success for Gloucestershire before moving to Northamptonshire, but no, he was an Englishman. And by the way, I'm going to correct myself here, because the reason he said we're going to bat on, Zimbabwe didn't win the toss and bat first. They were put into bat by India, and he said they put us in, they can get us out. Back and across goes Nkrumah Bonner, playing defensively out on the offside, and there's no run.
Then it's not listed on their coaches of the Zimbabwe national cricket team Wikipedia entry. Unless I'm just missing someone very obviously. Did Mackay Arantini coach them?
He was their bowling coach for
not in
a
1992.
while. Yeah, not in 1992. No, that one is punched out towards mid-wicket. Tell you what, if anybody knows the answer, then put everybody out of their misery, because I'm not going to do it. Just you can tweet us at TS. What is it? Cricket TS at underscore. What is it? Cricket underscore TS.
Oh, no, and I was trying to explain an NFT to you.
It's been a very, very long day. This partnership is worth 25 runs off 123 balls, and it's accelerated. 307 for 7. England need to find some inspiration and some magic. Leach in once again. That's a quicker one. Hits him on the pad. Roach. He remains 6 off 63 balls.
Do you want some scores from that Zimbabwe first test?
Yeah. How many overs? It was 206, I think, from memory.
214.2 overs.
Yeah, okay. My memory's not that bad. I knew it was over 200. That's pushed out defensively on the onside. No run.
Kevin Arnott. He made 40 from 176 balls. Grant Flower opened with him. He made 82 off 297 balls. Alistair Campbell absolutely smashing them everywhere. 45 of 82. Wasn't even playing the game.
Pushed away defensively again on the offside. West Indies remain 307 for 7.
Andy Pycroft, 39 of 135 balls. Then Dave Houghton made his 121 of 322 balls. Andy Flower coming in well down the order. Is he number 7, I think? Made 59 off 201 balls. And then Gary Crocker came in at the end and smashed him everywhere for a 23 off 42. Not out. Got himself a red inker and tore it
brutal.
up.
And Sanjay Mandrakar's 100.
You were almost spot on with that. Yeah, he made 104 from 422 balls. That's probably not the worst hit. Ravi Shastri, 11 off 63.
I go with Sanjay Mandrakar's 100 was etched in my memory. Here's Root once again. Nice drift there across the right-hander, looking to bring slip into play.
Kieran Moray was batting at 9, I think. Yeah, as the wicketkeeper. And you know how wicketkeepers got changed with Adam Gilchrist? Well, Kieran Moray, 41 off 160 balls. Batting at 9.
Here's Joe Root once again, and it's flicked away behind square on the leg side, and they go through for an easy single.
They batted again, Zimbabwe.
Yeah.
You didn't mention that. Kevin Arnott went back in, made 32 from 163 balls. Grant Flower, 6 from 33. Yeah, Kevin Arnott has probably had one of the slowest scoring games in the history of cricket.
I just remember turning up the day before the test match. That's full and wide and driven. That's a lovely shot. That is good enough to take the West Indies into the lead. That was a lovely cover drive. Flowing shot from Kemar Roach. Takes him into double figures. 10 off 66 balls now. Joe Root just offering a wide half volley, and Kemar Roach eventually is dragged from his slumber with a super boundary through cover. But we turned up the day before the test match. So can you tell us where the media centre is, please? And there's a sweep shot here from Kemar Roach, little bottom edge. There's more runs for him now. It's running down towards the fine leg boundary. Back-to-back boundaries for Kemar Roach, and the West Indies are into the lead well and truly now by a whopping 5, 316 for 7. To which the reply from the organisers was, the what? He said, the media centre, we need to commentate. And there were no phone lines available. Commentary then was just down an ordinary phone line, so one was commandeered from a nearby household. That was flicked away back again, just towards leg slip, straight to the fielder on this occasion. And about an hour into the commentary, an irate house owner turned up at the ground and said, "Has someone pinched my line?" 316 for 7. And there were only 2 of us commentating at the time, so we had to try and answer him between describing ball by ball. And said, "We haven't commandeered it, we've just borrowed it for 5 days."
There's some very good bowlers from India in this game, by the way. This is their bowling attack. Kapil Dev, Manoj Pravakar, Javagal Srinath, Venkatapati Raju, Anil Kumble and Ravi Shastri. That's a fairly tasty
Fabulous.
6 bowlers to then take 10 wickets in 214.2 overs. Must have been a flatty.
Well, why do you think it came to mind? Because we were watching this game in Antigua. The worst memories are coming back to me now. 2 slips in for Jack Leach and a silly mid-on pushed up straight back towards the bowler.
This is absolutely brilliant. For anyone who watched the 1992 World Cup, might remember this. Might remember this player, Edo Brandes, the chicken farmer. Chicken farmer? Yeah. Chicken farmer. He bowled 2 overs bats.
Dropped away defensively on the onside, and there's no run.
Clearly injured himself. Probably out of choice, I'm seeing. And never bowled again in the game. So he bowled 2 of the 169 overs of Zimbabwe. Edo Brandes took the new ball, bowled a couple, thought this isn't for me. And his opening bowling partner, Mark Burmester, had the bowl almost 40. Jarvis bowled 40 almost as well.
Pushed away behind square on the offside. Mark Burmester may or may not, because we didn't have the technology to measure it, then hold the record for being the slowest opening bowler in Test history. Oh no, there would have been a
Maiden Lal. Couple of the early Indian ones.
Manoj Prabhakar of the more modern era. The next one from Leach is pushed defensively again out in the offside, no run.
So that Ed O'Brien reminds me of one of a mate of mine and Gareth Batty, Dirk Nannes, when he played a first-class game in Western Australia on a flat pitch at the Wacker.
Here's Leach again. Forward comes Roach, no run.
I'll probably get the order of this slightly wrong, but he came in first ball and bowled a waist-high full toss, and the umpire called it as a dangerous delivery. Next ball, he bowled a low full toss, which Sean Marsh hit straight to point and was out caught.
Leach again, block, 317 for 7, the lead is 6.
Next ball, he thought, just to be safe, because he bowled 2 full tosses in a row, he'd come in and bowl a bouncer. Somehow managed to get the ball through to the wicketkeeper on the full, and was taken out of the game. And of course then Marcus North, I think, made 150 or 200 because Victoria were 1 bowler down. So he bowled 3 balls and he took 1 wicket, and I think he went for runs as well. I think the other one might have gone for runs, I can't remember exactly, but he bowled 1 legal ball, took a wicket on that legal ball, and
how
2
would his
illegals.
bowling figures have read then?
I think I'm trying to remember. I'd have to go back and find the game.
0.1 0.31.
It's something like that. Yeah, I'll try and find it for you. It's hilarious. But Dirk telling the story is great. He's like, Jared, I was trying to bowl a bouncer. I was like, that means you missed your legs by about 40 metres. He's like, I know.
It must have slipped. Root in again. And that's a sweep shot. It was an upright sweep shot from Nkrumah Bonner, and he's got 4. He was shaping to play an orthodox sweep shot, but then realised it was much too full, and then played a sort of upright. Well, it's almost like the old Colin Cowdrey paddle canoe shot.
Would you call it a sweep pull almost? Because of the line of the ball being sort of a 1.5 foot outside leg stump, he's almost sort of straight batting it down there.
Nkrumah Bonner is 97 not out now, and all credit and kudos to him. It's been innings of magnificent resistance and fortitude. He's not let the dry periods affect him. He's absorbed whatever pressure. There was very little pressure applied to him yesterday, in fairness, when England had a horror day with the ball, but he has been resilient in the face of a toiling and tiring bowling attack. There's a leg slip and a short leg in now for Joe Root, and that's flicked away through square leg out towards Jack Leach, and they go through for another single, and Bonner moves on to 98. I think Joe Root left the bowl a lot more after tea, won't he, with Mark Wood probably not bowling again in the match.
Yeah, I can see what he's trying to do. He's got that big breeze blowing from leg to off, and he doesn't want to get too far outside off stump bowling over the wicket.
Pushed out towards mid-off, straight to Ben Stokes, no run.
Yeah, Dirk Nannes' figures in that game: 0.1 overs, 0 maidens, 2 runs, 1 wicket. So 1 ball, 2 runs, 1 wicket, and that was his entire spell
for the innings. Root again round the wicket, played defensively by Kemar Roach, who remains 15 off 77 balls, and the West Indies are 322 for 7. It's the end of the session. It's been a memorable session, but not necessarily for the right reasons. Just 40 runs scored. 51 runs. I'm not doing them enough credit. 30 overs. That's rare. Don't often get a session with 30 overs in it, but we've had 30 overs. 2 wickets at a cost of 51 runs. And Nkrumah Bonner will take tea on 98 not out, with Kemar Roach on 15 and the West Indies on 322 for 7. I suppose, Gareth, just before we take a break for tea, I ought to remind listeners of the 2 wickets that did fall. Joshua De Silva, LBW's Jack Leach, for 32 from 88 balls, and Alzari Joseph hooking a short ball from Craig Overton to deep backward square, where Ollie Pope, the substitute, took a good catch. He went for 2, but since then, no joy for England. Nkrumah Bonner 68 and Kemar Roach unbeaten on 15. We'll just have to wait and see how keen the West Indies are to win the game. Yeah, I mean, there's 2 days left, and I know I've seen more than enough Test cricket to know that a lot can happen on the last 2 days. But I mean, if anything, the pitch has got flatter. The bounce is more even on day 3 than it was on day 1.
Yeah, and there's no real signs that that's going to change anytime soon. And it was mentioned earlier in the day, I can't remember who actually said it, but those little sprinkles of rain that we've had, with a change of innings and getting the roller on, might just have fully sealed the surface. That, as we look at it from above here, there's like almost a V from off stump and leg stump going out either side, on the offside and leg side where the bowlers have run through. But in between that, it's very good. The main part of the pitch has no scarring whatsoever. You get to the far end that we're looking at and you've got a little V again. There is no real scarring. There is no scuffing on the main part of the pitch. If anything, it looks as though it's knitted together even more. Yeah, I mean, look, if you're the West Indies, you just keep doing what you're doing. Keep batting. Take England to the brink almost. You just want them to be shattered when they come off, and then you're the only team that can win. England then are literally fighting for a draw if you can go on and keep batting. If they can still be batting at the end of the day today, they are full on driving seat. As it is, the first innings lead is still massively driving seat.
Jack Leach has the ball in hand. He is bowling to Bonner. The ball pitches just outside leg stump, but Bonner tries to whip it through the leg side against the spin, but misses it, and Folkes runs round, collects, and there is no run. 4 men on the offside slip, backward point, extra cover. Ben Stokes at mid-off as Leach is in once more. Round the wicket to the right-handed Bonner. Bonner gets down on one knee, sweeps it fine, and it runs all the way down to the boundary at a very fine leg, and that has been a most brilliant century for the West Indies number 4, 33 years of age. He's late to Test match cricket, but he is loving Test match cricket at the Sir Vivian Richards ground. Second Test match 100 and a second Test match 100 here under the gaze of the great Sir Vivian.
And he'll want to take this surface with him everywhere he goes. Absolutely brilliant from Nkrumah Bonner, batting in his more favoured number 4 position. But he's produced the goods once again. He's been there throughout since he got to the crease, has created some useful partnerships with everyone he's batted with, and a well-earned century, his second, like you mentioned, in Test match cricket, and both of them at this venue. But the job isn't over. He'd want to continue, he'd want to push on as far as he possibly can.
Leach in once more. Again, angling the ball in towards the leg stump of Bonner, who for the first time thinks about closing the face on it, and just gets a leading edge back to Jack Leach, but fortunately for him along the ground. Leach in once more. Again, it's fired in towards the leg stump, hits the pad of Bonner, and again there's no run. 33-year-old Jamaican Nkrumah Bonner made his debut for the West Indies, I think all the way back in 2012 in the T20 match in England. And this is a Test match cricketer who's making his name. Back of a length from Leach, back foot from Bonner, straight back to the bowler, no run.
Yeah, that debuted 2011 actually, so 11 years ago, 10 years ago, and he's been into the team. This one is well played down the ground, will bring the over to an end, no run. But in terms of first class cricket, he has, before this innings, 4 first-class centuries, just the 4 first-class centuries in some 79 matches, 22 half centuries. So he hasn't really converted starts into centuries in first-class cricket, but certainly in Test match cricket, he's having an absolute ball since he's made his debut 2021 in that Bangladesh series. And interestingly, he only made his debut because quite a number of the senior players from the West Indies team pulled out of that tour because of COVID and other reasons. He went across there, he grabbed the opportunity, was player of the series, and since then he hasn't looked back. Absolutely phenomenal start to his international Test career.
Yeah, 258 balls for his 100. 102 now from 261. 9 fours, 1 6, top-edged pull shot that flew down breeze all the way into the stands. It's been an innings with very, very few full strokes in it. There was the one chance he was dropped by Zach Crawley at slip off the bowling of Jack Leach. An inside edge that went via the pad quickly to Crawley's left. He would have been unsighted. He got both hands to it and it popped out. But we do not begrudge Bonner's century one bit, as Stokes opens the bowling in the 125th over from the Sir Andy Roberts end. First over from down there post the tea break. A bit of a party atmosphere, carnival. As Mr. Marshall, the great soca act here out in the Caribbean, was entertaining England and West Indies fans alike. Marshall Montano, second ball from Stokes is through to Folkes and there's no run. Gets everywhere. He's a global superstar now, the Trinidadian. And, England fans, some of whom are old enough perhaps to know better, shaking a leg and everything else during the tea break. Stokes wheels around to his left. Slightly rolling gait as he runs in, and it's a short ball. It's a really good one. But Kemar Roach has to fend off from hitting him in the left ear roll. Plays it quite well in the end as the veteran West Indians fast bowler. Ball dropping to his feet on the offside, and there's no run.
One of the things we've become quite familiar with is the batting coach for the West Indies, Monty Desai. He usually stands on the sideline, and just in this case out on the extra cover boundary, and he's looking on quite closely at proceedings and might be just giving a bits of advice. Another delivery on the line off stump. Kemar Roach well forward, defends it back to the bowler, no run. But he's done this ever since he's come into the setup, sort of sending a message and a signal to the players that he's out there with them. So he's not in the dressing room, he's not in the dugout, he's actually on the sideline, standing and looking on quite closely at what's happening.
He was out there playing a bit of boundary bowls, sport that will be well known to all of the club cricketers listening in from the UK. As Stokes is in, veers in towards the stumps before letting go a thunderbolt that narrowly misses the off stump. Well judged, well left by Kemar Roach. That was close. You ever play that? Have that between the flags. Just to put the plastic flags out around the boundary in club cricket in the UK, and the dismissed batsmen would get a ball each, and 3 or 4 of them would wander around and try and play bowls so you could get closest to the next flag all the way around the outfield. Not a big thing in Guyana, Trinidad.
This one is full on the off stump. This time he plays out at Kemar Roach, well defended once again. And Ben Stokes just kicks it and goes through to the field at mid-off, brings the over to an end. 326 for 7. West Indies after 125 overs now. I'm not familiar with that particular game, Butcher. I think typically when you're playing first class cricket in the West Indies, you don't have much time. After you're dismissed as a batsman, you're going to get out in the field quite quickly, so not much time to waste.
Marjorie, given some of the outfields in the on the grounds around the Caribbean that are not Test match grounds, it might be quite difficult to judge the weight of your cricket ball. Some of the grass can be quite long, or there might not be any grass at all. As Jack Leach wheels in again, the ball is angled down the leg side. Bonner plays with a straight bat out towards mid wicket. They decline a single. 326 for 7. West Indies edging ahead. Lead is 15. The miles are racking up in the England fielders' legs as Leach is in once more. Good delivery, just straightens a touch, but Bonner in that uncomplicated, unfussy way of his drops the straightest of bats on it in defence, and Leach picks up in his follow through. Oh, that stayed low. Big shout. Folkes loves it. Leach is looking at his wicket keeper, The umpire's finger stays in his pocket. Joel Wilson says no, but judging by the reaction of Ben Folkes, you'd think England would have to review it. Yeah, they do. Joe Root makes the signal, that signal of the flat hand on the upward pointing one, and we're going to go upstairs for a DRS review to Nigel Duguid.
Yeah, I don't think it's treated enough to get into that hitting zone.
Player review for LBW.
Hit the wicket.
Original decision is not out.
By
some margin is a fair
for that decision to be
Can I have front
overruled?
spin vision, please? Can you rock and roll that? Okay, it doesn't appear to be any bad, but that confirm that with the use of ultra edge, please. Wait on ultra edge. Ultra edge is building, ultra edge is coming. Ultra edge coming, keep rolling. Flat line so far. Yes, no bat involved. Can I have ball jockey reins available, please? Ball jockeying coming up. Pitching in line. Impact in line. Wickets umpire's call. And we go back to Joel on field. Joel, can you stay with your not out decision? We'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now, signal.
Well, there's two men on the field who are smiling at the moment. One of them is Joel Wilson, because he's narrowly, and when I say narrowly, millimetres, called that correctly, and I say correctly in heavy inverted commas, and Nkrumah Bonner, because he survives. Again, the ball angled in on that breeze from Leach. Bonner looks to sweep and it's stopped well by Overton, who's creaking a bit out there in the field, and I wouldn't blame him. He's got through 27 overs, some of them, well, a lot of them banging the ball halfway into the pitch. The body must be feeling it a bit, but goodness me, that could have been given out from Leach. Leach in again, Bonner forward this time, and smothers it onto the offside. Just the ball didn't quite straighten, but Bonner was a long way back on his stumps, and Hawkeye reckons it would have clipped the outside of leg stump. So had Wilson put his finger up and Bonner had reviewed it, Bonner would have been gone. But as it is, he survives. England do not get their man, and at the end of the 126th over, it's 326 for 7.
Yeah, there's been quite a bit of discussion and conjecture about that being out and not out, in the same sort of dismissal, the same sort of delivery rather. So if, like you rightly mentioned, umpire Wilson had given that out, it would have stayed out. But the fact that he gave it not out, it stayed not out, even though it was clipping the bill. So it could be at times quite confusing for the viewers and the listeners. The same delivery being adjudged both out and not out. Ben Stokes will continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Kemar Roach continues to be quite watchful, cautious and resolute.
Certainly does. Oh, and as you say that, he has a mighty swish at a wide ball from Ben Stokes. Inside edges it straight into the floor, and the ball dribbles out to Alex Lees at mid-wicket. Just a little lack of concentration there. Kemar Roach, before the tea break, did play one of the shots of the innings, actually. Wide ball from Joe Root. Joe Root bowling around the wicket to the right-handed Roach, and it was wide of off stump, and Kemar Roach absolutely blazed it through extra cover off the front foot for 4. Stokes comes running in and then gives up halfway through his run up. Not sure that there was anything distracting the batter particularly. I think it was the wind, particularly strong gust, stopping Ben Stokes in his tracks.
And there was some concern leading into this test match as to how much bowling Ben Stokes would do, but now that Mark Wood is out of the field certainly, and might not feature in this first innings anyway, much more responsibility placed on his shoulder with the ball. Might just have to get more overs in. This one is down the leg side, good bit of work from Ben Folkes, diving away to his left to gather. No run the result, but I just wonder how much he can take, Ben Stokes. He's spoken about the injury that he sustained during the Ashes and his inability to bowl the first test in this 3-match series, just how much stress that body can actually take and how much they will want to push him in this first innings.
Yeah, they'll have to monitor that That is for sure, but at the moment there isn't a great deal else that Joe Root can do, being a bowler down, as Stokes comes in again. He jumps away, jumps wide this time, fires in a short ball, and Kemar Roach is a little confused and befuddled by that and allows it to hit him in the body. Ben Stokes, as I've mentioned on many occasions before, as he gets in towards the umpire in his run-up, he starts to veer slightly in towards the stumps. On this occasion he jumped out, and I don't know if that just confused the wires in Roach's brain for a second, because he just allowed it to crunch into his body, but no harm done. He survives. Stokes has to go back and start the process off all over again. This time he jumps in as per normal and fires in a Yorker that Roach keeps out. You can just see it, Ben Stokes' face is getting redder and redder. He's starting to get into the danger zone, the tired zone. He's flicking his left leg, sort of picking it up as if to try and loosen off a hamstring or a quad. I think Stokes is starting to feel it now. 127th over this for England. Lead is 15 for the West Indies. Stokes roars in again, and Kemar Roach props forward and plays it like it was a 65 miles per hour delivery as opposed to an 85 mile per hour one. No run.
And Kemar Roach will be making a return to Surrey for the county championship. Did play last season, picked up some 22 wickets last year in 5 matches, so there'll be some familiarity out there with some of the players.
Yeah, Surrey just signed another Trinidadian for the T20 Blast. Short ball from Stokes, and again Kemar Roach plays it pretty well, to be honest. The ball pops up in the air momentarily out on the offside, but again, no harm done. Stokes wearily walks past Roach. It's 326 for 7, 127 overs. Lead is 15 for the West Indies. You're listening to TalkSport 2. Yeah, it's a big signing for Surrey. Sunil Narine will be coming to SE11. He's had his trouble still, hasn't he? I mean, his career has been dogged by the problems with his bowling action and having to rehabilitate that bowling arm. What sort of states is his bowling in at the moment?
Yeah, I think he's done really well in the last maybe 6 to 12 months or so, as Leach comes in once again. Bonner once again well forward and well watched. Yeah, in the last IPL he did really well. He always does well in the CPL, dominates the CPL. No one seems to be able to score off him, so typically in his 4-over spell he goes for 10-12 runs. Ridiculous figures and economy rate in these parts. Jack Leach once again to Bonner, defended once again down the wicket. No run the result, but his batting has come leaps and bounds, especially when he's given a chance at the top of the order. Recently did well in the Bangladesh Premier League, and I guess he's looking forward to that stint with Surrey in the Blast. And Jack Leach once again on the leg side, worked away, no run the result, but ever evolving. I think that's the term you'd want to use for Sunil Narine, always trying to improve on his game and to work to get better. But international cricket, he's stayed away from it for one reason or the other. But certainly in the leagues, IPL and various other T20 leagues, he dominates.
Very, very handy short format cricketer indeed, Sunil Narine. But this is the long game as Leach is in.
Yeah, Leach,
a little bit short this time. Bonner happy just to push onto the back foot, play it with a straight bat. Back to Jack Leach. It's been a real feature of the innings of Nkrumah Bonner. Just how straight he brings the blade down in defence, and even when attacking. Slight hesitation there. Chance for a run out. I think he's got him. I think Kemar Roach might be short here. There was just a momentary hesitation. The fielder was Joe Root running round at a backward point.
TV umpire to director.
But anyway, the pick up and throw, he had to run to his left, pick the ball up, turn round, throw it right-handed. But because Roach and Bonner hesitated, Roach is going to
Ball is
be
collected. Wicket is broken.
12
Yes,
inches
but
short.
it's short of the
And
crease.
boy, England needed that.
Yeah, excellent bit of work in the field, as you mentioned, that hesitation. So a stop-start from Kemar Roach and Nkrumah Bonner, and in the end, that was to his peril. Had to go a really excellent knock. Ollie Pope was the fielder, the guy who made the throw. But our excellent innings from Kemar Roach comes to an end. He made 15 of 89 deliveries. And that partnership with Nkrumah Bonner was something that the West Indies were looking for. That breakthrough will be quite pleasing for England and their supporters. It brings number 10 into bat now, Veerasamy Permaul for the West Indies, who himself is a handy low order batsman. Has a couple of first class half centuries, typically likes to score, likes to go after the bowling, but this situation here, batting with the very well set Nkrumah Bonner, requires a different approach, and I'm sure that's what the discussion will be between the two of them, trying to keep England out in the middle as long as possible and seeing if they can possibly bat towards the end of the day's play.
No, there's light there, isn't there? There's light at the end of the tunnel for England's fielders, for England's top order batters, whose minds will inevitably start to turn to opening the batting in the third innings of this test match. Just watching the replay then, Bonner steered it to the left of Pope, but not that far to the left, so it's understandable that Roach was thinking, are you sure? Really? Pope was like lightning, ran round the ball so that he didn't have to turn his body. He was just able to get it into his hands and flick the ball in. Ben Foakes did the rest, and Roach was short. Reach to Permaul forward. The diminutive Guyanese left arm spinner blocks it back to his England counterpart Jack Leach, and that's the end of the 128th over. 3:26 for 8 now. West Indies still 15 ahead with the 2 wickets in hand. I've seen plenty of Test cricket here at North Sound at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. I've seen a few draws in recent times here. Do you think that there's any chance at all that this pitch is going to start to give up a trick or two in the last 2 days?
I think we might just see some continual variable bounce, not much turn. Some of the pitch is cracking, is giving way, especially at the circuit, the Ambrose end, but based on what we've seen so far, I don't expect it to play too much dissimilar. You mentioned draws, those 2 games against Sri Lanka ending in draws, but one thing I'd say is that both these teams have brittle batting lineup, so you can't rule anything out. And if West Indies can get maybe 50, 60, 70 ahead in the first innings, anything can play in the second.
Renewed vigour for Stokes now. Short ball, and I think that's hit Bonner in the unmentionables, because he's gone down on his backside. Drop the bat on the floor. Ben Stokes inquires as to whether he's okay. Slightly tongue-in-cheek, I think. But it looks like he's all right.
Yeah, that one just maybe kept a little bit low. Expected it to bounce a bit higher, but came on faster than he thought. And Nkrumah Bonner, in the end, all is well that ends well. He's back up and ready to face into his batting position as Ben Stokes at the top of his mark turns and makes his way towards the umpire.
Stokes in again, and it's full, and Bonner drives, a little flat-footed drive, perhaps a little bit of tiredness creeping in. Doesn't quite get his foot to the pitch of the ball, inside edges it back onto his left ankle, and there's no run. Bonner's going to be thinking now, surely, got to try and look to sort of take 1 or 2 risks to stretch this lead. Or do you think that he can rely on Permaul enough to just carry on the way he's been going? We'll find out in a second as Stokes is in again. He certainly looks to have a bit more of a spring in his step now that wicket's been taken. Bouncer over the head of Bonner, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think he would give Permaul the benefit of the doubt and give him an opportunity to get set and to stay with him. I don't think that he would change his game just yet in Nkrumah Bonner. Permaul has a best test score of an unbeaten 23 for first-class half centuries, like I mentioned, with a best of 86 not out. So he has some ability with the bat. And just like Kemar Roach demonstrated, he'd want to stay out there with Pumol. This delivery is short and top edge down towards the boundary, over the head of the wicketkeeper. Not totally in control, but he'll take that for nonetheless, and Nkrumah Bonner. So maybe just signaling his intention to go after the bowling.
Yeah, a risky shot. Batting at the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, simply because of that wind. If you're going to take on the hook shot, England have got 2 men back. You've got to absolutely nail it or get lucky and send it straight over the keeper's head. Because anything in the air on the way out towards the fine leg and backward square leg boundaries will surely be snapped up by the fielder's position there as it gets held up in the wind. Stokes in and angles it away. Bonner defends with the straight bat, and the ball runs off the inside edge of the bat out to Alex Lees at deep backward square leg, and they turn over the strike. 3-3-1 for 8 now. Lead is 20.
Just the one delivery faced so far by Versamy Pumol. Has what, one delivery in this over to survive. I don't think he'd be looking to get a single or anything like that. So just one ball. Nkrumah Bonner comes down the wicket just to have a chat with him, bounce his gloves. I suppose the message would be just to survive that delivery, don't do anything silly.
Silly find in place to Pumol. Short ball coming surely, or at least that's what he wants Pumol to think. Stokes in and he goes for the stumps. Big shout and given. Brathwaite sticks his finger up. Pumol immediately goes for the review. I think he thinks he's hit it. England think that it was pad first. Certainly the double bluff worked for Ben Stokes. They had the men back for the short ball. They had the silly point in and he went full in at the stumps.
TV umpire to director. Our players review for LBW. Original decision is out. I've checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on spin vision, please? Front on coming up. Ball is close to the bat. Can I get Ultra Edge to confirm where the bat involved? Ultra Edge coming up. Keep rolling. Yeah, there's a spike as the ball is close to the bat, so bat involved. Can we go back to Greg on field? Greg, you have to change.
Gregory Brathwaite has to change his decision. It was a big inside edge. There were 2 noises. To me, as though there was some bat involved live. Pumol had no doubt whatsoever. And another review goes the way of the West Indies.
Yeah, decision overturned. He knew immediately, didn't he? Versamy Pumol. 331 for 8, the West Indies. 129 overs bowled. And Ben Stokes, for a moment, thought he had the wicket off Pumol, another wicket in this innings. In the end, it didn't prove that way. Jack Leach will continue from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. A fielder position, very straight, mid-wicket, almost in the way of the non-striker. So just to the right of the non-striker, Versamy Pumol, on the outer part of the playing surface. And the line that Jack Leach will be looking for is quite straight.
Yeah, tiny bit of turn. He has extracted more spin, obviously, since the second new ball was taken. He's given the opportunity pretty early on to bowl with it a little bit harder, quite a lot harder. And he has probably extracted a couple of degrees more spin today than he did yesterday, Jack Leach. As he wheels in again, and Bonner plays it with a straight bat out towards mid-wicket, and is happy to turn over the strike to Pumol. You do feel that surely both left-arm spinners must get some more assistance as this game goes into the 4th and 5th day. Pumol himself will be looking to get on the score sheet, and he gets the opportunity. You'll be hoping that's not too soon though, as number 77 Jack Leach turns and bowls, and it's defended on the back foot out to Ollie Pope. Now he pulled off the run out. It's twice Mark Wood's substitute fielder has been in the game. He took the catch that got rid of Alzari Joseph off the bowling of Overton, and has just run out Kemar Roach. Pumol comes flying down the pitch, dances down the track, and doesn't get anywhere near it to use the bat, so kicks it away. Half-hearted appeal from England. I think he would have been so far down the track when it hit him on the pad that there was no chance of an LBW. The ball did flick the glove of Pamal as it bounced out off the pad. I've seen short leg fielders in the past in international and county cricket follow the batter down the crease and catch those. Alex Lees stayed put though, defended the next delivery, picked up by Lawrence, who is definitely England's designated ball shiner. He picks it up and tries to keep the palm of the hand away from the shiny side of the ball. Gives it a bit of a buff on his trousers and then throws it to Jack Leach. End of the 130th over is a dot ball fired in to the block hole by Jack Leach. And Nkrumah Bonner will have the strike. He is 108 not out. Pamal is still yet to get off the mark. West Indies lead by 21. It's 332 for 8. The next voices you'll be hearing are those of Gareth Batty and Andrew McKenna.
Cheers, Butch. Well, it's dragging on a bit from an England point of view now. They only batted for 100 overs and 3 balls. West Indies are now at 130 overs for a lead of 21. Nkrumah Bonner is still there, as Butch was saying. He is getting ever so close to his highest test score. 113 not out is his best. He's 108 at the moment. And it feels at the moment, Gareth Batty, that, well, I was about to say it's only a matter of time, but it might be quite a lot of time.
Yeah, but it's the overs that have been put into the bodies.
Stokes starts a new over outside of Bonner's off stump, no run.
From an England perspective, from the bowlers, back-to-back series, the overs that are put in now, you know, you're taking a bit out further down the line with a few injuries kicking around. Do they have the depth in the squad? Do they have the firepower to see it through? You know, we're not even talking about the next 2 days. We're talking further down the line. The next 2 days, there's batsmen out there who know they're going to have to go out and face the music at some point. Every over is just taking that little bit more out of them.
Stokes goes into bowl to Bonner. One slip in place. He plays into the offside, and there's no run. About 5.5 hours ago, I started the day by saying Professor Positive had taken an arrival at the ground today. Let's all be a bit more positive. And England started the day well. They did bowl well earlier on, but this pitch is just sapping the life out of the game at the moment. It's making life really, really difficult. And this ball, I mean, this is only 50 overs old. It was this time that in the other innings that the ball starts to go soft, so it's only going to get worse from here on in and more difficult to take wickets. Stokes short outside of Bonner's off stump, and just like he has so many times before, he allows it through to the keeper, no run.
Yeah, you've got to be thinking though, you're only ever 2 balls away at this point. Just 2 balls, and we keep bashing away. I certainly don't think it's been a bad day, a bad performance from England today. I think they've put in a real shift. They've worked hard all day. They've done the right things pretty much most of the time, I would suggest. It's just the pitch is defeating them as much as the West Indian lineup at the minute.
Well, Stokes to go again. It's short again over the head of Bonner, and he ducks underneath it. How well has Nkrumah Bonner played though, Gareth? I mean, in terms of patience as much as anything else, that's now 283 balls. There's 108.
Yeah, there is obviously the patience side, which you rightly touch on, but it's also his position. When he's had to play the ball and he's not leaving, he's got in good positive positions. He's not missed any freebie run scoring opportunities. He's just not given England a chance of prizing him out.
Stokes in once again, short once again, but Bonner ducks underneath it once again. No run.
And that's kind of what I'm talking about, simplicity. There's no frills, there's no extra histrionics with Bonner. He's literally got underneath, got out the way, wanders to square leg, has a little look around, see what's going on in the ground, and there's a few bits. There's some people in deck chairs, there's some people dancing, there's a band going on. He has a bit of a look, then he gets back, scratches his mark. Right, I'm ready, here we go again.
Stokes for the final time this over, outside of off stump, and again Bonner has nothing to do with that. It's got to be exactly in his region for him to play at this ball at the moment. That one wasn't, so 131 overs sent down, 332 for 8. The lead for the West Indies, 21. Of course, golf coverage coming up after us this evening. Russ Hargreaves is keeping his eye over the 5th major. Where are we in terms of a rain delay at the moment though, Russ?
Macca, good news. I'm pleased to say that the players will resume at 8:15 p.m. UK time, 3:15 local time in Florida after some filthy weather and the real threat of thunder and lightning. Practice facilities reopen now. All the players have scurried off. They're hitting a few balls. And the action getting underway again at 8:15. Tommy Fleetwood, joint leader at 4 under par, the Englishman. And we're live after you from 10 p.m. probably till later than 11 with some bonus golf.
Cheers, Russ. Might not be the worst thing if we could borrow one of those lightning bolts at the moment, just to inject a bit of life into this one.
Lash some Zorro lightning bolts down on that pitch just to spice it up a bit.
Yeah, and just to recap for anyone who's not been with us for the last couple of hours or so, Mark Wood would be the man to do that lightning bolt job normally, but unfortunately he has an elbow problem and is therefore unlikely to bowl again in the innings. And that was what we were told about an hour or so ago. So Ollie Robinson didn't even make it to this test due to injury. Now they're down Mark Wood. It's going to be a test for the England seamers and the captain.
Yeah, and it's affected Joe Root's strategy and how he may have gone about taking the 10 wickets. Wood would have been perfect in this situation. He may not have got the wickets, but it would have made life easier from the other end because he's got that X-factor bit of pace. He's a little bit shorter in stature, so he's tough to get underneath on a slow pitch. You've got to stand up and play. It would have made things very uncomfortable.
Right then, Chris Wokes running away from the commentary box ends. In he goes, right arm over, and Pamal just props forward, pops it out on the offside, and there is no run.
And I suppose these surfaces, these periods in games are when everybody talks about express pace, mystery spin. Mystery spin fundamentally is spinning it both ways, so you can't just line up and take one edge out of the equation. We had the express pace. We don't have the mystery spin this game, and it is hamstrung England to an extent.
Quite sure what we're waiting for here. We've had one ball of the over, and then the anchor's gone out just to slow things down. Everyone seems to be looking at each other. Right, now we can go again. 2 slips and a short leg waiting for more. Inside portion of the batters. Wokes delivers it to him, and it's fielded by a short straight mid-on. Well, mid-wicket really, sorry, rather than mid-on. And there's no run.
Yeah, and I'm sure there are a few people listening and going, well, hang on a minute, if it's a slow docile pitch, number 10's in, why wouldn't you give him a bit of chin music and rough him up a bit? Well, on this surface, it is going to take a Herculean effort to start ripping it around the shoulders and the nose and the head region of any batsman, let alone the tail enders.
Wokes on his way again, delivers. So he goes for the short one. Pamal's got underneath this one, helps it around the corner, and it will land 20 metres inside of the rope down at fine leg. Jack Leach will do the fielding, picks it up and sends the return in. Single taken, 333 for 8. Graham Gooch on his own for the West Indies, lead by 22.
Right on cue there from Wokes, a bouncer. Pamal fancied a piece on a slow pitch. He thinks he can make the most of it. It's a scoring option. Top edge gets a bit lucky. We saw that earlier in the day, Overton getting one down to Ollie Pope, the sub-fielder. Big high top edge down there. This one not so much, didn't carry. But just that glimmer of hope. It's the you're saying there's a chance moment. Not quite, unfortunately.
Clayton buzzing the ground. David Gower is in attendance. I can neither confirm nor deny whether those two facts are connected. Right, Bonner to face Wokes. In he goes, outside of off stump, and Bonner drives pleasantly, just for a single, out to the cover sweeper. And it is just a single. Bonner goes up by 109, not out. Again, getting ever closer to that 113, his highest score in Test match cricket that he made on this ground against Sri Lanka last year. 113 not out, and he has a chance to go past that today. Now, Woakes on his way. Oh, it gets squared up a little bit for Maul there. A little bit French cricket, both feet pointing back down the pitch, chest on, but he kept it out. That's the main thing.
Yep, nicely bowled from Woakes. The previous ball he bowled at Kamal was the short ball that he wanted to take on. Got the sort of toppish edge of the bat and it luckily looped into a gap. And then he's gone full and straight the next ball, top of the stumps, trying to hit him on the shin. Almost got through.
Woakes in to Maul again. Everything behind that. And he just plays a back foot defensive down the pitch to end the over, the 132nd. 3:34 for 8. The West Indies lead 23 here on TalkSport 2.
And even with that last delivery there from Woakes, he got a little bit of lateral movement, just challenging the outside edge. But your length has to be so perfect on a pitch that's this slow. And Pamal, the number 10, able to watch it off the pitch and just fractionally adjust from what wasn't the greatest position that you would ever get into. He's sort of pretty squared up, but the slowness of the surface, taking the energy out of the ball, he's able to get enough bat on it that there's no danger from his perspective.
So Overton is going to bowl. 28th over of his workload. Just a reminder, there's normally a good reason to listen to the TalkSport breakfast from 6 o'clock in the morning. Tomorrow there's an even better one. Alan Brazil's on, always worth listening. Ray Parlour's with him, always good value, as will be the former England winger Trevor Sinclair. But the Stereophonics lead singer Kelly Jones will be with them as well. Short ball from Overton. Bonner will pull down to fine leg. Ollie Pope will do the fielding, and they don't take a run. Alan Brazil interviewing musicians is normally comedy gold at the best of times, so make sure you set your alarm for the morning and join the boys for that, because that is going to be very, very entertaining. I am already convinced of it.
Super Al never disappoints, does he? Be a good listen on the school run or even earlier if you're going to work.
Overton, no slip in place, short is down the leg side. And Bonner, almost disdainfully, just sort of moved out of the way and looked at it as it went past him. Folks takes down the leg side. So to say, I've been here 287 balls, that's the 288th, and I ain't doing anything with that one, mate.
Yeah, he's kind of looking at it saying, because it is quite wide down the leg side, I'm only ever playing catch-up. Generally, you're not in control.
Overton on his way again. It's in towards the body of Bonner. Swivel pulls. It'll be fielded by Jack Leach, and they are taking the single this time. So Pamal will be on strike. 3:35 for 8. Lead of 24.
Yeah, this time, similar sort of length ball, that sort of back of a length. Not really trying to bowl a bouncer, just that sort of hard back of a length. Pitch takes all the pace out of it. Bonner, with it being in and around off stump, plays the pull shot. Very controlled, very simply. Out to deep square leg. Trots down the other end. It's almost like an old school Scotch advert. Re-record, not fade away.
Now England are clearly going to try and bounce Pamal out. There is a catching third man and a silly point. And he's forced onto the back foot, drops it down in front of him though, and it is towards Lees, who is the silly point fielder, but lands a metre short of him. So there's a third man for the top edge, plus a couple on the leg side out as well, and the close-in catcher for one where you actually sort of pin him on the chest.
Yeah, and this is going to take huge effort from Overton just to whack that pitch over and over again, halfway down.
In he goes. Gets to about waist high, pushed out by Pamal. Lees fields at silly points and there is no run.
27.5 overs in. Overton, certainly the fast bowlers who are listening or watching will not be envious of this moment. This is absolutely back-breaking stuff. On a surface like this, it's just sapping. But all worth it if you get the wicket.
Final time this over. Overton goes in. That is towards the left armpit of Pamal, and he sort of paddles it around the corner. Leach will come in, get the throw, and they do take the single. So Pamal will keep the bowling for the first ball of the next over. Lead of 25. Pamal 2 from 14. Bonner 110 from 289 balls. 336 for 8 is the score. Jared Kimbers picks up his microphone. So stand by, everybody. This is going to be good.
With Wood off the field, is it possible that England have none of their first 5 choice seamers? Jofra Archer, Jimmy Anderson, Stuart Broad, Ollie Robertson, Mark Wood. Is that 5?
Yep, that's 5.
Thought I missed someone.
Yeah, Stone would very much come into the, because of the pace, Stone would come in as well.
I mean, Stone and Wokes are, probably also around that area, but it's a lot of guys not, on a flat pitch. Yeah, obviously, some of them they chose not to pick. So
no, Stone's out there. You would suggest though that extra pace is what we're sort of trying to get at on this surface might have helped.
Wokes to start the new over, and well, that's the outside portion of Pamal's bat. There are 2 slips in place, but it's straight along the deck, wide of the second slip, and away for 4. And Pamal has got the biggest grin on his face as he goes to punch gloves with Nkrumah Bonner, as the score goes to 340 for 8. One man who is not smiling at the moment is Chris Wokes. I mean, that's a genuine edge that's gone straight to floor, wide of second slip, and it rolls away for 4. It's like a knife through the heart.
Yeah, it's just that it's almost a chuckle under my breath that, wow, the game really does get you. When it's not going for you, it really does get you. It tests you, it really does.
Wokes, short ball to Pamal, and he suddenly thought that he was Gordon Greenwich in his pomp. Then Pamal was going to play a lashing hook, and then realised, hang on a minute, I'm not. So bailed out, and he goes through to the keeper, no run.
Yeah, real effort ball from Wokes. Got it high, top of the helmet as it's gone through. Pamal, all due respect, he bats at 10 for a reason. He ain't going to have the skill levels to get that one, but when it's a bit lower, when it's more sort of chest height, he might have a little look.
He's tried to glance this one down the leg side from Wokes. Doesn't get anything on it. It's through to Wokes going away to his left-hand side, down the leg side, and there's no run.
But it does genuinely show the turgid nature of this surface, that number 10 has come in from pretty much ball 1 and looked to take on the short ball. It's not often that would happen.
It's not the Barmy Army supporters' noise you can hear anymore, it's the locals. They're enjoying it. They lead by 29. Wokes, little inducker to Pamal, pushes out on the onside, no run. After your conversation at the interval today about what we can do to test cricket, I mean, there has to be variations in wickets around the world. There's going to be variations due to the climactics and what's actually required, but are we all generally speaking agreed that there needs to be an improvement in the standard of test match pitches, or do we say this is what you get, this is the vagaries of the game? Pamal pushing out from Wokes to mid-on, and Lawrence Fields no run.
I don't know, it should be hard work for the bowlers. It shouldn't be like done in 3 days because the surfaces are doing too much. I feel like the whole landscape of wickets has changed. It's either very loaded for the bowlers or very loaded for the batsmen. I think all we're wanting is just an even balance between the two, because whatever your preference, you get a little bit of what you want to see.
Absolutely. Wokes for the final time this over. Well, Pamal had a little spar at that one, but then bailed out of it, lifts his hands high, allows it through to Wokes, and that's the end of the over. The lead is 29. Some more thoughts from Gareth Batty. I'll move out the way for Neil Manthorpe.
So I suppose until you take away, the home advantage and let the visiting captain decide what he wants to do, take away that whole... It's certainly not win the toss, win the game in Test cricket, absolutely not. But it can be an advantage. And we've seen often that England may have gone to the subcontinent and won the toss and still not made it work and maybe would have been on the wrong end of a result. But it would certainly make teams think twice before loading a pitch one way or the other if the opposition has a skill set required to exploit that.
Do you think the pitches are... I mean, we've had 2 bad matches in a row, right? But in general, we've actually had fairly exciting Test cricket for, I'd say, the last couple of years. I know bowls are on top, so it always looks a little bit more exciting. But if this Test doesn't come on the back of Rawalpindi, are we even really having this conversation? Like, these things sometimes happen, don't they?
Yeah. And it should happen. It shouldn't be Russian roulette and finishing a game in 3 days for Test cricket.
What do you think, Manus, on this topic?
Russian roulette, I think, is definitely a conversation for another time. I would like. I'm going to be very interested to see how keen the West Indies are to win this Test match, Gareth. Or you know, I'm not suggesting that at the end of day 3 that they're settling for a draw. But I think you're going to have to be proactive, aren't you? You're going to have to actually take the game by the scruff of the neck, or at least by its lapels, and give it a shake if you want to win it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what they're doing at the minute. I think they're just eking out the runs. You know, it would be easy for Pamal to come out and just throw caution to the wind and play a load of shots and try and get to 20 or 30 quickly and just be, well, you know, I'm a bowler. But he's not. He's trying to bat for Bonner at the other end. They're trying to amass a bigger lead by doing it in the correct manner on a surface that is not particularly a free-flowing surface for bat or ball. So you're not going to just jaff people off because the surface is taking energy out of the ball for the bowlers, but also you're not going to go in and just start climbing into your drives and be super fluent from a batting point of view. There does need a work ethic, shall we call, throughout the game to get the numbers as you would want them to stack up. I feel like they're trying to go about it the right way.
Yeah, well, certainly Steve Waugh was always of the opinion that if you could take the opposition to the end of 4 sessions, if you could keep them in the field for 4 sessions and maybe even a few minutes into a 5th session, he reckoned that was worth 2 wickets.
Don't disagree. Absolutely not.
Craig Overton continues, and that's short, pulled away by Nkrumah Bonner out towards Jack Leach fielding on the deep square leg boundary, and it will, or would have been, only a single, but he's not taking it off the first ball of the over. He's so well set. He's decided he maybe look for singles off maybe the 4th or 5th, well, obviously 6th balls that. Hopefully get a boundary scoring opportunity in the first 3 balls of the over. Here is Overton once again, and he comes solidly forward and plays this one straight back to the bowler, and there's no run.
So just to follow on from your point, Pamal has faced 20 balls batting now. He bowled 13 overs, but fielded 100 overs in the first innings, and he was getting treatment from the physio for a bit of cramp or tiredness, whatever. That will creep into all players to an extent. I'm not suggesting the physio is going to be running on every 2 minutes, but...
Overton and again, short pulled once more by Nkrumah Bonner out to Jack Leach at square leg, and this time they decide to take the single, and Bonner will move on to 111. We've got to start me Pamal 6 of 20 balls.
But the physicality does take effect on people. I suppose think of it this way to the listeners. Tomorrow, go out your front door, find a field and stand in it for 7.5 hours. See how you feel at the end of that.
No, I've often said, never mind go stand in a field for 7 hours. How do you feel after 3 hours shopping?
Yeah.
Christmas shopping, just walking around up and down Oxford Street.
Bored out of your mind.
Pushed away defensively out towards square leg. Do you know what, I mean, honestly, you just go for a long walk and run all your errands. You know, I've seen parents watching their kids on the side of a school cricket field looking around for deck chairs after half an hour.
Yeah, I don't know about you though. 3 hours shopping with my girls on Oxford Street. I'm energised. I think it's amazing.
Doesn't work with me. We wait till they're a bit older. Short pulled away out towards mid wicket, and it's fielded by Chris Wokes, and there's no run. When you're keeping them company and they've just got to that stage where nothing's right, but they don't quite know why, and you go, well, it looks good to me. No, it's not right, Dad. Let's go somewhere else. Let's go to the next one. Let's go to the next one. Let's go to the next one.
You obviously didn't get my tone right. There was a huge amount of sarcasm there. 2.5 and 5 years old. Wow, they've already started that.
No slips. There's a gully and a silly mid-off, and Veerasamy Permaul plays a short one from Overton into the gully, and there's no run, and the West Indian left-arm spinner's got a big grin on his face. England are getting very, very funky with their field placings now. There's it's like Joe Root said. Joe Root said, right, everywhere I go find somewhere unusual to stand.
It does kind of get that way, doesn't it? That and that's the challenge for the captain, to make his team feel like he's not run out of ideas. We still keep banging away, and it's also the job of the man with ball in hand to actually take that responsibility up, and every single ball have a plan of how you can potentially prize out a wicket. And it's sapping, it's tough work, it really is. And I reiterate again, England have not had a bad day today. They've not been poor, they've been pretty good. They've been solid in their work ethic all day.
That one is driven up towards mid-off, and it's fielded by Ben Stokes as a new over begins from Chris Wokes. 341 for 8. The lead is 30. Who knows whether it might it be significant or not? I mean, imagine if England have got to go in for 40 minutes at the end of the day. It's going to be a pretty miserable experience for Alex Lees and Zach Crawley. Here's Chris Wokes once again, and that one is a little wide outside the off stump, and it's cut away out to Crawley, the aforementioned, sweeping on the cover boundary. I mean, that, you know, that we've seen it so often, just purely with the number of overs that have been bowled. England will you know, they're going to be they'll have been in the field for 140 overs, and we've just seen it, haven't we, so often. There's one of the openers goes early, you just got 40 minutes to get through, and night watchman comes in, he gets knocked over. Yep. Suddenly they're 25 for 3.
Well, those opening batters, as soon as you get them 8 down, they're thinking, oh, it's not too far away that I might be having to do my job. So the emotional sort of tiredness has already started on some of the batters, potentially.
Here's Chris Wokes once again, and that is dug out towards mid wicket, gone straight to the fielder, and there's no run. Do you know who the head groundsman is here?
No.
Tony Merrick.
Really?
Yeah, he's the head groundsman, and
it's not Andy Roberts.
No, it's Tony Merrick now.
It was Andy Roberts, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah. So one.
I'm going to say they're like a nasty fasty there.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly right. Here is Wokes once again, and that's banged in short outside the off stump. Many years ago, when I was working on cricket hall at Warwickshire, do you remember Warwickshire had Tony Merrick and Alan Donald on their books? And Tony Merrick barely got a game, and there was one game, Warwickshire playing Derbyshire at the county ground, and Merrick got a rare chance. Alan Donald had a rare injury. Very rarely did he sit out. Merrick got given a chance. He took 4 wickets in 4 balls. And here is Wokes once again. Slower Yorker. Don't see that very often. Not sure it's exactly what he intended, but it looked good. It's just whether it came out the side of the hand or how he definitely pace off, and it landed right in the block hole. Slower ball bouncer, yes, but slower Yorker. See that very often, but for Sami Permaul is able to dig it out. It was 114 kilometres an hour. That one is tucked away off his hip out towards deep square leg. Again, Johnny Bairstow does the fielding, and they go through for an easy single. So yeah, Merrick Derbyshire, I'm going to remember this but I think Derbyshire went from about 80 for 2 to 85 for 7 and bowled out for around 100. Merrick had a 10 wicket match haul, and Alan Donald was fit for the next game, so that was him done. Honestly, it took like 10 for 80.
Tough school back in the day, wasn't it, with the two overseas, only one could play. I'll tell you what was even tougher in the second team if he came up against Patrick Patterson or somebody like that. Watch out.
You mentioned something there, Manners. Cricket call. I obviously know what that means, and Bats will know what that means, but for anyone under the age of 40,
that's pushed away defensively by Permaul as Wokes is in again.
They may be able to explain the blockchain and NFTs, but can you explain what cricket call was to them?
I can, yeah. There was a cricket commentary service which was on a premium rate telephone line, and each county was assigned a commentator, and we followed that county around.
1-800-MANNERS.
I should remember what the number was now, but it was a premium rate. So we were taught, or at least told, if not taught, to give the score at least every other ball, because people were paying premium rate telephone rates in order to listen to the commentary. That one was pushed off the back foot defensively up towards mid-on, and there's no run. So for 3 years I followed Warwickshire around the country, and so there'd be 2 commentators, and then we just have to find a couple of summarisers, and we did ball by ball commentary on every single county championship match. It was a great experience. Alvin Calitcharan and Jeff Humpage were in the team when I started. That's round the wicket, down the leg side, left alone, and nicely taken by Ben Foakes.
And just for the under 30s or 40s, whatever you said, pal, that now in modern day money for the per minute would be about £347.
Isn't there a great Simpsons joke where he calls up a number like that and they say, and you can bet on Cincinnati, so you can string it out as long as possible, make as much money.
Wokes, Overton around the wicket again. That's a low full toss, and it's driven down the ground for 4. Very, very well played for Sami Permaul. It's not particularly easy. A low full toss, almost toe end of the bat from around the wicket to drive it through mid-off. That's a very good piece of cricket.
Yeah, think of the angles from around the wicket, from off stump, middle stump, to get into out with that bat shape. Realistically, he would have been looking more leg side to hit that ball, but he held his body position on that leg side and punched it down the ground with that into out shape through mid-off.
That's a attempted bouncer, a very tired one from Craig Overton, and it disappears over the very low, much lowered left shoulder of Sami Permaul. 347 for 8. Must say, on the last word on a cricket call, you follow a county. So I mean, yeah, not even the very best of the county players played every championship match, but it wasn't just the championship. We did every single game. That's short and chopped away, and he almost plays on. Does Permaul almost plays on? He gets a bottom edge. He tries to run it down to third man. Bottom edge past leg stump, and it eventually trickles towards Ben Foakes. 347 for 8. So every single game, every John Player Sunday League game, every Benson and Hedges game, every NatWest game, and every Cornhill Insurance county championship match. We put a lot of miles in, and we weren't given company cars. I had a 1970 Austin Allegro with a top speed of 65 miles an hour. We had one championship game that ended in Canterbury, and there was a NatWest game the next day in Headingley. It took me 7 hours and 42 minutes. I arrived at 2:15 in the morning. They were the days. Jack Leach continuing. And he's had a toil, hasn't he? He's into his 36th over. He really is earning his money. Gareth Batty has been relieved of his duty. Not able to comment on my 1970 Austin Allegro. It's time for some evening replenishment. Sweep shot, Peel for leg before wicket. Very loud appeal, very confident appeal, but a very not out appeal, according to umpire Joel Wilson. It's gone for the review, just in time. Matt Pryor is going to talk us through it. It was very loud, and it seemed the genuine
umpire
belief.
director. We have
It's
a
not
player's
like one of
review
those
for
desperate
LBW.
appeals where
Original
they're
decision
hoping
is
rather
not
than
out.
expecting.
I've checked the front
Yeah,
foot.
for
It's a
me
fair
this is
delivery. and
going
we start
down.
front
That will
on
be the
spin
reason
delivery.
why it's given not out. Might
Front
be
on coming up.
clipping.
Keep rolling.
Umpire's
Ball
call.
is close to the bat. Can I get ultra edge, please?
I tell you what, it looks like it's hitting leg stump. Just depends on how much it's hitting. Do you reckon?
Yeah, it looks like it's certainly hitting a lot more of leg stump than I initially thought. Probably one of these frustrating umpires call
Ultra edge is building.
shouts.
At the moment, just trying to determine whether there's a bottom edge, but we need ultra edge to
Still waiting.
determine that. We've had a front on view. It doesn't look like it's come off a bottom edge, and
Ultra edge coming up.
Here we
Keep
go.
rolling. Keep rolling. Flat line so far. Keep rolling.
the voice of third umpire Nigel
Could you
Duke.
take it back? I saw a little
You're
small
listening to?
stutter. Take it back. Take it back.
Yes,
Yes, there's a gap between bat and ball. Keep rolling.
Yeah.
That spike is from
Okay.
other sources. Keep rolling on the way to the impact.
Right. No bat involved.
Okay. No bat involved. Can I have ball jockey?
Yep, we've got that
please?
sorted. No bat involved. Straight onto the
Ball
pad. It's
jockey
now
coming
the
up.
line.
Pitching in line, impact in line. Wickets umpire's call. And we go back to Joel on field. I'll ask you to stay with your not out decision.
Well, there you go. As you
On
can
screen
hear,
now. Signal.
umpire's call. Pitched in line. Did hit the stumps. A decent thud into leg stump as well, but unfortunately, going with the umpire's original decision of not out. TV screen showing us the reaction of the England players. Root nearly lay down on the pitch. That is very, very close. Marginal.
Very disappointed the England players. They really had high hopes. The next delivery is pushed away again defensively by Nkrumah Bonner. Oh, they just looked absolutely shattered, didn't they? It's like here's Leach once again and pushed away out in the offside. Like they needed 2 B's and a C in their A levels to get into uni, and they just opened the envelope and it's BCC. Absolutely.
There's a lot to respect here from how the West Indies are going about this.
I think, to be honest, and I mean this honestly, lots of respect for both sides. They're toiling in very hard circumstances. Next one again played defensively by Nkrumah Bonner. This will be his 300th delivery, and he's 112 not out. Leach in, he comes forward again and plays it away defensively. So 300 balls up for Nkrumah Bonner. For Sami Pamal has 11. The West Indies are 347 for 8.
Yeah, this is just the West Indies now. Absolutely exhausting England. Trying everything. England bowlers haven't given up, far from it. They are toiling, as Manners has just said. No prevail, unfortunately, right now. But it takes something for the West Indian batsman. Bonner on 112 of 300 deliveries. But Pamal, 11 of 33 deliveries. His role in this has been fantastic. He could have all England want right now is for a tailender to come in old school and just try and thrash it about a bit. Crash bang wallop, hit one up in the air and all walk off. This is hurting England. Make no mistake. You saw the reaction there from that LBW decision, given not out. Umpire's call.
Craig Overton is thundering in once again, doing his absolute best. bangs it in short and pushed square of the wicket on the offside. There's been some public reaction, and you know, I'm very loath to attach too much credibility to social media, but there has been conversation about Craig Overton's pace. You know, he's been sort of 76, 77 miles an hour, and I just would like to ask you the question that in conditions like this, do you, as a bowler or as a team, need to make a strategic decision as an attack, a unit, and as an individual, that actually it's not going to make a great deal of difference if you know that you're likely to have to bowl 25 overs, 25 plus overs? Yeah, I mean, do you? Will it make much difference if you bowl your absolute max for most of the time, or do you just have to get into a groove and try and keep something in the tank?
You're playing
push
Test
square of the
cricket
wicket
for
on the
England.
offside.
You can't pick and choose when you want to run in.
It's not a loaded question.
Bowling
And it's a question
75
on behalf
miles an
of
hour
both.
as a young man in Test cricket is just, I'm sorry, it's just not acceptable. It's not. You're giving me the death stare. You think I'm being honourable again?
I'm not,
but
absolutely
I just
not.
can't. Okay. I don't even want to say this, but if this was Stuart Broad, they'd be saying, "Oh, he's got to retire. Too old, bowling too slowly." They would.
Pushed out square of the wicket on the offside, no run, 347 for 8. I'm putting myself in the position of people who've got, you know, no experience of playing at the highest level, but you don't go at 100% all the time in every spell and every session, do you?
Jeez. Well, if you don't, I think you've earned the right.
Right. Oh, okay. Yeah. When you're establishing yourself. Yeah.
These guys are playing for places. They're playing to keep two of England's most successful bowlers ever out of the team. And
Two
you're
of the
going to run
most successful bowlers
ever.
Not
You're going to run
just
in a bowl
England,
half
but-
pace. If you're Glenn McGrath and you pick and choose, fair enough.
Because he's good enough to take wickets.
Right.
Bowling within himself.
I don't. And by the way, I don't actually think Overton is doing that. I just don't think he's quick. And he never has been.
That's a bit of pace in it. That was an effort ball from Overton. Unfortunately, it was wide of the off stump, and it's left alone. And for those who are saying, well, why was he picked? It's because he's been top of the averages the last 2 years. He averaged 15 last year and 17 the season before.
Very different.
No, I know, but
Very
you know,
different. I just want to clarify. I'm not for 1 minute saying Overton is doing that. By the way, I'm not saying he is picking and choosing or anything, or not trying. He's been running in, giving it his everything. He is just not. He's not a 90 mile an hour bowler. He's not an 85 mile an hour bowler.
Overton in once again, and that is nudged out square of the wicket on the offside. So the classic example of somebody who's got great control and is extremely effective on English pitches with a bit of grass on them.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly, and again, credit. This is what the ECB, the powers that be, wanted to find out. What can these guys do? It's all well and good watching them bowl on a green top in April, but what can we do overseas? We have to win more test matches. Gareth Batty mentioned yesterday how hard it is to go and win test matches away from home. We have to give these young players experience of surfaces like this. Maybe not necessarily like this. This is extremely docile. I mean, there is literally nothing in it. But this is where they will learn. Overton will have to learn that running it, you know, as hard as he's trying, 75 mile an hour straight ones isn't going to cut it. He's going to have to find someone else, whether it's cutters, leg cutters, keeper up. Maybe he needs to go away and put a yard of pace on. I mean, Wokes did that. Wokes went away and put a yard of pace on. He worked very hard on his fitness, very hard on his action. Came back after a winter away and was a quicker bowler. Absolutely. Chris Wokes, when he started, he was an 81, 82 mile an hour bowler. He now can bowl a heavy ball, genuinely. So it can be done. But I also think it's unfair for people to suddenly start saying, well, questioning why he's bowling 76 miles an hour. That's what he does.
Well, just to be honest, a great many of our listeners and a great many of those who take to social media don't watch county cricket, and they may not have seen Craig Overton bowl. In a moment, we're going to have a change of commentary. Andrew McKenna and Jared Kimber's got something to say as well. But as I cross over, I'm going to ask Russell Hargreaves to give us an update on the latest from the Tournament Players Championship at Sawgrass.
Good news, I'm pleased to say. The heavy skies over Sawgrass that saw play suspended for more than 4 hours have now lightened considerably. The players have been busily re-warming up on the practice ground since 7:15, and the PGA Tour's blue ribboned event, the sport's unofficial fifth major, is due to get back underway in about 1 minute's time, I'm pleased to say, with England's Tommy Fleetwood among the leaders out on the course at 4 under par. We're live after the cricket here on TalkSport 2 from around 10 p.m, and by the way, that stellar three ball of McIlroy, Morikawa and Thomas will now tee off with a later time of 10:56.
Cheers, Rusty. Right, so we are 3:47 for 8, the West Indies, after 139 overs. Neil and Matt were just talking about Craig Overton. Jared Kimber, what have you got on that?
Well, I think England didn't pick him thinking he bowled over 80 miles an hour, because I think they've got enough proof now to know he doesn't. Occasionally we hear Craig Overton's put on a yard and then he plays in international cricket and we see the speeds again. So if he's going to have done it, I think he would have by now. Chris Woakes is a really good example. Tim Southey was another bowler who put on probably half a yard, but it was enough. The reason he's in this game is because of the release point that he releases the ball at. Mark Wood releases the ball at 185 centimetres, and that's the lowest of the bowlers in this game according to CricViz. The highest in this game according to CricViz is Jason Holder at 231 centimetres, and he's right up there with Kyle Jamieson and Josh Hazlewood, the guys who release it very high. Craig Overton's not quite that high, but he's 220 centimetres. It's about the height for him and about hitting the pitch. There's nothing on this pitch. This is not a pitch that you would ever expect Craig Overton to be successful on, because he probably needs more help from the pitch than other bowlers. I think that is where the problem is. Having said that, Matt, Ollie Robinson was probably supposed to play ahead of him, wasn't
he? Yeah, he was, and he's not much quicker.
No, a bit more skillful though, probably, and a little, I think
it's been the great argument in county cricket, because I think they're about level, aren't they? Overton and Robinson.
Having seen them both in Test cricket, in county cricket, I'm with you. Having seen them both in Test cricket, I just think Ollie Robinson has more options when the pitch is a bit flatter than Overton does.
I agree with you. I think the ability. So you look at Jason Holder, for instance. He would be similar pace-wise. I don't think he's maybe that low, or very, very close. But he seems to get zip off the wicket. Ball bounces. And yes, he's delivering from the highest point, but still, it's when does the ball gather energy off the pitch, off the surface? And Ollie Robinson, for me, just seems to get that energy off the pitch.
So then, the 140th over of the innings. West Indies 3:47 for 8, and Jack Leach will bowl his 37th, 1 for 66, and he's bowling to Bonner, and he's solidly in behind that no run. The 301st ball that Bonner has faced, 112 not out, so he is. Well, if he was to get 2 more runs, it would be his highest score in Test cricket. Leach around the wicket, bit of air on that one, pushed by Bonner towards mid-off, thought of a single, there isn't one there, and there is no run.
I'd be tempted to change the line here for Leach. He's bowled nicely, he has bowled nicely. 36 overs, 37th over now, just 66 runs gone and the 1 wicket.
Leach around the wicket once again, pushing forward, no run.
But he's done a lot of the same, hasn't he? He's running, he's bowled a very leg stump line, middle and leg, looking to drift it in and then turn it away, but the ball's not spinning. I'd be tempted to say to him, right, let's bring a man over from the leg side, cover the offside, give you cover on the offside, and throw it outside off stump. Let's change the angle for the West Indian batsmen, and let's see if they chase it a little bit.
Leach is outside off stump on this occasion, but Bonner really, all he does is lean forward with his weight, put the bat there, and there's no run.
And that's the exact point. Bonner just leans forward. He doesn't really move his foot. So if you make him reach outside the off stump, brings the sip into play, you can bring a silly point over onto the offside.
Leach goes in, pushing forward is Bonner, no run.
The other thing that might make him do is actually look to attack. Now, that can go one of 2 ways. He might get you away for a few runs, but he might play a shot, make a mistake, and give you the wicket. But it's just changed. It might be just a couple of overs. Just change it up slightly.
Leach around the wicket for the final time this over. It's pushed out on the offside. An over, a maiden over. West Indies therefore still lead by 36, 3:47 for 8. Jared.
Yeah, we just got a tweet in from osmith3042, if that is your real name, saying, do you think that bowlers like Craig Overton and Luke Fletcher topping the averages year after year shows how broken the championship is in terms of preparing players for Test cricket? So not saying that the championship isn't any good or that those bowlers aren't skillful, but specifically for Test cricket. I'll let Matty answer the question, obviously, because I want to see.
Which he's delighted about.
Want to see what the tabloids write about it. But New Zealand cricket actually had a similar problem, and they changed their entire pitches to make them much more like flat Test pitches, so that they could encourage fast bowlers, spinners, and batters with more solid techniques. That was about 10 or 12, maybe 14 years ago. They've been pretty handy since then.
Is there any evidence that it's worked?
Well, Test Championship was handy for them as well, because those players can still naturally play when the ball's moving around, because they grow up in New Zealand. They're never not going to know how to play the moving ball, but learning the other skills that you need for Test cricket was quite important.
So you've kind of answered your own question there a little bit, haven't you? Thankfully for me. Look,
ban medium paces in county cricket, says Matt Pryor.
Yeah, absolutely. They get me out for fun. I remember that.
Chris Woakes to start a new over. Permaul coming forward, pushing into the offside, and there is no run. By the way, as a born and bred Nottingham boy, I'm going to defend the Bulwell bomber all the way, and Luke Fletcher does a mighty fine job.
Again, this is not saying these guys aren't good cricketers and good players. I think everyone gets very, very precious about, oh no, we're saying Luke Fletcher's no good. That's not right at all. Luke Fletcher does a fantastic job for Notts, and he's a fantastic performer, and he's worked very hard to find his way.
Woakes goes in, Permaul pushing to mid-on, no run.
But with all due respect, Luke Fletcher on this wicket would be a very different prospect, and I think that is the point. Are we using county cricket to prepare our players for Test cricket? That is their training ground to go out on the world's biggest stage. And I think one of the biggest errors that were made was when they made the county cricket, they changed the point system, that basically you got all the points in the world for a win and nothing for basically one for a draw and none for a loss, obviously. So everyone just went, right, we're just preparing result pitches.
Woakes is on the way. Permaul pushing to mid-on. Overton does well, gets down to his left-hand side and prevents any run being taken. 3:47 for 8 it remains.
Before you know it, 200 becomes a par score, 180 becomes a par score. Averaging 30 for a batter over a season becomes normal, and well done you. Scoring 800 runs in a season becomes normal. And then bowlers who can bowl 78 miles an hour and tweak it around take however many wickets and look like rock stars.
Woakes is in, Permaul jumping in behind this one, pushing out on the offside. No run.
The batters aren't prepared and aren't ready to go and score big hundreds and big runs when they come onto a good surface and flat surface, because they've had no practice at doing it. And the bowlers get found out when actually there is a kookaburra ball and a surface that isn't doing anything. And you realise that 78, there needs to be another way. So it's actually, you're doing a disservice to young players coming through the game, because it's not a realistic version of the game when you step up to test level.
What we're essentially saying is the point of county cricket is to prepare people and create people for the national team.
Exactly right, and I think that is forgotten, or in a lot of cases, some cases, forgotten.
Permaul is facing Woakes, he's going around the wicket, and Permaul is going to pull him wide of Jack Leach, and Leach will go to his left-hand side on the mid-wicket boundary, and they will come back for a couple. Well, all of a sudden Permaul is willing to take on the short ball. 13 not out from 44 balls, and the West Indies are one away from 350. How many points did 350 get you in a county championship game, batting points wise? Was that 2 points or 3 points? I can't remember now. Was it 4? Manners reckoned. Back in the era of black and white.
First point at 200, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then points to 400. Is that right?
Yeah, sounds right. Well, Permaul is waiting for Chris Woakes around the wicket. That's down the leg side. They're aiming now at Permaul's left armpit. Or at least they were for that delivery. That is the end of the over. The 41st of this innings. 3:49 for 8. This final session of the day is 18 overs long and 27 runs have been scored for the loss of 1 wicket. We still have 16 overs of the day to go. So you're basically looking about an hour's play. So we'll be taking it all the way through, plus the pretty much all of the extra half an hour to get us through to about 9:30 UK time, 5:30 in Antigua. $1 million question is, will England be batting for those last few overs? Or will the West Indies still be there, inflicting the pain? Leach to start a new over. Well, that's the middle of Bonner's bat, pushing it back down the pitch, no run. Leach comes around the wicket, flatter, quicker. Bonner in behind this, no run. Here's a thought for you, Matt. You can have a couple of balls to think about this. If they're not bowled out, would the West Indies declare this evening, having England been out there for a couple of days, a bit soul-destroying, or do you grind them into the dirt even more? Leach around the wicket, turned on the leg side by Bonner, down to fine leg, and will take a single that will bring up the 350 for the West Indies. 350 for 8 in the 142nd over.
I don't need 2 balls to think about that. The West Indies will bat and bat. They will grind England down. I mean, every run, first innings lead, is massive, but also time on their feet. It's completely demoralising, this situation.
Leg slip and short leg in place for Paul as Leach bowls around the wicket, and there is no run. Matt said it might just be worth changing the angle from Jack Leach to go a little bit wider. Well, we've not seen that yet. Leach is still coming around the wicket. That one's in towards the leg side, flicked at by Paul, and it goes to Bairstow at square leg. And there's no run. I'm fairly sure if Ashley Giles was in this England side, he would have been over the wicket for at least, well, about 20 overs probably by now. But Jack Leach isn't particularly comfortable doing that, so he's not got that in his armoury. Leach around he goes. Now that's taken Paul on the back pad. England are wanting an LBW. Joel Wilson has turned it down, and Zach Crawley is going to run back to a metre from the boundary edge and return the throw, and all eyes are on Joel Wilson.
I'm not sure, but I think so. It's over.
He's called over, and he's given that as 2 runs. So England, I don't think, are going to review it. It's 352 for 8.
Yeah, a little inside edge. Unfortunately, Leach again, similar line. A little inside edge. It only brushes the back leg, really. Runs away for a couple.
Yeah, I mean, the point on the declaration is it's the soul-destroying factor more than anything else, isn't it? To just keep England out there and out there and out there.
Imagine the England bowlers having to get their boots on again tomorrow morning. Oof.
And especially if Mark Wood is still struggling.
Exactly.
So there's another reason.
Yep.
If you've not been with us all evening, if you've been listening maybe to the football, and you're joining us here on TalkSport for it, we haven't had Mark Wood on the field for, well, a good few hours now. He's got a bit of an elbow problem. England told us a couple of hours back that they expected him to be back with us shortly. That then didn't happen. And the next update was we don't expect him to bowl again in for the rest of the innings, realistically speaking. Unfortunately, this is going on and on and on. Chris Woakes will now start his 29th over, and he's outside of Bonner's off stump, and Bonner, he's just got such restraint at the moment. He lets it go. He remains 113 not out, and therefore he has equalled his Test best score. One more run for him would be his best. This is 10th Test match, second Test match 100. And he's waiting, tapping his bat. Woakes goes in, and he plays just quietly to mid-off. Ben Stokes will do the fielding, and there's no run. And it looks like this is going to be a really important innings in the career for the West Indies and Kruna Bonner. I mean, as we've been saying all day, it's been a battle for him to get back in the squad and then back into the team. to produce an innings of this quality and temperament. It's basically what every team is looking for, isn't it? It's a guy to just say, over my dead body.
Well, he's literally batting like a man. That's had to wait a long time to get another chance. He had a first little sniff of it.
He's going on the pull on this occasion to Oakes. There was a couple of cries to catch it, but it's out to the mid-wicket region. There is no one there, and that is Nkrumah Bonner's highest score in Test match cricket. He's 117 not out from 312 balls, and the West Indies just keep on trucking.
Yeah, tight delivery this from Chris Woakes. You can't really blame him. But Bonner onto it very, very... I mean, he looked like he had all the time in the world, didn't he? Hit it about 40 yards in front of square. And there it is, 117 not out. Highest score in Test cricket. Well played.
That one keeps a little bit lower. I think there's an inside edge on that one. England are going up for the LBW. Umpire Brathwaite isn't giving anything on that. Woakes didn't look interested. Joe Root is going through the Council of War, canvassing opinions, but the shake of the head from Matt Pryor's head next to me tells me that should be a very short conversation.
This is torture. This is torture for the England bowlers. This is, again, so close. The tiniest of inside edges. If he doesn't get that, feet went nowhere, stuck in the crease. If he doesn't get the inside edge, that is out. However, we're looking at the replays, and did it clip the front pad first?
We'll come back to that in a second. Woakes is in and bowl again. Bat and pad were very close together, and there was a very big waveform. But what was first there?
Well, Root wanted it, didn't he? He was the one that was pushing and asking the questions. Everyone said, no, inside edge, which was right. It did hit it, definitely. But looking at the pictures, did it just clip the front pad first? I mean, that's the last thing. That's the last thing Root would want. Is a little message from the dressing room. By the way, that was out. Should have reviewed it.
Woakes for the final time this over, and Bonner is once again forward, pushing it back down the pitch. No run. Right. Well, I've not been able to split these two. Neil Manthorpe's going to have a crack now. 356 for 8. The West Indies, they lead by 45 here on TalkSport 2.
Thank you very much, Macca. I'm not sure. There's a very obvious change in fortunes in the offing. So we still have another 13 overs remaining to be bowled in the day. And we should get them in, actually, because we can go up until 5:30, 9:30 UK time, 5:30 local time. So we'll use the extra half an hour that's available. And if the West Indies can bat for the remaining hour, they will certainly do so. They've chosen this course now. It's like when you're lost in the jungle and you say there's 2 footpaths. We're going to take this one and we're going to stick to it. If it's the wrong one, and a strong sweep here from Permaul, and he hasn't quite got all of it. He's mistimed it, but he will get a couple. Chase on for Dan Lawrence out towards deep mid-wicket. There's no point using up the energy going 3/4 of the way down the path and then think, you know what, I'm not so sure this is the right one after all, and then going all the way back again. So they've chosen this path now, the path of grind, the path of pain, and the path of withering England's spirit. But it hasn't withered so far. They've withstood the purgatory. 358 for 8, Gareth Batty.
I tell you what, I think Joe Root is trying to call Permaul's bluff, though. Brought all the fielders in. First ball, big lap slog, spinner to spinner. He'll be squeezing the glue out of that handle.
Here's Leach again, and Permaul whips it away through square leg. Johnny Bairstow hunts it down towards the deep square leg boundary. You picked that up immediately, and of course I missed it, but it's exactly what he did, and he brought all the fielders in. Come on, you can play spin. See you go over the top.
There's a thing, Spinners Union, you talk to each other and so on and so forth, but I tell you what, if you're batting against another one, you don't let him get you out, but if you can bang him, you stick him in the stand.
Well, he's accepted the invitation. He's accepted the bait, hasn't he? 360 for 8 now. The lead is 49 with for Sami Pamal on 19, and quicker one from Leach. Pamal steers it away behind square on the offside.
Nicely bowled there from Jack Leach. Got that bit of drop on the ball, which Pamal just groping, found a thick outside edge to backward point. Nice piece of bowling.
Here's Leach once again, and Pamal comes forward. 19 not out from 53 balls. We have I've given Jared Kimber, to my right, 10 seconds to come up with a nugget of informative, entertaining observation and analysis at the end of this over. Let's see what he can do in 10 seconds notice. Last ball of the over is again played defensively. Sami Pamal remains on 19, and the lead is 49. The West Indies are 360 for 8.
Sorry, did you have something to add, Bats?
I'm just waiting with bated breath to see how you enlighten my day.
I'm just trying to bring up Bonner's first class record, actually. So he's played 80 first class games and averaged 29. Is that the best you've got? You're on your own then. You and Manus have some fun.
No, please go again. And Kumar Bonner's first class record, I am interested.
So he averages 29 overall, and if you watch him right now, I think it's fair to say he doesn't look like a man who averages 29 in first class cricket. So he has clearly improved a lot in the latter half of his career. But it really has been in the latter half. He really struggled. He never averaged more than 35 over his first 7 seasons in first class cricket.
Wokes in, defended by Kumar Bonner. He really has a first class average. He's been playing first class cricket for 12 years and averages 29.
There's some bad years in here. 2013 he played 6 games and averaged 10. So when you do something like that, it does drop your overall average down a little bit. But he's had some bad years up until 2017. And it's really interesting because this is when everyone else in the world stopped making runs. In 2017, he averaged 23. Since then, he's averaged 44, 58, 41, and he's currently averaging over 100 this year. But that's only from a couple of innings and this one, of course. So whatever he worked out late in his career must be a technical change, because I don't think that can be just be mindset.
Short pulled away by Kumar Bonner, out towards deep backward square leg, and it's gone for 4. There must 364 for 8. He's now on to 121. There must have been an attitudinal change as well, whatever he did technically.
Oh no, definitely. He also, I'm just having a look now, he changed his batting position as well. So he used to open the batting and bat at first drop a lot, and he didn't make any runs there. He's moved himself down to 4 and 5, and that's been a big change for him. So he settled into number 4 quite well. So that's definitely something that he's done that has affected him.
His Wokes again. It's played off the front foot, actually. It was the back of a length, but he played it off the front foot. That's how slow the pitch is. When you say he moved himself, is he captain of Jamaica?
No, he did captain briefly, sorry. Yeah, I'm not sure if he made that decision or not, but since moving down that position, he's certainly made a lot more runs, and it's really consistent runs. So this is his second 100 in the last 2 years, I think, yeah. And he's made half centuries in almost all the time. Just very, very consistent runs, but not a lot of big scores.
What's his highest first class score? That's played off the back foot defensively to mid-on, no run.
We're 14 away from it. You want me to add that up for you, or are you okay?
I can do that. I know it's been a long day. I can do that.
So he made, after moving to number 4, actually, I think that might have been when he started making a few more runs. He made 135 versus the Windward Islands in 2020. And yeah, that's his top score.
Here's Wokes once again, and Bonner comes forward and plays square of the wicket on the offside. I love that the stories of cricketers who've had to work really hard and reinvent themselves, and particularly when their star has risen early and then sunk very low for a long period of time, and they haven't given the game up.
Yeah, and I think, Bonnie, you have to look at the way he's played this innings. His risk management has been super, been great. Anything outside his eye line out here, unless it's been very full, he's left alone. He's waited for the ball to come in straight, where he's in a good position, and he's knocked it away on the leg side. He's got a nice pull shot, which shows a bit of flair.
Works again. Played defensively, no run. 364 for 8. The lead is 53.
So it strikes me as kind of a player that's gone away and gone, I can risk assess better than what I have been doing as a young man. Yes, I can play some lovely flowing drives and shots, but I keep getting 20 and 30 and out, or less. And it reminds you, I remember watching Steve Waugh back in 1989, and he had these beautiful back foot punches. He picks his left leg up, and he was quite fluent. And certainly not, as he finished his career, the legend that he was as a player, where he was a bit more sort of crabby and the ugly brother within the family, whereas his brother's all elegant and so on and so forth. He just risk assessed and said, I'm not going to give you the chance to get me out here. I'm going to play 2 or 3 shots. I'm going to do it very well, and I'm going to get in the battle and beat you. And that is almost what Bonner has done here.
We have a visitor in the commentary box. It's Russ Hargreaves with an update from the Tournament Players Championship at Sawgrass.
And very good news from an England point of view, because back underway about 25 minutes ago after all of that bad weather, England's Tommy Fleetwood had a birdie putt he'd been sitting on for about 4 hours. He drained it, and the Southport star 5 under par at the Players, a shot clear of Harold Varner III and Will Zalatoris. And we're live after you from 10.
Russ, just a question before you go. Can Tommy Fleetwood bowl?
He probably could have a go, I'd say. Yeah, absolutely. Get him in.
New over begins. Thank you very much from Russ Hargreaves. Jack Leach. Oh, he's toiled. He's into his 40th over. What and tidy as can be. I mean, less than 2 and over. That's good delivery. And forward comes for Sami Pamor and pushes it away defensively out on the onside. In 20 years, Bats, how many times would you have bowled 40 overs in an innings?
Don't know.
Half a dozen? More,
yeah,
or
few
more?
times. Few times. Yeah, decent few times without it being a common thing.
So
you quite often get into the 30s, don't you?
Yeah. 40's that kind
Not
of
often you get to the
super
40s.
landmark for me.
Yeah.
It's like
you have
40
to.
in it.
You have to have gone past 130, I reckon.
That's pushed defensively straight back down the pitch. No run.
Plus, in England, we've already semi-touched on it with Maddie when the tweak came in. Often in England there are times when it's pretty good to bowl swing and seam bowling, and spinners do take a back seat every now and again.
Here's Leach once again, and that's blocked away defensively on the offside.
Every now and again.
You bowled 52 overs in one innings. I'm sure you haven't forgotten that one.
All right, mate. Do you want me to jump off that bridge out there that I can see?
No, I'm just saying what an effort that was.
Yeah.
It was all about your fitness, I think, man, has brought that up.
Yeah, I was beaten on that occasion several times.
Would you like something else?
Yes, please.
So we're just looking at the county championship points changes, and so I had a look at the average. Well, actually, I got Gary Morgan to look at it because he's much quicker at these sorts of things than I am. To have a look at the average runs per wicket in the county championship. So from 2001 until 2011, there had never been an occurrence where the average had dropped under 30 runs per wicket. I think it's 2010 where they have the first rule change, it was a regulation points change. From that point forward, there's a couple of years that do drop under 30. The runs then go back up again. In 2016, they were averaging 34.5 runs, which is quite high for runs per wicket. Last 3 full seasons. So 2018, it was 26. 2019, it was 29.5. And 2021, it was just under 29 again. Some of that will be the wobble ball and the fact that no one anywhere in the world is making runs against seam bowlers anymore. There certainly does seem to be a bit of an effect here when they have changed the points. And the high-scoring years of the first part of the century have disappeared.
Well, Ben Stokes has got the dawn shift. And he's got the ball in his hand. The first delivery is back of a length outside the off stump, and it's left alone.
And I would suggest there'd be about 3 or 4 grounds that would keep that average. Could absolutely plummet that average because of wickets taken in 3 days. There would be certain grounds that hardly ever get to 4 days, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm sure there are. Yeah.
So they're killing that average to an extent.
Here's Stokes once again, and has pushed up towards extra cover again, and there's no run.
One thing I would say is, though, that those averages are pretty similar to what happened in exactly the same years in Test cricket. So I don't think it's just the points. I think the bigger difference really is that you're looking at 2001 is 33, 2002 is 33, 2003, 2004 and 5, you're looking at 35, 34, 36. We're nowhere near that anymore. So it's the combination of the wobble ball, probably better analysis, better training, and then the fact that no one around the world is making any runs. But the points are certainly affecting that.
And games finishing in 4 sessions and not getting a pitch deducted for being poor. Surely it can't be 40 wickets in 4 sessions. How does that work and not lose points?
Don't coaches get fined for these sorts of comments?
Fine me.
He's not wearing his coach's cap. He's wearing his commentator's cap at the moment.
I have no problem saying that out loud. Absolutely no dramas.
Here is Ben Stokes once again, and that's surely LBW. Up goes the finger. Gareth Batty, we can't get another one wrong. That has to absolutely be out. With it, that's hitting middle and leg halfway up. It kept low, didn't it, from Stokes?
Oh,
Matt Pryor's winding us up. He's saying he got an inside edge.
Out. I've checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Let's start with front on spin.
The picture again just looks gone for all money again.
Doesn't it?
It really does.
Front on coming up. Roll in.
That is... Oh, he's hit it!
Ball is very close to the bat. Can I have ultra edge, please? Ultra edge coming up. Keep rolling. Yeah, there's a spike as the ball is next to the bat. Can we go back to Greg on field? Greg, can you change your out decision to not out? You're on screen now, signal.
Well, can you believe it?
No.
He's absolutely smashed this. It's deviated about 6 inches.
Oh, Ben Stokes just... What can you do? He's just laughing.
I'll tell you what, though, I can't believe that the players out there didn't, half of them wouldn't have known that he smashed that. It ended up being a decent deviation.
Well, play resumes with the full-length delivery from Stokes outside the off-stump and a slashing drive from Krumar Bonner. Misses and goes through to Ben Foakes. 364 for 8.
I've got some Gareth Batty stats if you'd like them, man. I know where I look at Bats. Bats doesn't want to hear this. 15 times in first-class cricket, he bowled over 40 overs in a game.
15, okay.
The most was 55 overs at Bristol in 2000.
Oh, sorry, that's a game, not an innings.
Oh, sorry, an innings.
Oh. Here is Stokes once again. Up to the crease now, bowls, and it's played defensively. 55 overs in an innings.
Oh, well, I'd have to check, actually. Gary just sent that through, so I'm not 100% sure. He took 2 for 96.
I'm sure he'd remember.
55 overs.
Yeah, it sounds like an innings, doesn't it?
That sounds like my career. Very uninspiring.
Also, like that happened in 2014, just at that point where you're thinking, should I go another year or not? And just absolutely bowled into the ground, not knowing there were 7 more seasons to come.
You must remember bowling 55 overs in an innings, if that was your highest. Was that an innings or a match? Here is Stokes once again. Wide of the crease, angled in towards Bonner, who leaves it alone.
I couldn't tell you what happened in my last game, let alone 2014.
You wouldn't remember bowling 55 overs?
No, not really. I could tell you when we win games and stuff, but if we obviously haven't won a game if I bowl 55 overs. It's obviously a boring draw. It has to be. That's the only thing that resonates in my mind that would have been the case there.
All right, so you would remember. Okay? Here's another one then. What's the most overs you bowled in an innings in a match that you won? Because you remember your victories.
I remember winning. I don't remember my performance always in that victory. I would imagine comfortably into the 40s. 46 maybe, something like that. 6 for 60 odd or something.
Driven out towards extra cover, nicely fielded by Joe Root. And the West Indies remain 364 for 8.
Gary's just got back. It was in an innings.
55 overs in an innings.
Too far.
Wow. At least I didn't go for Gallen. I can live with that.
Yeah.
Leach once more is in to his 42nd over, and that is 41st over. That's again defended out on the offside by Basami Pamal, who's 19 off 62. We're into the 104. He's down the wicket to Jack Leach, and he's slogged him. I'd love to say that it was a classic straight drive, but it was a bit of a heave, and the cheeky grin on his face suggests that he also knows that was an impromptu slap. A slap drive straight back. Am I being unkind? Maybe there was a bit more class in that, actually.
He skipped down the pitch very well. He ran the line of the ball.
Yeah.
Yes, it was a full flourish of the bat, but no, I think it was just, I'm taking you this ball, whatever sort of a run down the wicket.
I thought, I looked at it again, I thought I was being a bit harsh there. That was actually well played. He got to the pitch of it, hit through the line. It didn't swing across the line.
So that game down in Bristol, Gloucester were rolled for 112 in the first innings. Sorry.
Oh, I do remember this game.
And what did Surrey make?
Jason Roy got 3 for 10 or something.
Here's Leach again, and that's pushed out towards mid. Jason Roy.
It wasn't
3 for 10 or something?
Yeah, he got 3 for 9. He got a wicket in the second innings as well. What was he bowling?
Naughty seamers.
Very naughty. But look at these figures.
Wow.
So bowled him out for 112 because of Jason Roy.
Here's Leach. Pushes that straight back to him, does Permaul. 368 for 8, lead by 57, while Jared Kimber continues. It'll be Andrew McKenna for the next 20 minutes.
Surrey go into bat. Rory Burns makes 199. Zafar Ansari makes 98. Vikram Solanki makes 143. Jason Roy then comes in and makes 121 off 71. He had a handy game. And then Gloucester batted for 189 overs to bat out the draw. Let's have a look here. Who had some fun? Ian Cobain made, oh my God, 151 of 421 balls. Klinger batted for 229 balls for his 100. Geez, it must have flattened out after that first innings.
Yeah, I remember Jace getting 2 or 3 for in no time. I think we had a bit of rain as well around. Yeah, I mean, Bristol, it can be sort of low, slow, not dissimilar to what we're seeing here. Can be tough.
Well, I'll be honest with you. Earlier on today, if you'd have told me that at 10 to 9 I'm coming onto commentary and the West Indies are still batting, I'm not sure I'd have bitten your hand off for that, but that's the situation. 368 for 8. Bonner is still there, and he plays out on the onside, no run. England have had 2 what they thought were wickets turned down. I mean, that last LBW was actually the reason we brought in DRS. Do you remember that series back a few years ago? There was lots of inside edges onto pads that were given out LBW, and the ICC said, no, hang on, we can't have that. So that was the very reason we brought it in, and we got the correct call in the end.
Absolutely. And just imagine if you'd have been Bonner there and you know you've smashed it and you're giving out and walking off having put in all the hard work.
Stokes in short ball over the top of Bonner's head. No run.
Yeah, we do sometimes forget that's why DRS was brought in. It's not so much to show that somebody was out, it was to show the mistake of somebody hitting it and probably saving a few change rooms being smashed up by different bats and so on and so forth.
Why did you look at Matt Pryor then?
Well, just saving, you know, there's a lot of glass at this ground as well.
Ben Stokes on his way into the crease, slightly wider, angling it into Bonner, but he's solidly behind that. His vigil continues. 330 deliveries he's faced for his 121 not outs.
Genuinely, I did actually see something where somebody got given out, similar sort of to that, nicked it on the pad, and one of the lads, this is the crude bit of it, was in the toilet, and it was the poor cubicles that were sort of, the guy that got out came in to the toilets and punched the wall, and the cubicles went do 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 and trapped the guy in the toilet. Unbelievable. You would not believe it.
Stokes in short ball. Bonner ducks underneath it. It's through to Ben Foakes. There's no run.
Yeah, 2 hours later he's got the drill from the groundsman's shed trying to put the cubicle back up.
Gary Wilson?
No.
Which ground?
I thought I'd pick a random.
I don't want to drop anybody in it. I'm not going to go any further.
Like someone was dropped in it.
It was a true story. It is a true story.
I'd buy that in FT.
Ben Stokes comes in once again past the umpire, goes full, landing round about the crease line. A little bit of shape away, but Bonner's having nothing to do with that, and then he makes the signal to the far end to say there's somebody behind the bowler's arm. Can they please move out the way? The bowling figures for the England innings, they don't make terribly pretty reading. Chris Woakes, 30 overs, 1 for 88. Craig Overton, 31 overs, 2 for 83. Mark Wood, only 17 overs, 1 for 45. We've not seen him for hours because of this elbow problem he's getting treated. Jack Leach, 41 overs, 1 for 77. Stokes 2 for 41 as he completes his 45th. That one's down the leg side. Folks takes it. Bonner looks at the umpire as if to say, are you calling anything for that one? And the answer is no, because this is a test match, and that is fine. There's 8 overs of the day to go. Joe Root has bowled 5 overs, 0 for 30, completing the wicket takers and bowlers for you. But the West Indies innings is being dominated by Nkrumah Bomber. 121 not out. Jason Holder, 45. Josh De Silva, 32. Alzari Joseph, 2. And Kemar Roach, 15. The men dismissed. But England cannot finish off this tail.
Yeah, I wonder if it's worth... Jack Leach is still on. I wonder if it's worth him just spin the roulette wheel, maybe go over the wicket for a couple of balls, see if that little bit of rough something spits out of it, see if they do anything different.
Over the wicket is Leach to Pamal, pushes to Woakes at mid-on, no run.
Or take a punt, really lob it up this over, really get Pamal tearing down that wicket. We've seen him take the bait a couple of times. Possibly take a bit more of a gamble.
Leach goes in. A little bit of drift into the right-handed Pamal. Oh, Ben Stokes hasn't stopped that cleanly at mid-off. They're going to take one. They're thinking about a second. Stokes is absolutely furious with himself for that, because that should have been a routine stop in his world at mid-off, and it wasn't.
I think it's more the leader of this group in everywhere, really. Just feels like that little tiny mistake has let everybody down, because England have been very good in the field today.
Bonner's coming forward after the single was taken, 369 for 8, but just pushing back down the pitch, no run.
It would have been easy for them to lose a bit of energy and impetus, but they haven't. They've kept banging on. They've kept going hard.
Leach around the wicket, coming down the pitch. Well, at least a step and a half to meet it is Bonner, fielded by Ollie Pope, who is at a short, straight mid-on, almost standing next to the non-striker. He's got a helmet on and the safety kit, just in case. Leach, this one is shorter and wider of off-stump. Lent on that one by Bonner through point. Lees will go after that. They are only interested in a single, and that is indeed what they will take. Bonner goes to 122, 370 for 8.
Yeah, I can only imagine that we can't actually see all of the field that Leach was bowling to there, Bonner. I think he's probably lost mid-on all the way back, and he's lost short leg to a straight mid-wicket, trying to give him that gap, going against the spin. Bonner almost obliged, and then Leach just gave him that little bit of length to get back and push him through the offside.
Pamal for the final ball of the over comes forward and plays it out, no run. 150 overs England have been in the field, 370 for 8 of the West Indies. They lead by 59. Jared Kibler.
Last, what has it been, 5-6 seasons of county cricket? Are there any particular grounds you want to have a look at specifically?
No, but I know you've got a few in mind.
Well, the Oval's the highest of the regular scoring grounds, 37 runs per wicket. The highest scoring ground altogether is, of no surprise, also in South London, Beckenham. Which, I mean, you could take a weaponry down there and not actually dismiss about half the time. The lowest scoring ones, the absolute lowest scoring ground is Chelmsford.
Shock me.
Which is 26.7 runs. It's not quite as low as I thought it would. I thought it might be even lower than that, believe it or not. Lords is 27.58 as well, which is very, very low. Cheltenham, which is an outground but does play a lot of cricket, is 27. Taunton is 27. Edgbaston is 28. And there aren't that many high scoring. The Oval is by far and away the highest scoring ground. And I think there might have been one other very high scoring ground as well. Oh, Hove is up at 32.5 runs per wicket. So again, that's one of the more high scoring grounds. So there's a lot of low scoring grounds. There aren't that many high scoring grounds.
Ben Stokes to start the new over. Bonner is solidly in behind that. He's not changing his plan whatsoever. Forward defensive back down the pitch, no run.
I'm surprised that Edgbaston being 28.
Yeah, 28.4. It's the same as Chesterfield Street. We always talk about how hard it is to bat in Durham.
So Chesterfield Street, you go there, play a 4-day game, literally zips around like spinners are bowling it. You play the 1-day game the very next day, and it's as flat as you are, and you get 320 in 30 overs. I'm not suggesting I'm a scientist, but there has to be something that you could potentially flatten out the red ball pitches.
Stokes in, shortish ball, takes Bonner in the chest protector, goes down to Lees at fine leg, and they will take a leg by.
Who have we got in the box? We've got Macca, so Nottingham, up at Trent Bridge, 31. Scott, our producer, used to work for Hampshire, didn't he? So Southampton is 29.36. A lot of them are just on either side of 30. Most of them just below.
30. Yeah, it makes sense.
But it is clear that Chelmsford is low, but it's not quite as nuclear low as I thought it might be.
Ollie, the producer, would like to know what Norfolk is, if you can come up with that one for us.
It's a play.
Stokes is in. It's a short ball, and Ben Foakes is actually having to come forward to take that one after it bounces a second time on its way through him, and almost sort of rugby style go down on a loose ball and gather it. That's how much the delivery from Ben Stokes died before it got to the keeper.
Yeah, we talk about slip catchers being able to dive forward to take the catch and how brave it is and difficult. Times it by 10 here for Ben Foakes. This is bouncer that's dropped on him, and it's dropping always at least a metre short of him, and he's trying to smother as much of it as he can. He's putting his body on the line.
Stokes really is gritting his teeth in coming to bowl. That is a short ball. It's down leg side. It's a tired one, but that is perfectly understandable given the situation. As I mentioned, this is Ben Stokes' 26th over, and I'll just remind you, a week or so ago the word coming out of the camp was Ben Stokes wasn't going to bowl, and then a few days after that it was well, Ben Stokes will bowl if he absolutely has to. Here he is, and he's in full Ben Stokes mode. There's no half measures. He is banging it in. He's doing his job. He's being the enforcer as much as he can. 2 for 41. He's getting Bonner to come forward, puts it into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, this was always the fear when Wood went off, if the innings dragged on, that Ben Stokes would get a big workload into his body. The talisman of English cricket. If he's not quite ready, you don't want him having an excess workload, putting stress on that body for further down the line. We need him fit and firing for as long and as many games as humanly possible.
Are you surprised, given the fact we're in the 151st over, Gareth, that Joe Root's only bowled 5 overs? If nothing else, from the fact that not only has he got the off break, but he also has those leg breaks that he can try and just do something different.
Yeah, it is a bit of a surprise because we know he's wanted to bowl.
Here is Stokes for the final ball of the over, outside of off stump through to Ben Foakes, and there is no run. So the West Indies have batted 151 overs, the first time since October of 2017 they have made it past 150 overs. On that occasion, it was against Zimbabwe in Bulawayo. Their innings actually lasted 178 overs and 2 balls. They put 448 on the board that day. Well, we're going to go into the final half an hour of the day today, the overtime period, to get the overs finished. The West Indies have faced 151 overs of this match so far, and they put 370 for 8 on the board. There are 6 overs of the day remaining. Gareth Batty has moved out, Matt Pryor has moved in, and if we're being brutally honest, Matt Pryor, the game hasn't really changed a great deal in the, half an hour or so since we last spoke.
The last day. That's what it feels like. No, it hasn't changed much.
Leach to start the new over. Tamal coming forward, and he pushes it back down the pitch, no run.
I still would love Leach to just try something else. Just throw it outside the off stump for a bit. Get your fielder over, pull one over from the leg side. I'm not, I'm just looking for ways that they could do something different. It's not a criticism of Leach, just a couple of overs, try a different angle. Got to keep changing, mixing what the batsman is thinking.
Leach is in. He's drifting down the leg side on this occasion. It takes Pamol on the front pad. It, in truth, wouldn't have hit another set down the leg side. The appeal was
and that's kind of the point, is, you know, the line he's bowling. We've seen a couple of LBW decisions go against him, a few that have been reviewed, but they're all going down the leg side. It's not really turning back. If you want to bowl that line, that's fine. And the line that Leach has been bowling is into sort of middle leg. He's probably drifting a little bit more, so it's pitching leg, even sometimes outside leg. Now, when the pitch is spinning loads, brilliant, absolutely. Then it rag it past the outside edge, really hard to play. But it's not spinning as much. So actually what you're doing is the batsman knows the ball's going down the leg side. So you've got to change it, change something, change the angle, get the batsman having to move in their crease, change their guard from middle to leg, or you've got to keep them thinking rather than just being able to play the line of the ball and pat it back to you.
Okay, so one option is to get Leach to change the angle. Another option we just said with Gareth Batty. And Leach is going to go over the wicket. He has now changed. So let's see what happens here. Pitching outside of leg stump, and Pamol comes forward, pushing back down the pitch, and there is no run. So it's taken Jack Leach into his 43rd over to go over the wickets. Pamol, 24 not out from 72 balls. Leach over the wickets, outside of leg stump. Pamol is actually playing at this. He doesn't have to. He could just kick it away because it's pitched outside the leg stump. But he is playing at it, which will give England at least a little bit of encouragement. Leach outside of off stump again. It's just played out into the leg side by Pamol. Ollie Pope at short leg under the helmet. Interesting that Ollie Pope has taken over from Lees under the helmet since he's come on. Leach for the final time this over, outside of leg stump. Nothing on that one from the batsman through to the keeper, and it ends the 152nd over. Steve Harmison is with Matt Pryor and myself, Andrew McKenna, as we've got 5 overs to go in the day. Harmy, well, at least England have tried something different with Leach going over for at least the second half of that over.
Yeah, they're just trying everything. There was a passage today for about an hour where maybe it's a little bit more, where Joe Root changing his bowlers. I don't think anybody bowled more than 3 overs in a spell just to try and create something on this surface. The surface is obviously dead, it's docile. England 1 bowler down, having to use Stokes again and again and again, which is a little bit of a concern moving forward. What's he bowled now? 26 overs. England are desperate for these last 2 wickets, but if you're Alex Lees, you just mentioned there, Ollie Pope going in at short leg. If you're Alex Lees, you're thinking, right, if we're going to get them, make sure we get them with 2 overs to go so we don't have to come out and bat.
Absolutely, there are 5 left in the day. Stokes will start another over the wicket to Bonner, in behind it, and there is no run. Harmy, the other option, I mean, we were just talking, what could have England done to change it around? One was Leach over the wicket. Well, they've now tried that. One was maybe Joe Root to bowl more than 5 overs himself. The other option, though, is Dan Lawrence. I'm somewhat surprised that he hasn't been turned to, because, as you've just said, Mark Wood has been off the pitch for an awful long time, which has meant Ben Stokes has picked up some of the workload. Could Dan Lawrence have maybe given us a few overs just to take the workload off of someone else?
Yeah, quite possibly, but when you're on there, you look at the...
As it's off the back foot by Bonner into the cover region, safely out to the sweeper, but they're not taking the run on the second ball of the over.
You also pick bowlers to bowl, and I know the wicket is dead, it's docile, the bowl's gone a bit soft, but you've picked a group of bowlers to bowl and try and take the wickets, and unfortunately that hasn't happened. I'm all for trying Dan Lawrence, Joe Root, but the way Bonner's played, I think he's played fantastic, so you kick nothing away from the way he's performed in this innings.
Well, that's the first ball in a long time that he's been inconvenienced. Stokes gets that one to actually ride up, and it was in the air as it went, well, through third slip gully region where it would have been. It goes down to the third man fielder, but they don't take the run. But actually Stokes has really bent his back there, and Bonner has had to fend that one off.
You just hope that this last effort from Ben Stokes late in the day doesn't take too much of a detriment to his body. He's given everything here running in for England and for his captain.
Here he goes once again. Solidly forward is Bonner once again, the 346th ball of this innings, 122 not out, his highest Test score. I mean, Harmy, you know, we can talk about the bowling and the pitch all you like, but Bonner has just been obdurate. He is not going to be beaten today.
No, he's not. He's batted superbly. He's picked his bat up, come down straight. He's not got a great deal of foot movement going forward, swiveled on the pull, clipped off his hip. He knows his scoring options, he knows his limitations, and he's not really missed out. He's been solid in defence, and he's batted beautifully for the West Indies.
Stokes goes in off the back foot is Bonner, trying to force it into the covers, but no timing, and it dribbles out to short third man. By the way, Harman, can I just say, I'm honoured to be working with you at the moment, because I thought you might be trying to keep up with Newcastle United as the game is on at the moment against Southampton. If you're listening and want to hear that, then it is live on the TalkSport app. You can go to the game page and select that. But Harman, your boys are 2-1 up.
I haven't, but you've actually not only just surprised me, you've actually just pleased me, because I've done 2 TV commentaries in the last sort of hour and 20 minutes, and then now I've got to come and speak to you when I get the chance, Macca. So I haven't really been across the Newcastle game. All I know is Chris Wood is off the mark, and it's brilliant for the black and whites.
It is indeed. Final ball of the over, short over the top of Bonner's head, and it is through to the keeper. No run. So that completes the over number 153. Now your other love, Harmy, is golf, and Russ Hargreaves is going to be bringing us the action from the Players' Championship once we're done and dusted. Russ, what's the latest?
Well, very un-Macca-like in terms of his golf. Tommy Fleetwood, absolutely outstanding. The Englishman 6 under par at TPC Sawgrass. Remember, a 4+ hour rain, thunder, lightning delay earlier. The players back out, and Fleetwood just brilliant with birdies at his 7th, 9th, 10th, 11th and his 14th. He's joint tied at the top with the American Harold Varner III. They're 6 under par, 1 clear of Will Zalatoris and 3 clear of the rest of the field.
Harold Varner III. That's magnificent. He could only be an American golfer, couldn't he?
Oh, what a name that is, Manners. What a name.
That's absolutely brilliant.
You can imagine that if he was English, he would have a red pair of trousers and a cravat, wouldn't he?
Well, let's
Harold
just see
Varner
whether he can keep up with Tommy at the top of the leaderboard. Many thanks to Russ Hargreaves, and more to come from TPC Sawgrass. We've got 4 overs remaining on what has been in many ways an epic day. It's felt like a lot longer than 7 hours, but the West Indies have done magnificently. They've really been impressive. New over begins from Craig Overton, punched away off the back foot out towards extra cover for Sami Permaul. He's 24 from 76, and Kumar Bonner 122 from 348. Ben Stokes is just feeling the instep of his left foot. I know. I can sense, Harmy. I can honestly sense your concern for Ben. You just voiced it a little earlier, didn't you?
It is. It's hard. Honestly, it's hard, Manners. He has to carry on bowling. Yeah, he has to carry on bowling. Problem he's got, it's not a structural problem. I think it's just his big toe on his landing foot, sticking out the top of his boot. Obviously not bowling as much. In the recent past, having been laid up with a side injury, his toes now are just feeling the force of having to bowl 27 overs first day back in the Caribbean on a surface which has been unresponsive from the ball point of view. And Craig Overton in his 32nd over. It's been a tough going for the England bowlers, obviously largely down to the fact that there've been one bowler down in Mark Wood, but it's been a heroic effort from Ben Stokes, heroic effort from the team in general because of the effort they've put in. I wouldn't say it's been great quality, but I would say from the effort point of view, they've kept going, kept toiling away, but unfortunately Bonner's just been too good.
Whipped away this time by Kumar Bonner out towards one of 2 catching mid-wickets, both in stationary positions. As you say, it looks like something superficial on the surface that is troubling Ben Stokes at the moment. In other words, a blister or several blisters or a toenail problem. And a reminder that I'm sure regular listeners will have heard this said before, but here's Overton once again, and that one is steered away very nicely behind square on the offside by Nkrumah Bonner. They'll take just a single to ensure that he keeps the strike, but the impact for a fast bowler on that front foot is somewhere equivalent to between 6 and 7 times a player's body weight. So in other words, as you walk gently, you go for a stroll, and your body weight is as it is, but when you run in from 25 yards or 30 yards and you're bowling at 80 miles an hour, the impact on that front foot is between 6 and 7 times your body weight. That's what your landing foot goes through as Permaul plays defensively, and there is no run. So it's a good job you've given up bowling, Harmy.
Oh, absolutely, Manners. Absolutely. I can't think of twice the body weight going through my front leg at this minute in time, never mind 7 or 8 times the body weight. So it is a good job that Steve Harmison's bowling boots are well in the shed and are going to stay there for not the foreseeable future.
Forever.
I think forever.
Here comes Craig Overton, and that one is short, an attempted pull from Permaul, and I think it came off the bottom corner of the bat, maybe even the toe end of the bat, and it trickles gently away behind square on the offside. I do hope you've kept one pair just for posterity's sake, and also in case another big lad from Ashington comes along and takes over the mantle from you and Mark Wood and says, comes to you one day and says, you wouldn't have a pair of your old boots I could use, Mr. Harmison. You'd have to dig them out the attic then.
No, I think I'd rather make a few phone calls of the contacts I've got to get him a pair rather than have the temptation of a pair of boots that still fit me in the garage. And that is I worked the theory, man, is that when I finished playing for professionally, I'd play club cricket, and every time I played club cricket, I'd give items away each time. So by the time I'd played more or less a full season or just a little bit more, if I had no kit left, I couldn't play. And that was the way I looked at it. I was thinking, are you going to play next week? No, I've got no kit left. I've given it all away, and I'm happily in retirement. But what you've asked for, man, is Dan Lawrence. I think Macca asked for Dan Lawrence. He's going to get a bowl from the Sir Andy Roberts end, taking over from Ben Stokes.
Yeah, and what a happy time to bowl. It doesn't make any difference if he bowls a couple of long hops and goes for 10 in the over, does it? It's tax-free now for Dan Lawrence, and here he is. His occasional spinners and first delivery. He lands very nicely, actually, and a bit of turn too. Pushed away out in the offside defensively by Nkrumah Bonner, who's now faced 351 balls for his 123. For Sami Permaul, the number 10, has acquitted himself admirably. 25 not out from 79 balls. 372 for 8. There are just 2 overs remaining in the day after this one. Dan Lawrence with his certainly characteristic action. It's all twirly, all arms and legs and... Yes, Jared.
Well, it's like it's a bunch of different spinners' actions and run-ups from the 80s all put into one, isn't it?
I love it, and that one is steered away nicely to backward point only as far as Overton, no run.
A little bit of Phil Tufnell, a little bit of Peter Taylor, the Australian spinner.
Yeah.
Perhaps even a little bit of Abdul Qadir or Peter Sleep, the leg spinners from the 80s. Just a lot of arms up, jumping, and unnecessary leaps. It was Anissa Muhammad, the West Indian woman who has a leap at the start of her action. He's got an unnecessary one sort of halfway through there.
So, and they beats the bat. A little late cut from Bonner into the gloves of Ben Foakes. It actually looks as if he's doing a part of an aerobic class, isn't it? Like he's stretching and loosening up while he's running in.
When you watch him, you look at Permaul bowl, the left arm spinner for the West Indies, and it's similar characteristics, that he jumps in the air, it looks as though he's going to bowl off the wrong foot. He's in mid-air, as he lets go of the ball.
It's brilliant. It's very characteristic, very unusual. Down that leg side, a leg glance from Nkrumah Bonner. Dan Lawrence reckons it's out. Nobody else does. He's shouting, he's yelling. He believes it's out. Joe Root is beginning to take him seriously, having not done so originally. And he's asked Ben Foakes. And you know what? There was what looked to me, Harmy, like I'm not sure from Ben Foakes rather than a definite that's not out. And he's gone for the review.
The original decision is not out.
Ben Foakes is not so sure.
That's our front on.
I think it clipped something, but I've got a funny feeling it was the under the edge of the thigh pad.
Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Can I get Ultra Edge? To see if any batters are involved now?
Tell you what, it's very close to the bat, Army. It's very close to the bat. I don't think it's hit the thigh pad. It seems to be missing the thigh pad to me.
Yeah, well, if that's the case, it's hit something. So there was a deviation, and he just got a little flick of the bat.
If it's hit anything, and you saw the deviation, I can't see what else it could be. This could be a wicket for Dan Lawrence. What a remarkable thing that would be.
Edge is coming now.
2 overs left in the day after this.
Keep rolling.
Here we go. Here's the Ultra Edge.
Yeah, small spike. Can you rock and roll that for me?
What do you think, Harmy?
Forward.
That good enough
forward.
for you?
No, go forward before that.
No, not for me.
Well, there's a spike. A very small spike.
Small spike. Is it enough to give him out? Does it stay with the umpire's decision?
I think it's out.
Go back to Greg on field. There's a spike as the ball is close to the bat.
Oh, he's good out.
Yeah.
Greg, you have to overturn your decision from not out to out. You're on screen now.
Where's Dan Lawrence been for the last 70 overs?
And the England players are absolutely delighted and bewildered in equal measure because Dan Lawrence has taken a wicket in the 155th over, in his first over, and he's got the centurion. And Nkrumah Bonner strangled down the leg side. The tiniest spike on the Ultra Edge is enough for the third umpire, Nigel Duguid, to say that it's out. Well, it really was the tiniest noise. And Nkrumah Bonner makes his way off the field to a standing ovation, strangled down the leg side by the part-time spin of Dan Lawrence. But that isn't the story. The story is Nkrumah Bonner having made a quite brilliant century. 123. West Indies are 372 for 9. Steve Harmison has left us. Matt Pryor joins us at probably the most bizarre moment of the day.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I'll tell you the bit I loved was that you saw the England players getting around there all high-fiving and all very jovial. I particularly looked for Overton and Woakes, who have toiled all day. They've had no luck, nothing go their way, and they're jumping, go, well done mate, brilliant, really brilliant. But inside they're going, you jammy whatnot, how have you managed that? Mind you, having said that, I bet they just want to get off this pitch.
That is absolutely hilarious.
Look at Chris Woakes there. He's like, well done, mate. Yeah, really good. Really pleased for you.
So Chris Woakes has bowled 30 overs, has 1 for 88. Craig Overton has bowled 32 overs, has 2 for 55. Dan Lawrence comes on and takes a wicket with his 5th ball.
Gotta love this game.
And the good news for England's openers is if Dan Lawrence wraps it up with 2 wickets in 2 balls, they won't have to go out and bat. Because there are only 2 overs left. And we'll lose them for the change between innings. Dan Lawrence has got this. He's trying to keep this really serious look on his face, like, yeah, well, you know, it's just we've got one to grip a bit.
What was that? That was that Ben Stokes shouting, "Come on, Genuine!" That was obviously a Genuine all-rounder.
Jayden Seales, who bowls right-handed, bats left-handed, is the last man to the crease, and he plays his first delivery out defensively on the onside, and the West Indies remain 372 for 9. Every now and then, that serious look on Dan Lawrence's face gives way to this cheeky grin. Everybody keeps coming up to him saying, "Well done, well done." You know, no one is actually saying, "All right, he's just strangled." The bloke's just batted a day. He's faced 360 balls, 355 balls, and you've just strangled him down the leg side. It's a wicket, so therefore you congratulate a wicket.
The other bit I enjoy is Bono walking off there, shaking his head like this. Most unlucky man on the planet right there, strangled down the leg side. How quickly we forget the little inside nicks that he could have been out 4 times LBW. If it weren't for a little inside edge or whatever. But whenever you get out, you're always, so unlucky. Hats off though, he played beautifully, didn't he? Did a great job for West Indies there.
Many a spinner, Gareth Paddy's just left the commentary box, but many a spinner has said, if you can turn it off the straight, you deserve some luck. If you can turn the ball, at some point it will work to your favour. And Dan Lawrence did turn that ball. That's edged, and it falls just short of Joe Root, the solitary slip. Ben Stokes applauds his captain's effort to dive across to his right and stop it. And there is something to that, that many a leg spinner has turned one away from the right-hander, even though it's a long hop. The fact that they go a step back to cut it and it's turning away from them, they slap it to cover point. If you can turn the ball, every now and then you deserve a bit of luck, and Lawrence has bowled that one too straight. He's turned it down the leg side and he's got a bit of luck. Here's Ben Stokes once again, the penultimate over of the day. He's up to the crease now, bowls short ball, and it's pulled by Basami Pamal out towards square leg, and they go through for a single.
How much England would love this last wicket tonight. Just little things like the bowlers not having to do a warm-up tomorrow, strap their, all the big lads will have their ankles strapped, etc, etc, just to be able to walk in your trainers, have a bit of extra time with your feet up. If they don't get the wicket, it really messes with England's preparation, the batters as well. England's opening batsman would much rather turn up to the ground tomorrow morning ready to go in for your net, have your warm-up, have your run round, knowing that at 9 o'clock in the morning you're walking out to bat, rather than, are we walking out to field for a bit, how long are we going to be there? It just messes with your psyche a little bit.
Serious question, 9 down, when everybody comes to the ground in the morning, do all the bowlers go through a full warm-up, the full thing? Here's Stokes, round the wicket to Jayden Seales, leaves it alone outside the off-stump. I think he did anyway. Either he wafted at it or it's left alone.
It'll be very individual. The bowlers will do what they need to do, but you're walking out to bowl. So therefore you're going to have to warm up properly. You're going to have to get prepared. You're going to have to get your boots on, strap your ankles, get your, all that normal stuff. Even if you walk out and have to bowl one ball, you're running in for one ball, so you have to prepare, for bowling.
Stokes into Jayden Seales, the number 11, and he pushes it out to Johnny Bairstow at mid-wicket, no run.
Shoulders strapped, elbows strapped, whatever it may be. You have to go through that whole process. Folkes, the wicketkeeper, he'll be going in, having to take.
He'll strap all his fingers, do the whole thing.
Absolutely, yeah. Because look, the catch might come. Second ball of the morning, catch might come your way. You have to take it. You've got to get your mentally. You've got to get to the same place just for taking one wicket.
Here is Stokes again to Jayden Seales, steered to cover point defensively, and the truth is the wicket is so flat, and all of the West Indian bowlers, apart from Alzari Joseph, but Kemar Roach batted 89 balls for Sami Pamal, has faced 81 balls. There's no saying that he can't go on and face another 50 and Jayden Seales another 20. It could take 10 overs, and you definitely want everything strapped and all your preparation 100%, as if it was going to be a full day, even if it is just 10 overs. And it might be one ball. Stokes in again. Seales comes forward once more and plays it away defensively. There's no run. We are down to the final over of the day. West Indies are 373 for 9. They lead by 62 runs. That's now become something, hasn't it? 62. Could be quite significant.
Yeah, very much so. On a wicket like this, as slow as it is, slow outfield, it will take some time to score those 62 runs. And England will be now looking at, right, we've got to be 62 for none, if you look at it that way, which they've struggled to do, dare I say, for a while. So yeah, every run now will be hurting England. Absolutely. Look, the wicket looks flat, but suddenly there's scoreboard pressure. You lose one wicket, you lose 2 quick wickets, 60 runs behind.
Matt, a lead of 62. If we equate that to the average scoring rate over both innings, that's 25 overs before they wipe off the deficit. Here's Dan Lawrence. He's bowling the last over of the day. It's left alone by Permaul. So, because the average scoring rate's been like 2.8, so that's about 25 overs. So the openers have to bat 25 overs, which sounds a lot more of a challenge than scoring 60 runs.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right.
Here's Lawrence once again. Last ball, last over of the day, and that one is defended again resolutely and without difficulty by Versamy Permaul. He's on 26. He's faced 83 balls. West Indies 373 for 9. We have 4 deliveries remaining, and it is Lawrence up to the crease now. Once again, gives it lots of air, tempting Permaul, but he just pushes it out towards cover, deepish cover, and they decide against taking the run.
The other thing we got to look at, England now 156 overs, in the 157th over in the field. Mark Wood injured, elbow problem. Stokes he wasn't meant to bowl. He was going to bowl a little bit. 28 overs he's bowled, Ben Stokes, and I saw him grab. He was walking gingerly. Now I'm sure it's just a bit of stiffness and soreness. I'm not going to say he's injured, but that's putting a lot of workload on someone that is coming back from injury, didn't want to actually bowl that much.
Do you know if there's a big ice bath in the change rooms in the stadium?
I'm sure there will be.
Lawrence round the wicket. Forward comes Permaul, again blocking it defensively. I'm assuming all the fast bowlers will be ice bathing.
Yeah, I mean there were so many fads that went through. Bat's probably better man to ask, considering he's in the dressing room these days. But certainly, I believe there's options. Some players prefer massage. Some players have acupuncture. Some players will have an ice bath. Some people don't like an ice. But as long as you do, someone might go for a quick spin on a bike.
Pushed away out towards short leg, fielded by Ollie Pope. Really?
Yeah, it's about
ice bath or exercise bike.
Well, it's working out how you recover best. At the end of the day, from the minute you walk off the pitch, you've got however many hours to recover before you're walking back out on the pitch. So you've got to do what's right for you. So an ice bath might work for one person, doesn't necessarily mean everyone's going to love it.
I thought you had to get rid of the lactic acid in your body, and doing more exercise on an exercise bike, wouldn't that just create more?
No, because if you think about it, if you spin, we're not talking about exercise,
right?
We're talking about active recovery. It's a very different thing. If you go for a walk, that's active recovery. That's getting the blood out the muscles. That's another way of flushing. You've got a real light spin bike where you're just spinning, literally no pressure, or you're not riding Tour de France. You're just letting your legs run over. It's another form of recovery because you're flushing the blood out the muscles.
Everybody's round the bat now, virtually. It's a complete change in the field. We've got 4 men round the bat. It's not everybody. It's the last ball of the day. Here is Dan Lawrence. It's short and it's cut, and Ben Foakes is tossing the ball up in a fake appeal because he knows that Versamy Permaul has missed the attempted cut shot. But he gets good revolutions on the ball, does Dan Lawrence. Really, it's quite clear that he is giving it as much as he can. And there is a little bit of turn for him. There hasn't been lavish turn for anybody. I didn't see Versamy Permaul turn very many at all for the West Indies in his 13 overs. And there was a very little, small amount of gentle turn for Jack Leach. Really, there's been almost nothing. If a pitch isn't offering anything to the seamers, you would hope that by way of consolation there'd be something in it for the spinners, but there's been next to nothing in it for any of the bowlers, aside from maybe the first 12, 15 overs with the new ball. And if the bowlers on either side haven't been able to make that count for them, then they've struggled. Thing is, they were both able to make it count for them to a degree, because although England were poor for the first 20 overs, they would then, when the ball was still semi-hard, they did take 4 wickets, or they were gifted 4 wickets. The West Indian, ominously for England, the West Indian seam bowlers reduced England to 48 for 4. So the fact that the lead is 62 is potentially a little bit ominous